Oh, yeah.
The horse.
Sounds good.
I will go ahead and pass.
VCR?
Yeah.
Your hands down? draw a card?
Yeah.
One, two.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. I apologize for the additional tech issues. We had some in the beginning, and then our audio, obviously, it wasn't working here. But we are now into round one, 30 minutes basically into the round. Doesn't seem like
This is
game two. So I'm not sure who won. It honestly, it
could have gone either way. Yeah,
it could have. I have a sneaking suspicion it might have been Tristan, but
yeah, I think Joe is in a good position. A lot of prep counters had that Shadow Strike active.
It's the prep counter and double in cap.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he can pay for the double in caps, but he did have two there. So as long as he kind of waited to at least play the first one to incapacitate a Horda counter or a Dawn's not Dawn's Reversal. Is it Dawn's Reversal?
Dawn's Reversal is the
damage one. Yeah. Okay.
Astral Seal is the other one that he's going to be scared of.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. You're at 5? Yeah.
So we're back in the early stages now. We are looking at mostly resource gathering. Arasan is going to want to get some herbs. Arasan is going to want to get a high influence, build up those negate cards for later. Tristan, on the other hand, is building up prep counters. Prep counters are the name of the game for Tristan over here.
Yeah.
If they can find a mastermind scheme in order to get to that very, very high count of prep counters for their endgame Shadow Strike, that would be great. They also have the opportunity to go wide with Penumbra Waltz and Inspiring Call and deal some extra damage that way. So we'll see what cards they end up with.
Yeah, and as I was saying previously, where the audio wasn't heard, but Bailey is running Fertile Grounds as well as Ingredient Pouch. So not only do you get the 2 counters from level 1 and then another 2 counters from level 2, so the herb tokens, but every turn you essentially get 2 more herbs, one from the Ingredient Pouch as well as 1 from the Fertile Grounds, which is twofolds. One, it stacks up the Polaris Cauldron really quickly. You get 2 per turn. But you can actually just keep duplicating the same herb, so that way every turn you can draw a card. So so you're doing both things at once. So what you notice is like once Bailey does get up to level 3, his influence is a little low sometimes, especially if he dungeon guides up. But because of that Fertile Grounds, because of the Ingredient Pouch, you just turbo back your influence really, really quickly.
Yeah, that Arasan on a level 2 ability to draw a card by sacrificing 2 herbs is pretty powerful. And when you're putting those extra H counters on the Polaris, you can get to a really high count very quickly.
I do see that he has a dungeon guide in hand right now, so he might try to go for a dungeon guide.
He's in a slightly worse position this game. We've already seen the Scatter Essence come out on 1 Fertile Grounds. So he's not going to be able to produce his herbs quite as fast this time.
Is that... okay, so is this the graveyard? Or
I think so. I think that's the graveyard.
Okay.
We already saw... Yeah, we saw some cards move from here to there, so...
Okay,
We've already seen... There it goes. Yeah, we got the Banish Zone and the 1-card graveyard at the moment.
Gotcha. So, okay, so his ability to produce herbs is actually hindered quite a bit because of that Fertile Grounds is no longer on the field.
Correct.
If Bailey can find another one, that would be quite huge, actually, if he can find one. But let's see what the... Oh, that might have been it.
We are seeing, yeah, Joe brought in Scattering Essence from the sideboard. I think not intended for Wind Astra, but some nice collateral hits here.
But it does work against the Fertile... I think he also realized that leaving the Fertile Grounds is a little crazy.
Absolutely. Like you said, giving him that extra card every turn is just too much.
Let's see. How many...
we do have confirmation that Joe won game 1.
Okay, got it.
So, Joe, our Tristan player, 1-0 in this matchup.
I will do...
And building up... Is that Tristan? Looks like Tristan 1 right now. So trying to get enough counters to go up to Tristan 2 and still gain the extra cards. And that's exactly what's happening here. Building up the prep counters with Tristan 2s on enter on the stack. So being able to get that extra card draw out of Tristan Hired Blade and still building up those prep counters, which is kind of exactly where he wants to be. Looks like probably shaping up to drop an ally this turn. Trying to get a handle on what's in his hand and available.
Ooh, the 1-of Scout the Lands.
The 1-of Scout the Lands. So this is, I think, still in Joe's recollection. Cycling through his cards now, just looking at his options, trying to build up to a bigger turn.
I think that is 1 Shadow Strike and 1 Penumbra Waltz.
No, this is Scout. I'm sorry.
This is off the Scout, yeah.
And then that's a Fairy Whispers as well as a Veiling Breeze.
Lots of different options here for him off this Scout the Land.
You could do Fairy Whispers first.
And then I will do 1 Fairy.
Yeah, there you go.
And there's the Fairy Whispers, yep.
Yeah.
So, haven't seen the rest of his hand. All of it is face down at this point, so all of it is in his memory. But presumably he'll be in a good position to Dungeon Guide up here. Although
Ooh.
Bailey is sitting on a lot of cards.
And then draw for turn.
Do you see
Bailey
that
also...
I think Bailey has Dawn's Reversal in his hand? Or is that a counterfall?
Dawn's Reversal would be really helpful if he ends up with another negate.
No, it's a Spell Shield. Ooh.
Spell Shield also a very useful card against those giant Shadow Strike hits. We'll see what Joe wants to do here with his turn now. Looks like he has
Hand
close
is
to
kinda
yeah,
massive.
kind of stacked, right? 10 cards, 9 cards, something like that.
Yeah, and he has quite a bit of options. His prep counters isn't the greatest. It's only at 5 at the moment.
Right.
And I don't see a Dungeon Guide in hand either, so it's not like you can turbo up to level 3. So he does have a Dungeon Guide. Okay, never mind. It's right there.
Yeah, with that many cards.
Oh, he's going for the safer prep generation right now. Which is
Yeah,
not
and
bad.
I think this is smart. I think he wants to chip in a little bit more damage. He wants to get Arisana a little bit lower, a little bit more in danger. If Bailey feels pressured, that is exactly where Joe wants to be. Joe wants to put Bailey on the back foot, make sure that Bailey is using his resources to deal with the current threats, and doesn't have shields up available when that massive Shadow Strike comes out.
I wonder what he's going to use, or what he's trying to use the Spell Shield for.
Oh, the Spell Shield on the Shadow Strike is a pretty big hit. But of course, the Spell Shield can get incapped just exactly the same way that any negate effect can get incapacitated.
But it's unblockable.
Yes.
Oh, no. Sorry.
It's
not
unblockable, but it's
unpreventable.
not unpreventable.
I was confusing that. Yes. Okay. Very, very good.
Bailey actually sitting in a pretty good state right now. A lot of duplicate herbs, which is really great. So a lot of room to draw some extra cards, get some extra tokens on his Polaris.
Is this? He glimpsed. What did he glimpse with? Oh, I think there's an astroscope like right there. I think that's the cosmic astroscope.
Where is
Like all the way up
oh,
at
yeah,
the
yep.
top of the screen.
That's what that looks like.
Yeah.
I agree,
It's a little harder to see
just
there.
on the edge. Yep. Difficult to tell.
And is that? I think he also put a Fertile Grounds over there.
Is that another Fertile Grounds?
Well, because he did have one in hand. Or is that?
Oh, yep. That's what that looks like.
Wait.
I think I agree.
But he has another one in his hand.
So he has 3 Fertile Grounds access right now. One in the graveyard, one on the board, and one in his hand.
I would assume so. It's kind of hard to see because that definitely looks like a Fertile Grounds, and it's nowhere near his graveyard. So I would
agree,
assume it's
yep.
on the field, and he still has one in his hand. He doesn't have to play it, so you don't need 2 Fertile Grounds. You only just need the one.
With the one Fertile Ground, that's enough to kind of keep him going.
Yeah, and if it does die with Scatter Essence, you just play the second one. Yeah.
And I don't see the ingredient pouch out yet. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be making too much of a difference. He has a lot of buffer on these herbs in order to keep sacrificing one set a turn in order to keep that card advantage up.
Oh, he's doing the fairy cycles. Oh, Black Market Broker. Then he has Blanche and another Sadie. I think you just send Sadie down.
Yeah, Sadie definitely not a card that you need multiples of.
Yeah, the Blanche would be really useful in this matchup. Just start blocking all the Cosmic Bolts, any Comet Falls, anything like that.
As it stands right now, he's not actually threatened by the Cosmic Bolt. All the Cosmic Bolts sort of exist in potentia. They're not in his deck yet, with the Polaris sitting out on the field.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot of threat coming out of the Astral Arisana player right now. But, just building up at this point.
Yeah, I suspect that Bailey is just kind of waiting to for Joe to get to level 3, so that way, hey, the tokens come out. I pop the Polaris, I kill the tokens pretty much immediately. But Bailey doesn't have to do it right now, so that he can afford to wait. So I think right now you're kind of in this like, who's gonna flinch first?
Sure. And we see Joe playing that Dungeon Guide, making his way up to level 3. We're going to see some of those shadows come out, and we'll see what the play is on Bailey's side, how Bailey wants to respond to this. So this is going to send Joe up to 8 total prep counters. Mastermind Scheme here could send him all the way up to 16 prep, which is pretty massive. With, looks like 3 herbs on the table right now. So if he wanted to sacrifice them all, he could immediately get that 7 damage necessary to get through the damage prevention on the shadows. Doesn't look like that is Bailey's plan, taking damage from the Dungeon Guide first. So probably going to let some allies in this turn. Is that the I think that's the Shadow Claw coming out from the board.
Yeah, he's not really threatened too much. It's a lot of little chip damage, which is fine. He's very healthy, and if for whatever reason there's an unexpected, really big push for damage, he has the spell shield like you mentioned. He does have a 3 visits in hand as well, so he could do the recover 2 and potentially glimpse to and get either a comet fall or a cosmic bolt.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, with the 3 visits in hand, like you said, 2 damage is free. Might as well just get rid of it. Or might as well just take the damage because you have that recover freely available.
Yeah, and it just represents actually four recover instantly because you 3 visits on his turn. You wake up, you 3 visits on your turn. So that's 4. It's a glimpse 4 as well, basically, too.
Joe popping his boots, no more passive prep generation from that, but he does get the extra card out of it.
It's 8 counters, 8 prep counters. It's looking kind of dicey. 1 mastermind scheme will definitely make it super scary.
Absolutely, yeah. With 8 prep counters, that's not quite enough damage. 8 plus 3 plus 1 plus 4 plus 1?
Well, this represents basically 2 and 2. This is 1. Then Shadow Strike for 8. Maybe
8 plus
16,
4.
depending on if he has a mastermind scheme or not.
Yeah, so even without the mastermind scheme, this is representing 13 damage straight to the face with the Shadow's Claw and the extra damage from the Shadow Strike.
I forgot about the Shadow's Claw, yes.
So that is a massive hit. It's not lethal. And there's no way he goes for it right now.
For 7, is that correct?
Getting some extra damage in, and so here comes the Polaris hit. Yep. Just like you said, clearing those shadows, making sure he doesn't take that extra damage.
But he's playing something in response here.
Yeah, something is
For
happening.
Ooh.
With 3 cards down, that prevents 3 damage to all of his other units.
How does this work? Because he already Polaris, right?
It should be...
Will hit Blanche, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, so Joe is asking what's the interactions like, and how that works is basically, hey, the Polaris damage is on the stack, so in response, I'm going to play Blanche.
Yep.
Blanche resolves, and all the Polaris damage will get eaten up by the Blanche. Blanche will die, but, you know, just it is what it is.
Yeah, go for it. Here,
Yep. So, yeah, Blanche not long for this world. Blanche does not prevent damage to herself, but will save...
Pretty much everyone.
Pretty much everyone. The Dungeon Guide, unfortunately, is going to fall to this Polaris damage.
How many did Polaris for? 5?
7.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you need that extra damage in order to get through the Shadow Shield.
Yes. Oh, he does have an Astral Seal, though. Is he?
Yeah, and this is probably where... Bailey is going through all this effort in order to clear the board from the shadows. He probably wants to interact with his Blanche in some way.
He's got 3 visits.
But given that Blanche is already on the board, this 3 visits could very well find like a Comet Strike or something else in order to deal with the Blanche so that the Polaris damage can get through. Because this is all with the Polaris damage still on the stack.
The problem is, I didn't get to hear, did he allow it to go through or not? Because
it hasn't happened yet.
If he let the Blanche in...
Sorry? Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if Blanche is resolved yet.
Yeah, so if he did it, then he could Astral Seal. If he did let it go through, it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he's digging for here. You know, in order... So okay,
Oh,
so that was Blanche resolving, and that's Polaris damage resolving.
Okay, he let it go.
I think he was scouting through his deck glimpsing while Blanche was still on the stack, just like you called it.
Whoo, 7 into the deck here.
None in Vanish, is that correct?
I'm a little,
Yeah, this is a decent chunk of Cosmic Bolts. This is a scary position for anybody up against an Astral deck. You wonder if?
I'm wondering if, because he basically left 3 glimpses over, like out, without seeing the 7 Cosmic Bolts. Like, I guess, like, if he was trying to hunt for that 1 Cosmic Bolt to try to kill the Blanche first, I guess I can see that.
Yeah, he was hunting for either Cosmic Bolt or Comet Fall would have also done the trick. Or even Meteor Strike if he ended up sighting those in.
Yeah, but I feel like you just let the Blanche in anyway, let the Polaris kill everything, or kill the Blanche in the Dungeon Guide, and then you use the 3 glimpses to try to get the Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah,
I mean, you do have more of a chance. And
it's definitely a different approach, right?
Yeah.
It's the question of, is he trying to get this board clear right now, or is he trying to rush the extra Cosmic Bolt damage?
Yeah. Ooh, that's a Penumbra right there.
3.
Mm-hmm.
He's using 3 counters. That's going to summon 2 more tokens.
Yep.
The damage doesn't really matter. the
Yeah,
preventing
the
doesn't
damage
really
prevention, not what he's going for. So
Yeah.
this is seeming like with no mastermind scheme in hand. Does he have a mastermind scheme in hand?
I didn't
You
see it.
one?
I
Yeah.
didn't see one.
He's only running 2 mastermind schemes in the deck. So without a mastermind scheme in hand, this is absolutely the way you need to go, right? You need to get these
Ooh.
shadows out. You need to start doing some extra damage here.
That's another pronounce.
That is a lot of shadows.
One
Wow.
inspiring call is gonna pretty
Yeah.
much do it.
Another inspiring call next turn. Yeah, that would actually do it, wouldn't it? So this is what? 2 damage each by default. 3 damage with an inspiring call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That could be 18 damage.
Yeah, it's
with an
basically
inspiring
over
call.
if he has it.
As is, it's still 12 plus the 1 from the Shadow's Claw. So he is presenting lethal on this turn. If the Arasana player has no interactions, does nothing else, just passes the turn, that is lethal already on the board on Joe's side.
Ow.
I don't know what that was.
But PA screeching there. Yeah.
So at this point, Bailey is going to be digging for an answer. He needs to do
That's-
something about this board
He needs like
and
2
or
Comet
something
balls.
about this player. Yeah, no, 2 Comet Falls wouldn't do it with between the damage prevention. Comet Fall only does 4 damage.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I don't think there's no way.
Yeah, I don't think he has a way to clear this board. I think he needs to find enough Cosmic Bolts to just
Yeah, but
kill
he-
Joe before Joe gets another attack.
Even if you do 2, so that's 4 plus 2 because he has 1 in there. Right
Yeah,
now,
he already has.
So that's
There's
6.
1 on the board. So the next one is going to be 6 damage. Or 1 in the yard,
There's
rather.
6 and then 8, but even then, it's still not enough. He would need to find another one.
Yep.
So he needs a star call 3,
Mhm.
or at least hard pay 3.
Yeah. And
In
he
1,
can
2 turns.
star call for 1 this turn, play another one, and then pass the turn, and during Joe's recollection, try and star call for a 3rd one. So that is a line that does exist.
But
He only needs 19 damage total, but that's, 6 plus 8 is 14. He definitely needs that 3rd Cosmic Bolt.
I don't think it matters. I think because he has an incap in hand,
Mhm.
like if by some miracle he sees 3, you just incap 1, he's safe.
Yep. Yeah.
So I don't think it matters in this scenario here.
6. Okay, I'll take 6.
So there's 1 Cosmic Bolt. Yep, 6 damage to Joe. So that is step 1 in the process. But yeah, with that Incapacitate in Joe's hand, waiting to go, there is
it's
no
looking-
way this is going to be enough to get through.
It's looking a little grim here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that was in Bailey's recollection. So he's like in a good place here to potentially find the cards he needs. But again, Joe has the counter. Joe has that negate ready to go. So we'll see how well this goes.
I mean, if he finds 4 by some miracle, then that would be game. But
Mhm.
it's hard for me to kind of figure out if he not only can he see 4, but can he even pay for 4?
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
he can
yeah,
only
yeah.
he only gets 2 at best for free. He gets 1 on his turn and 1 on Joe's turn.
Yeah, so he got the 1 for free on his turn. It is now Joe's turn. We're in Joe's material, I believe.
Yes.
So he's materializing a nullifying mirror
He
here.
needs 8 cards. I don't think he has 8 cards.
Mm-hmm. Nullifying mirror actually would be pretty effective. That's if he has Veiling Wind. I don't know if Bailey's running Veiling Wind in his deck, but a Veiling Wind would be
Let me
perfect
check.
here.
He does not.
Okay, Nullifying Mirror probably not going to do a whole lot, but just a preventative measure on Joe's side.
It's like a just in
Understandable in the
case, right?
position. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. What does he know about what Bailey's deck list looks like? So this looks like Joe has recollected now, has all his cards back in his hand, which is an unfortunate position for Bailey. I think Bailey was hoping that Joe would do some more stuff in his recollection and leave his shields a little bit down, no incapacitates. But Joe, of course, keeping his shields up. Joe making sure, like, he knows the only way out is to get Cosmic Bolted.
2, 3, 4, 5,
So-
6, 7, 8.
Yeah, it's looking a little dire. He does have 1 Astral Shield, 1 Nascent Berry.
Okay, a Nascent Berry is a good start here.
3.
It is the next 1+ level.
Mm-hmm.
So it would block, I think.
It looks like it's blocking 4 here.
Wait, hold on. If you block Tristan's attack, can the Shadows attack? I feel like it can't. I would have to get my interaction double checked here.
Checking the wording
Oh,
on the
but it did-
ominous
okay,
shadow. I
it went through,
believe it
though.
requires damage to get through.
Yeah. But I think it went through.
Yeah, if your champion has to deal the combat damage in order for it to work, but
Yeah,
As
but
we
it looks
can see, we're
like
getting there.
Joe somehow got it in.
Mhm.
He has 2 HP, which I think there's a... no, 3 visits is not going to work. He's still... he's rested. Oh, he survived.
passes the turn. Okay. Joe giving him another window of survival here. That nascent barrier just enough to keep him alive through the turn.
Just needs 3. A Terrafring?
Terrafring pretty good here. Joe's going to have to spend a lot of resources in order to get the damage through that he needs. Bailey...
It's also like a pseudo like Frostbind because you have to pay 2 to declare an attack. So on his turn, Tristan will swing. He pays 2. That's 2 less cards in his hand. That can potentially save himself from like a double incap or something.
And we're seeing, with the ingredient pouch and the Fertile Ground, doubling up on I believe that is a Razor, that's a Spring Leaf.
There's one.
So he has 2 more Dig if he's really trying to get to those Cosmic Bolts.
So he has one in his hand. And I think this is still his recollection phase.
Yeah, and in his recollection would be a great time to just run this one out. How many cards? He's looking through. Is he glimpsing right now?
He's
using the Lunar Conduit. Yep.
No, I think he's using the Astro, the scope.
Oh, Astroscope.
Yeah.
Astroscope, Lunar Conduit.
So he's gonna go ahead and Star Caller it right now.
Yep.
So that is gonna deal.
This is gonna be an 8 damage bolt.
So just technically 1 more is all he needs. But Bailey doesn't know. But we know that Joe has an Incapacitate in his hand.
I'll pay 1 for a Fairy Whisper.
Ooh, okay.
Glimpse 3.
Joe
ahead,
digging in response to this 8 damage bolt.
Oh, that's a Blanche.
Oh, boy.
A Blanche would also do great work here.
Yeah, Blanche would. It's like a pseudo Incapacitate, right? Because you can block pretty much all of it.
And then he still needs to deal with the Blanche after it's on the board.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Exactly.
What a struggle.
And he still has the actual Incapacitate in
Right?
his hand, too.
Just waiting.
Oh, man. This is a really, really tough spot. Like, how do... Like,
So a Blanche off the top is actually a bit of a problem here, because how is he going to get it after the Fairy Whisper?
he could draw on his turn.
I'll take 8.
And here he is taking that 8 damage, so up to 20 damage on our Tristan Shadow Dancer player. The next Cosmic Bolt is lethal if Joe doesn't have an answer. But we've already seen at least 1 answer in hand and an answer on the top of the deck waiting to get drawn.
Okay. He plays the Cosmic Bolt from hand. So Joe would have to incapacitate it. And then you 3 visits. Oh, well, you can 3 visits now, actually, and you just pray.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't look like he found anything worth Star Calling. But putting 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom. I didn't quite see what card went on the top.
He does have... What can he do here? He could try to play the Cosmic Bolt from his hand, like hard play it, and then he can try to block something with Astra Shield and Star Call that on his turn, on Joe's turn. That might be a way. He does have a Wisdom's Respite, which is I don't remember if that was fast speed or not, but that does allow you to glimpse.
It looks like he's playing it this
It is fast
turn.
speed.
Yep.
Oh, the Cosmic Bolt.
Found another Cosmic Bolt.
Was that a Wisdom's? That
Yep.
was a Wisdom's. Ooh. Okay. Okay.
5. Sorry.
Okay. And he is shields down, but that Innervate does recover 5.
And gives him Spell Shroud
Oh,
for
the
the rest of
Astro
the turn.
Seal.
Ooh.
Oh, that's generation and getting the counters onto the Cauldron. So you could get the generation and getting the counters onto the Cauldron. So you could get the 7 super easily.
Yeah, definitely setting up to have a lot of consistency in an otherwise very luck-based Star Call system, right?
10 minutes.
So it's a very cool plan for the Wind Astra deck
Okay, cool.
in order to deal with the Fertile Grounds.
Spirit.
And our Wind Astra deck also with bringing in some extra defense options, right, out of the board.
Let's do...
Have you taken a look at Bailey's sideboard?
Yeah, so he has 2 extra spell shields,
Okay.
and he's running... Actually, he's running 0 in his main, so
So those are definitely into the
those
board.
definitely did come in, which means he actually saw both, which is crazy. And then there's 1 extra Scatter Essence, which I don't think is really relevant in this case.
Right.
There is another 3 visits in case he wanted more glimpses, more healing, and he does technically have 4 Swift recruits, which could help, but
Mhm.
it doesn't really help against a Shadow Strike. So
Yeah, and if you're just feeding those Swift recruits into Sadie, then that doesn't really do a whole lot for you.
yeah, and I apologize. We're gonna briefly switch back to the caster cam here. The gameplay is still going on, but we are having a little bit of a technical issue, so we're gonna go ahead and get that resolved. But we do have the player audio, so I'm gonna try my best to listen to what is happening, and then I'll try to
the radio
relay.
announcer.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I mean, it's still the early turns, right? There's not a whole lot of action here. There's basically prep, right? There's preparation.
Yeah,
They're building up.
I think Tristan is pretty linear.
Mhm.
If you have Sadie, you play Sadie. I swing. Otherwise, I will bounce it back to hand. You're gonna play the boots every turn. You're gonna get a prep counter.
absolutely.
You're gonna wait. Once you get a certain amount of prep counters, you go to level 2. You draw. Then you wait again. And Bailey with his Wind Arsana, the best turn 1 play is literally just drop Fertile Grounds. Go to level 1, get the 2 counters. Honestly, you could probably go to level 2 if you wanted to right after that, and then bring out the ingredient pouch before you get to level 3, start generating even more, draw off of the Arsana level 2s, get your influence. You can even dungeon guide up to level 3 to start your glimpses really quickly. So that's generally the game plan for either decks. It's pretty slow, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
like
absolutely.
super quick, but it does ramp up really fast once you do get up to like the level 3s.
Right, and both of these decks are level 3 decks. So, the first few turns is really just preparation. It's really just setting up.
Yeah.
And then when you go to level 3, then your kind of game plan really starts to kick into gear.
Yeah.
But
Trying
so
my best
far,
to listen right now.
yeah, it sounds like Joe's going through his extremely long recollection phase, which is fairly typical for Shadow Strike Tristan. You play most of your turn at the last second
Yeah,
when you're not going to need the resources.
Yeah, okay, I said that it's pretty basic and pretty linear, right? But it's not that simple.
No, of course
Right?
not.
So there's still
There's a lot of
of
decisions to be made.
Exactly.
There's a lot of especially stuff like Scout the Land, is like just the glimpses between Fairy Whispers and other cards. You're going through a lot of your deck. You have to make the right decisions into what cards you're getting out of your deck.
Exactly.
That's important.
Yeah. Well, I heard the key word, gain a prep.
Gain a prep. Yep, exactly. It's probably Sadie coming back
You
to
wanna-
hand in the recollection.
You want to guess how many prep counters he has right now?
4.
He has 4.
I think he has either 3 or 4. I'm hearing counting.
Yeah. What is he counting right now?
I think he's putting cards down in order to play another card right now.
Yeah, but we'll see. We're actually gonna go back to the gameplay here and see if you're right. He has 3.
3.
But you did say
Yep.
3 or 4.
3
So
or 4. It's still on Tristan 1. So the moment Tristan 2 comes down is when he gets that 4th prep counter.
Ooh, Beseech.
Ooh, beseeching into
Okay, the boots. That makes sense.
Yep. But I love Beseech. It's such a cool card, and you see it so very rarely. Just getting an extra materialize is so powerful, especially for these decks that want to go to level 3 as fast as possible.
Yeah, so let's kind of retrace our steps here, right? So number 1, looks like Bailey did have a Fertile Grounds, and it looks like it was played either turn 1 or turn 2. But you look at the banish here. I am not exactly sure if that was banished from leveling up or not, but it is a
that
scatter
definitely
essence.
looks like it was banished in order, banished as a floating memory. Of course, we do have the second Fertile Ground just sitting in play right now.
The way he places it, it's like, so why is it up there? All right, so it looks like the 2 herbs are coming down from the Arsana level 1. I think next turn he's going to go ahead. I don't think he needs to turbo up to level 2. Maybe he does, just to get the
I mean, I
the
think he's going to
draws.
want. Yeah, I think he's going to want to get those card draws as soon as possible. And with Fertile Ground out, every single herb is a card draw essentially. So he's got a lot of buffer for cards to draw.
Is that
And
his
then
hand? Oh my god, he has 2 Cosmic Bolts in his hand.
that is an unfortunate start. He is in a position to potentially glimpse to use the
does.
Razor Leaf to put them on the bottom of his deck, and then Polaris gives him a shuffle. So anything that he sends to the bottom of his deck right now is still in play later on.
Oh, he's dungeon guiding up to level 2.
Oh, all right. Yeah, just really, really wants to get that card advantage going as soon as possible.
Oh, okay.
And happy to get rid of those Dungeon Bolts. That actually makes a lot of sense. That looks like a Dungeon Bolt and a Dawn's Reversal?
It's Cosmic and then a Astral.
Cosmical, yes.
And then Astral Seal.
Oh, that was an Astral Seal, okay.
Yeah, so it's either this one card that's in memory is the Cosmic Bolt, which I would understand if it is, or he kept the one in his hand as as an out.
I fully expect him to want to banish those Cosmic Bolts because he's going to get a bunch more in his deck, and that just kickstarts his engine. You know, if he has 2 Cosmic Bolts in Banish and 1 Cosmic Bolt in the yard, once he gets those 7 Cosmic Bolts shuffled into his deck, then, you know, his first Cosmic Bolt is going to hit for 10, which is massive.
All right, so it looks like end of turn, he's going to go ahead and pop the 2 herbs there, get 2 counters on his Cauldron, and then go ahead and draw a card. But it looks like I actually saw a second Astral Seal. It is in memory right now, so it is pretty good in case he needs to negate something in the future turn. I wasn't able to catch what other cards he had, and I don't even know what card he drew from the Gentle Respite. But we only have about 3 minutes left in the round. We still do have overtime. Backup treasure is coming out.
Yep. So still no Tristan 2 on Joe's side. I believe he's still on Tristan 1 over there. Tristan underhanded. Looking to build. I guess he's not happy with how much influence he has in order to go up to the next level at the moment. Maybe just looking for better answers for...
Yeah, I mean, I think he's waiting for more influence because he could go up to level 2 and then immediately Dungeon Guide up to level 3. He does have it in his hand. He does have double Incapacitate again. So, honestly, as long as Joe plays a little slow, I think he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, and taking it slowly in order to build up some extra prep counters. I'm not sure if he has the Mastermind scheme in hand, but he sure is playing like he does.
I don't see it unless he put it down, but I didn't see it.
What is that card at the top of his hand?
Once I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Incapacitate, Scout the Lands, Incapacitate, Dungeon Guide.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but getting those extra prep counters is definitely part of the plan.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you're fine. You just play slow, get those prep counters. If he sees a Mastermind scheme, I think he's gonna go for it. But
he is kind of on the back foot here, though. He still needs to level up twice before he can even start presenting a threat to Bailey. And Bailey now at level 3 is in a great position to really just have his run of the board. Right? There's nothing threatening coming from Tristan's side, and
that's 4 counters up there, by the way. So
there's no reason for him to pop the Cauldron early. And the later he pops it, the more herbs that are on it, the more Cosmic Bolts he has available. Like, that's fantastic for him.
Okay. Zephyr and Veiling?
I think that's a little bit more visible there.
Zephyr and a Veiling Breeze going down in order to get Tristan Hired Blade out onto the field. And then immediately replacing those 2 cards with Tristan's on-enter ability.
3 incapacitates.
Wow.
To be fair, like, that's not really what you want to see. Like, you already have 2. Like, you don't really need to see a 3rd one.
Yeah, you're not in any position to play all of them at once.
Yeah,
and you kind of... They only matter right at the end, right? It's always, you know, the second to last card you play is an Incapacitate.
I think he's you're really searching for either phenomenal walls or a shadow strike, something that helps you at your level 3 win con here. But
yeah,
I don't think. Oh, there's the phenomenal right there. And
so that might be what he's going for. He does have enough prep counters to take advantage of it once he hits level 3.
Bailey went up to level 3 with Dungeon Guide, right?
I believe he is Dungeon Guided twice.
There
now,
was a
yes.
Heavenly Guide.
You're right. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that.
Surely you just Heavenly Guide, right?
All right, here.
You do it for the memes.
I'll do it in that order, and I'll draw a card for Scout.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, he's doing
there
it.
There it is.
For backup charger. Thank you for pointing that out.
Is this Recollection?
Yeah, this is in Reco.
Oh yeah, he's definitely playing the Heavenly Guide. I can see it. I
Yep.
can see it. You just do it. Do it.
I mean, if you look at the little grin on Joe's face, he knows what's about to happen.
he's just do it, man. I see it.
Your Polaris is 4, and then you have 6 total, and you have how many in hand?
Yeah, 4 counters on the Polaris, 2 herbs in play, which is as many as 6 counters. Not enough to kill any shadows right now. So going in with the Black Market Broker first.
Oh, so I'm turn 0? Okay.
In order, and the time is up. So this is now turn 0 on Joe's side.
Yeah, so the timer is it's going up. So once that hits 5 minutes, going up, that's the end of overtime. And Joe is turn 0 right now. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Heavenly Guide. We see a Heavenly Guide on stream.
Let's go.
Heavenly Guide spotted, folks. This is Heavenly Guide has blessed our stream. This is going to be a good day.
What a great card.
Going to Tristan Shadow Dancer, bringing out those ominous shadows.
Let's do 1 champion. Or, sorry.
Joe taking a moment to think about before
You just
attacking
went
with the
face.
Heavenly Guide.
Whatever. I did it already. 1 champion.
I think he wanted to get an inspiring call going since he's got a...
Does he have one in hand?
Flop.
That's the only reason I can think of why he would wait.
I don't know what the last
So
card is.
he has.
I don't think it is.
If he has an Inspiring Call, that's 7 damage available.
I only see incapacities. Oh, it is. Wait, is that it? No.
I think so. I think that is something. Yeah, on the left side.
That it's definitely not the DOA one, if it is. I can't. I don't know all the arts.
With the claw?
Oh yeah, okay. It's the AMB one.
I'll do 2 champion.
It's the newest one. I wasn't sure on the pixel art that I saw there, but
Sure.
you know.
Looks like he's not doing the Inspiring Call this turn since he knows it's not going to be lethal.
Yeah, it's a safe plan.
Yep.
You
So
do
getting
have
the
2 more
5
turns.
damage package here, Shadow Claw, and then 2 damage from each of the Ominous Shadows.
Well, I'm just gonna go into the future here. It's either gonna be a draw.
It
Or
seems
Joe
pretty
wins.
likely at this point.
It's either Joe wins or it's a draw, right? Because I don't see a way that Bailey wins. There's not.
9? Yeah.
It's just going to take too much time for Bailey to set up a victory
Exactly.
here, right?
Like-
So if Joe can win on his next turn, which would be turn 2 of the turns that are available to them in overtime, then
Yeah. So he was turn
That's a possibility.
0. He is turn 1. He is turn 2.
but we're seeing that's a lot of healing. If
and then turn 3.
what did Bailey just play to go back down to 12 damage?
I take 1.
Fast gear.
Okay, yep, that
think.
would have done it. Oh, fast cure, and then that's why it's in the banish. That makes sense.
Yep. Goes to 6.
All right, 6 counters on that Polaris there.
Yep.
Was that 8? Yep, that is now. Oh, just 7. Okay, so that's 7 counters on the Cauldron.
Yep, in order to clear out those shadows.
Okay, board is wiped,
Yep.
which means no Inspiring Call next turn.
With enough Penumbral Waltzes,
Oh, true.
he still has a shot at this.
That is
Right?
indeed true.
If with Inspiring Call and 3 damage per shadow, a Penumbral Waltz is 6 damage. He needs to find 14 damage here. That doesn't sound like a thing that's happening off of Penumbral Waltz. With a Shadow Strike, he's currently in a position to deal 7 plus 4 plus 1, 12 damage off of a Shadow Strike. He still needs to find another 3 damage?
Cards in hand.
Still needs to
Okay,
find another 2
so-
damage in order to make that lethal.
Your
There-
end step. Fairy.
I don't think there's a way to win for either player here.
Yeah, it's not looking very good. We'll see. Joe is digging. Joe is trying to make this happen.
Yeah, we're in the last minute of overtime
Surveil
here.
on bottom. Surveil goes to hand.
Just
Your end step still.
Finding a Surveil. So that's 1 more prep counter. Actually, with 1 more prep counter after this Surveil, that is, in fact, lethal off of a Shadow Strike.
yeah, but then you just
Assuming
Astro
that
Seal
Bailey
it.
has nothing in hand.
He has an
Yeah,
Astro
yeah,
Seal,
yeah.
so he just Astro Seals it and he's like safe.
This is looking like a draw.
Unless this is. Oh wait,
Can he find a damage out of his board?
Chalice.
actually, I think he can.
Level 3 and try and do something massive.
Yeah, when I'm okay, so when I'm, and then I'll pump you with damage with that. It's like I don't know the exact science, but that he was like
But like, it might
been
be a few
been
turns, which is
talking about that forever.
Wow. I mean, Lunar Conduit is a very cool card, right? You know, for every Astral card you play, it gets an extra charge counter. You can deal that damage directly to any unit. So if you're playing a bunch of Astral cards, then that's great, you know? If Dawn's Reversal is the way that you want to get that extra punch damage through, like, I could believe that.
It's like a. I mean, he says it's a great combo, but I feel like the little hoops that you had to jump through to enable it. I'm a little skeptical.
Yeah.
I do want to see it like in player releasing literally yesterday. The amount of cards that are available might be rough for
18%. 18%.
at least 2. Maybe.
There's also some number of Dianas in board.
Yeah, there's definitely 2.
A whole lot of presence from some of those lower numbers, you know? 5% Kongming, that's probably the Razor Gale deck, although there might be some water to go down.
I'm a little distracted here, but you pair that up with Shieldmaster, which anytime another ally becomes fostered, you draw a card. I don't remember if it's draw a card into memory or not, but you basically draw a card, and every single fostered ally gets a +1/1. So you basically
Yeah,
pseudo.
the Shieldmaster Foster deck has been around in various incarnations for a while. We'll see if Lorraine and Tristan in the middle. Lorraine almost exclusively going to be Wind Lorraine out in NorCal. Yeah, and any deck that's running Dungeon Guide is going to be worried about a Frozen Dismissal. Needing to pay an extra 4 in order to get your Dungeon Guide through just completely ruins your level 3 turn. And You know, they're always going to be wanting to do more stuff on their level 3 turn than just go to level 3.
Yeah, it sucks. You're paying, what, you need 8 cards in hand.
To the table for a water deck. You know, there's Seaside Ringleader, there's the Terrapin,
There's the Bovine.
the Bovine. So it's a...
Internet's always an issue. As someone who's usually behind the camera, dude,
Right.
internet is such a nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And Spirit, I think that's a Serene Spirit.
It's Serene Wind on Kevin's side.
My Omni's not working.
So Serene Wind, I have to believe that this is a Vanitas deck. Yeah. With that fractal, no idea what we're up against. No idea what we're up against. Yes, Serene. Yes, Serene is definitely a...
You have 6, 7 influence? I'm at influence 4 down, 4 in hand. Still end of your turn. Yes.
back into gameplay after our clearing of some of those technical difficulties here in the middle of round 2 out of the 7 rounds we're playing today.
Internet, man.
It was a mistake. Technology was a mistake. But we have the Dark Flame Master here on the left with a Sylvie Nico deck, and we have the Godly over here on the right. Kevin, I think we are supposed to be calling him. With a Vanitas 3 deck, I believe, all the way up to the new ALC Alter Vanitas level 3.
Exciting. It
Absolutely.
is the Vanitas level 3. I'm actually curious to see what he is doing with the deck now that I actually can look at deck lists now.
I mean, so far what he's doing is he's putting 20 damage on Nico, which like that's a good start.
Just keep punching.
Just keep punching.
This is okay. So this is gonna be a side note, but here it's in terms of lore, they're both on the same side, and Vanitas is the leader, and Nico is kind of like the lieutenant, right? So this is like know your place, like you're below me. I'm gonna beat that,
Absolutely, yeah, sure.
Wait, is it dead? Oh my God, the game's over.
That's it.
Whoa! The game's over.
Vanitas doing his best Tristan impression, building up prep counters and hitting with a massive slice and dice. Vanitas slice and dice. Oh my God.
Wait, was that a slice and dice? Really?
Yeah, that was a slice and dice.
My.
He's playing surveils. He's playing black market brokers. He's getting enough prep counters to slice and dice. Wow, thinking about it, slice and dice could actually facilitate getting you to level 3 too because of the discount on level 3.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy.
I really want this deck to be good. I'm very excited about this.
You know what I want to say? I was actually talking to Foam yesterday, last night, and we were doing a lot of, we were testing the gear and stuff like that.
Sure.
And he had the player mic on, and we were testing to see if I can hear it on the caster side. And he made a very interesting point. As a joke, he was like, I'm going to go to Vinny's level 2, and then I'm going to smack you for 9, let's just say, and for some reason. Going to go activate Vinny's level 3. I'm going to play Innervate Knowledge. Go down, and then I'll come up to level 3 again.
For free?
For free.
Sounds great.
And then play another Innervate Knowledge. I don't see any innervates in this deck list here, but it is pretty funny.
that is a heck of an idea.
He does have it. It's 3 innervates.
3 innervates on the board. Given that he's up against a Nico deck, do you think he brings those innervates in? Does he want to dodge Ravishing that bad?
It's the one that gives you stealth, right?
It's stealth and spell shroud.
Yeah.
So it also works against Myriad Ice.
Honestly, I don't see why not. Right? You go down, right? You go down from level. Let's just say you're level 3, right? You go from 3. You go down to level 2. On your turn, you just punch him for 9 somehow. Somehow.
Maybe a prepped slice and dice.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows, right?
Just for the sake of argument.
Yeah. For the sake of argument, you get to 9 and you just level up again, and then it's like nothing happened, and you survived. I think that's so good. I think you bring it in.
Yeah, sure.
Surely.
Heal 5. I mean, that sounds good. Wild. Absolutely wild.
Okay, so now they're actually sideboarding here.
Yes.
So for realsy now, you're definitely bringing in Nullifying Lantern. You're definitely bringing the Viridian Trinket. I don't think you're bringing in the Blanche. Arguably, you bring in the Scavenging Raccoon.
So how much does Nullifying Lantern actually do in this matchup? Because I don't think I saw any Polar Fractal Deaths.
Well, that's a good question, because I did not look at the other person's deck list, so let me go pull that one up.
Like...
let's just do this.
Icebound Slam, for sure, gets shut off by Nullifying Lantern. But
it's, the water
that's
doesn't matter.
about
like, the
it.
damage
That's
doesn't really matter.
the biggest painful point for Nico.
Exactly.
Right? It's not Water Ari. Water Ari hates lanterns.
It's funny. Dark Flame Master is not his Omni name. So
It sure is not. It's Crimson.
So now, okay. Let me go. Crimson. Is it this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So looking here, it's
He's got his own Nullifying Lantern on the board. He's ready to bring that in.
yeah. Well, that's really good against like any deck that runs
Absolutely,
fractals, right?
yeah.
So you got the typical, fractals of rain. You got the Frostwarns, the Frostbinds, 4 Icebound Slams. For Mortar Ritual, okay. And then you have the Ravishing Finale. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty typical, like, pretty typical.
Yeah, so we've got a Temptation's Facade might come in. I actually didn't see that much in the way of object interaction from Kevin, from the Godly over here. So we're probably not going to see too much in the way of things coming in.
He does have a
from
Scatter
sideboard.
Essence, which, that's on Fantasia's?
It's only Fantasia's. So, I mean, that is Fractal of Rain. That's
Oh,
not
true,
bad.
true.
And that's still memory, so that'll get you to level 1. He actually stayed off of level 1 for a really long time because he couldn't get a floating memory to stick. So it wouldn't surprise me if he wants to keep those scatter essences in.
Yeah, and it looks like he is running the facade in the sideboard, as long as one frozen dismissal. Just
in the sideboard.
But actually he has 2 in the main board, and he has 1 more in the
that's fair,
sideboard.
that's fair.
So it's gonna bring it up to a total of 3. I don't really think you need 4. Right?
I think this might be the match that he wants frozen dismissal in because it looks like the Godly was playing quite a lot of allies. And that's, in fact, where we are right now. So we've moved into Game 2 here. The Godly over here on Wind Vanitas, Serene Wind Vanitas, with a 1-game lead in this round 2 match. And just continuing to drop some small allies. We see a Slice and Dice face up for some reason. I don't think he's playing it. And we've already got a Swift Recruit in the yard, and this Fairy Whispers doing what Fairy Whispers does.
Face up?
I think it was revealed. Oh, Chilling Touch. That's what it is.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Yeah. We have the Chilling Touch up here. The answer to the question. I think playing these first few turns just to get some allies, just to try and get some prep counters, building up for a big Slice and Dice eventually. And, seeing a Dream Fairy come in, that's nice. Just locking down that Frostborn Paladin. So that's some additional pressure that he's not going to have to worry about.
Oh, I thought it was Snow Fairy for a second. Oops.
It turns out Dream Fairy is not Snow Fairy. So it does actually require that he return the card to his hand.
It's like Dream Fairy? Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I'm gonna...
Everybody's cooked today.
Yeah, it's like you come in expecting water, like a lot of water, so it's like,
absolutely.
oh, surely it's a Snow Fairy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You just see fairy and you're like, that's
It's
fine.
green Snow Fairy. I understand. I got it.
I'm having a terrible time.
Water has the Snow Fairy has a little bit of algae, making it a little green, you know?
Polluted Snow Fairy.
All right, so it looks like Dark Flame Master here is looking at his materialized phase. Like, what is he bringing out?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to have some options against allies, right? And primarily what he's facing here is allies and attacks. So,
There's the Quicksilver Grail. What is he putting under there?
looks like a facade. Looks like a facade. Is facade going under the Grail?
I don't know if that is particularly helpful against his deck, though.
Dude, what the fuck?
Like,
He's struggling. He's having a hard time figuring out what's actually good in this matchup. Look at him.
Yeah, I don't think it's really useful. I would say maybe like a Blinding Orb is probably better than just a Facade because there's not that many things that can target.
Yeah, Blinding Orb under Grail is tried and true. Like, okay, so he's made his decision, and
I didn't quite catch what he actually did.
He flicked through them a little bit too fast for me.
It's okay. Next turn we'll see.
Well,
what he
we'll
has.
find out when it happens. But like, Blinding Orb seems completely reasonable as an extra buffer for a negate effect if he's trying to Frostbind.
What the heck?
Facade actually also seems potentially reasonable as long as he's trying to deal with something that can target his Regalia.
Yeah.
So if he's up against like Zephyrs or something, then the Facade is going to be amazing.
Yeah. So it looks like he. What is that? Fractal? Nope.
That's the
Bovine.
Bovine. Bovine is in, and the Water Casino is online.
Floating memory.
One float, one not. These are about the odds you expect. I think his deck is probably running an average of like 30-ish floating memory. And most water decks at this point are running like 31, 27, something like
Yeah.
something like that.
Now, so this is going to be interesting. He has Icebound Slime in his hand. Now, and there's also a Nullifying Mirror in the yard, or on the field. So, obviously, if he plays it, it's only going to swing for 3.
Yep.
But do you think it's worth it to get more floating memory?
The problem with that is you go shields down to do it.
That is
So
true.
if it was turn 1, I'd say for sure.
Yeah,
Turn
but
3
like
is a lot harder.
he's still level 0.
He is still level 0, yeah. I mean, but also like look at his board, right? This is only ramping up. We've got a Windmill Engineer revealing Windmill Engineer and Black Market Broker, so you can see the shape of the turn to come. You know what's going to be happening in the near future. can you afford to put down all of your cards
Ooh.
in order to ramp up your graveyard like that?
There's this Storm of Thorns being played in response to the Windmill attack, and then in response to the Storm of Thorns, because it would kill it.
It would kill it.
You reclaim it.
Yep. And trying once again desperately to get more floating memory into his yard. So what's the response here?
I don't think he has enough cards. Oh, is he popping the Blinding Orb?
Oh, never mind.
It's not. It's not Blinding Orb.
Resolve.
Never mind.
Okay. Okay. I think he
Dark Flame
thought.
Master with a never mind.
Yeah. I think he thought it was a Blinding Orb, and he forgot, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna Blinding." Oh, never mind. Just kidding. It's not a Blinding Orb. Okay, resolved. Sometimes it happens when you just kind of forget what you just put down, you know?
Absolutely. Well, he doesn't even need Blinding Orb in this situation, right? The Godly looks like all of his cards are down. He has, what, one card off to the side? So maybe he was looking for that Temptations Facade? I don't know what he was looking for.
What would he even put down? I don't think there's really anything for him
No,
to
I
put
don't
down.
know what else it could have been. In response to that Storm of Thorns?
Wait, relax.
Is
man.
this like a
One
cheeky
second.
like?
One second.
Hold on. Let me. I need to read the card here.
No.
Oh, okay. never mind.
Terraforming wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
What's
I
what's
feel
his
like it's
material left?
something that will draw you a card, and then you play Frostbind.
Yeah, okay.
Like I thought he was gonna do some cheeky like, oh, I'm gonna banish a card and draw a card and play Frostbind on your reclaim and do all that like fancy shenanigans, but I don't think that's gonna happen with this deck list.
Yeah. I think I'm just not sure where he was at with that.
Yeah.
a lot of decisions went into that, and I'm not exactly sure where in that process he short-circuited.
Yeah, I'm trying to like figure out what was the light bulb in his head. And he's like,
Anyway, the Godly taking his turn still has that 1/2 stealthed Dream Fairy over on his side. The Tidestone Bovine clearing out the Windmill Engineer. One prep on his level 0 Spirit of Serene Wind. A Viridian Protective Trinket coming out of the materials this turn. Trying to keep himself safe. He desperately wants to get that floating memory online.
looks like the black market broker is coming out.
Yeah.
Preparing for the slice and dice. You know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm so bad.
Literally preparing.
Is this a does this resolve question?
This is does this resolve? Yeah. It's Mother May I Play a Black Market Broker.
Yeah, but it's scary to put anything down, right? Because
Oh,
the Viridian's
absolutely.
out.
Yeah, and if he wants to Frozen Dismissal something, that'll be 5 cards down in order to play the Frozen Dismissal. Very dangerous for him to negate anything if he thinks that anything else is going to be coming down the pike from Godly.
He could pay for it, but then it just shields down. Like that's all your cards.
Right. Yeah. And we've already seen that he likes to leave cards for stuff like Reclaim,
Yeah.
for other kinds of wind interactive cards.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks like a cleanse.
On his turn.
Oh. No.
Revitalizing Cleanse revealed 0 cards.
Actually, this is pretty smart. You get extra healing
Mhm.
because you're forced to put down more cards,
Mm-hmm.
and you still draw cards. So it's not like you're losing.
he didn't have a lot of damage on him, so he recovered 2 essentially here.
Yeah, exactly.
Which revealing 7 or whatever, it doesn't matter. Recovering 2, but I think the big deal is he just wanted the extra card draw. I don't think he would care that much about the Revitalizing Cleanse's heal. How is he using the Bovine to go to Sylvie 1? Maybe I'm misunderstanding this board.
That is a class bonus floating memory. It shouldn't be allowed.
That's what I would think.
I don't. Was it?
He did
Well,
just go to Sylvie 1,
Hold on.
right?
I think he did ask to pick one.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
think.
He banished from his hand. That makes a
But-
lot more sense.
Yeah, because Bovine is still here.
Yeah.
The one that just died.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
We're good. We're
All
good.
right, great.
No
Cool.
illegal play is happening
I'm
here.
so glad that people are playing legal game actions. That's my favorite.
And honestly, who's the feature match judge right now? Oh, I think it's Sean.
He
So
would
we're
notice
good.
that. Yeah, yeah.
we're fine. We're fine. We trust Sean. It's fine.
So the Icebound Slam, like you were suggesting, did come down. He has decided to go shields down in order to try and fill up his yard.
It looks like he did get technically 2 floating memory. There's another Bovine and Fracturize.
Yep, not bad. And he almost cleared the Black Market Broker. Alas, the Reclaim was there.
Unfortunate. But
And
Then
now
he's
we're,
level 1.
Yep, now in comes Vani. So we have the Scry, which is Vanitas's unendurability. And we'll probably see that Black Market Broker coming back from the Godly's hand.
Yeah,
And
you
that'll
might as
give
well.
him that'll give him the 3 counters that he needs for a slice and dice. Since he's at 2 right now. Slice and Dice on Vanitas level 1, not as exciting as Slice and Dice on Vanitas level 2.
Or level
But
3.
Slice and Dice on Vanitas level 3 is very exciting.
Damn, cards cost 2 more on level 3 because you hit twice?
'Cause you
That's
hit twice, yeah.
crazy. Oh, Scavenging Raccoon.
Scavenging! Brutal.
You don't have to pick these, you know? Like,
That's
like
just,
another
that's the 2 floating gone. It's,
Dark Flame Master refusing to hand over his graveyard.
You can just do Fail to Find.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or I think it says up to.
Banish up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Yes, you can
You can
choose to
choose
banish
0.
0 cards. That is a legal game action, although probably not the one that the Godly intended.
Kind of trolling there if
A
you
little
pick
bit.
0.
Scavenging Raccoon coming in for 1 more damage, bringing Dark Flame Master up to that 2 damage.
Man, that's the Windmill Engineer imbued, showing another Windmill Engineer.
And the Black Market Broker that Dark Flame Master already knows is in his hand.
Yeah. It's careful. It's really good because it's Godly is really aware of what information has been revealed or not. So by revealing that, it's like, oh, it's pretty safe.
Yeah.
You know?
That is yet... Oh, no, that's Blessed Clergy now instead of another Windmill Engineer. Ooh.
This
So
one,
that's potentially some restrictive...
this is
switching
scary
here,
because
yeah.
you can only play 2 cards.
Mhm.
Which means if you materialize, that counts as 1. So
Yep.
you can only play 1 more, which is scary.
Yeah, and that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, we're almost assuredly going to see him materialize. The chances that Dark Flame Master takes his turn off for materializes is unlikely.
And I don't. Well, I think it's fine because it's not like Godly is like concerned, but it's more so like I think right now he has no cards in hand. So by only forcing him to pick 1 card left to play, it's like a pseudo shield.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly. Dark Flame Master going up to Nico level 2 with his materialize. So all of his Sylvie class bonuses are now turned off.
Maybe the 1 card he plays is Ravishing Finale.
Yeah, right? That could be deciding not to play anything, which understandable.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. And the Godly moving into his materials.
What
We're
would you
gonna see a Vanitas
materialize
2 here.
here? There's
Vanitas
surely-
2 into the Slice and Dice?
That'd be
That
crazy.
would be wild.
Oh,
Here it is, Vanitas 2!
wait,
Hype?
and then level 3?
Level 3?
Dude, level 3 for free?
Yeah, right?
Dude, come on. Let's see it.
Let's
Let's
see
see
it.
the Venus level 3. Let's see it.
He's going to have to Black Market Broker to get his extra prep counter, because he's only at 2 right now. But then he could Slice and Dice for 1,000,000 damage, and then bring in Vanitas 3 for
That's,
free, which is wild if it happens. Dark Flame Master, of course, needs to read the card. Who wouldn't need to read the card in this scenario?
But the materialized costs 1 more. Which, okay.
If it deals 7 damage with a single attack, though. Right? So it's only the second hit. For Vanitas 2, he has to deal 7 damage with a single attack in order to raise the cost. For Vanitas
Yes,
3,
yes.
it's free. It's on any hit.
Yeah, so it's I guess it's more so like it doesn't matter this turn.
Right.
It's just more I will do 9 damage and bring up Venus level 3 for free.
And that's a Swift Recruit, I think, coming down?
From the new AMB, I think.
I think so.
I think so. That looks like the correct amount of text.
Hearing some math. People are counting cards.
17, 43 divided by 2, what is that? 44, 22?
Is he counting?
Oh, trying to
Ravishing?
figure out for the mill. Yep. Counting for Ravishing. Of course, he does have to get through. He might have a smoke bomb underneath that Grail.
No, it was a facade.
Oh, we've determined it. We figured it out.
Yeah, remember he played it and he's like, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
It was the I have a play, aha, and he's like, oh, never mind, resolved. Ooh, the Terraframe.
So we could see a smoke bomb here. Oh, he brought out a Terraframe?
Yeah,
Okay.
he just brought it out right now.
Well, he could do a lot of things, including a Terraframe.
Okay. Scepter is pretty good in Recollection. It's useless now.
Yeah,
I don't think he's running Nico level.
Nico 3? No.
There is no
probably
level
not.
3.
There is no level 3. Exactly.
Trolling. I don't know.
Would
the
be
cards.
difficult to play a Nico 3 in the current meta.
Illegal card.
But getting those cards out of the Scepter of Lumina is exactly what the Scepter of Lumina is for.
Ooh, it's
The
just a
extra damage is
pass.
nice. And the Godly's still at 4 damage, so not feeling very pressured. A Ravishing getting through here for 6 would probably not do enough. I think.
Ooh. Yeah, so there's two
Veiling
problems here.
coming up for the Godly.
There's 2 problems here. One, you have an intercept.
Yep.
So you have to get through that somehow. And then with the reveal of Veiling Breeze,
Yet
that
another
also
thing you need
hurts
to
a
get
lot,
near,
yeah.
Get through.
Now, granted, I think Dark Flame Master has Frostbind in hand.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think.
Definitely can see that Ravishing going by.
Oh yeah, this is just prep. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the end of my turn. Right? Yeah. No. Yeah. This is prep. This is prep. Yeah. The fairy whisper is the end of my turn. Yeah.
So this is a little bit of a clarification. The judge intervening to try and make sure that we're keeping track of how many spells get played. Since Vanitas level 2
It does
gains
matter.
a power for every spell that is played on a given turn. So that Fairy Whisper is in Recollection. That is an extra power on Vanitas 2.
Oh, true. Oh.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that makes the slice and dice that much bigger.
That's 3 plus 2, so 5. And then 6.
5 plus 8, 13.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot of
You're
damage.
getting close to the... Wait, the second hit from Slice and Dice will
Yeah.
get you to proc the on-hit.
Yeah, it will.
Ooh, Storm
It's
of
the magic
Thorns.
number. Storm of Thorns, an excellent choice here. As the damage starts to come in, Storm of Thorns, preventing the damage from the not Snow Fairy, Dream Fairy, but not doing anything in response. So the Dream Fairy lives through it, and I think the Raccoon and the Windmill Engineer are probably not going to come in and get themselves killed off of that Storm of Thorns.
Yeah, it looks like the Turbo Josh coming in here to draw the extra 2 cards. And does he play the Black
Storm of
Market?
Thorns looks like Storm of Thorns doing an excellent Vanish from Sight impression. So that's pretty good for
It's
Dark
the
Flame Master
Vanish
here.
from Sight at home.
Uh-huh.
And it has floating memory. It was pretty good.
So Turbocharge coming down, drawing some extra cards for the Godly over here. What is his influence? He has like 11 card influence right now. 3 down, like 8, 9, 12, 15, 30 in hand.
He has his entire deck in his hand.
Just holding his entire deck. I think that looks like 9 in hand.
Yeah, but what do you do here, right? Like, you could play the Black Market to gate the extra prep for next turn.
Yeah, and I think he wants to set up for that Slice and Dice. Like, that seems to be a lot of the plan for this deck, is the
Ooh,
Slice
Mage
and Dice.
Bane is coming out, though.
Mage Bane's going to be not that much of a problem. I mean, Mage Bane is a lot of offense on Nico's side, but the defensive parts of the Mage Bane probably isn't going to make that much of a difference. We're not really seeing, like, Razor Gale from the Vanitas deck, right? We're not seeing a lot of spell damage.
But it's the extra mill.
Yes. Yeah, it is an offensive tool for Nico, but as far as defense goes, it doesn't really make much of a
Okay.
difference.
Looks like a loss and off for 1
Mm-hmm.
during the recollection phase. Gonna go ahead and recollect, draw a card, and I mean, do you still go for it? I mean, you still have to deal with the intercept. You still have to deal with the Veiling Breeze that you know that he has.
Mm-hmm. Not a lot of options here. 3 lash counters on Nico so far. So potentially a big hit, but not really in a place to deal that big a hit this turn. So, yep.
Okay.
Just getting intercepted and getting the interceptor off the board. That seems like a reasonable play here.
Yep, just basic swing and
Yep.
then swing pass.
Setting up for a Ravishing in a future turn. So not needing that smoke bombs in order to get through.
Yeah, the issue here is Godly is in no rush. If it hits time, he's winning 1-0.
That's true.
Dark Flame Master needs to be the one putting the pressure on, because even if he wins within the next literal 1 minute here, he has 9 more minutes to play another game of that, or it's a draw.
That's
Which
true.
is technically better than a loss, but you know, obviously you want as many wins as possible. And I don't know what. Let me check what his score here.
Yeah, and it's like you say, it's not unreasonable for the Godly to play to the clock here, right? Just play a slow, solid defensive game.
Yeah.
If he wins, great. If he doesn't win, he's still in a good place.
Yeah, I mean, you just play super safe. No need to take any unnecessary risk. You know, it doesn't matter how long it takes for you to play something. You know, you're gonna win the 1-0, and then if you play super safe, eventually you're just gonna be able to kill, right? So, and then you can get the 2-0 pretty easily.
So we see a Reclaim coming down, picking up those Scavenging Raccoons. Wants to get rid of some of the extra floating memory on the
Looks
Dark
like
Flame
the
Master side.
only lost some thoughts in there, but you know, it's better not picking up anything.
Yeah.
But it's also risky if he like decides not to play it, right? Then it's very risky for Dark Flame Masters to play any floating memory, because that is just immediate. Okay, I'm just gonna Scavenging Raccoon
Right.
the next turn.
So we see a refracting missile preventing the
Ooh.
Reclaim from coming down.
Ooh,
So that's pretty strong.
that's
here.
pretty good.
But the Reclaim is a spell, so we now have, I think, 2 counters, two spells played this turn so
Yep,
far.
yep.
So we have 3 power on Vanitas right now.
Does he have enough influence to? Oh my God, that's 30 recollect.
That's during Rico. Yeah. He's got all of his influence back. No, this is going to be an
Dude,
absurd
black
turn.
market broker, and you just go for it.
Yep. So he's feeling it out here.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
sending
I mean,
in
you just
a couple more
you just
points.
just send it. It's
Yeah, this is going to be black market broker and then slice and dice.
wait. Can he even pay anything? He has Viridian Trinket out. I think he only has 4 cards in hand. I don't think you can even
5.
play anything.
He doesn't have any. Does he have a fractal? What is that counter?
Is that a token?
Yeah, I'm not
For
sure what that
backup
token
charger?
is.
I don't know either. It could be a backup charger, or a power cell.
Oh, power cell makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's probably a power cell.
What's prep 3?
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and do a slice and dice right now.
Yep, that is 2 more damage off of the broker. So we have right now
That's like 13 damage.
2 extra damage plus 1. So we have 3 power. Slice and dice attacks for 3 plus 6, each of those plus the power. So we have a 6 damage swing and a 9 damage swing if it all goes through.
So this is
Yeah, but what we forgot,
1,
Serene.
oh fuck, wait, I can't do math. So first attack is
Is Nico on Serene?
Yes. So he
Okay,
just
okay.
popped it just now. So that does negate one of the swings, basically.
Mhm.
He still takes damage from the other swing, but he is not dead.
yeah. But that is 15 damage dealt from the champion.
Yeah.
So it hits the materialize phase on his next turn, and it is a free Vanitas 3 if he wants it this turn.
bonus one. And then second attack is
How
for
much does Facade cost?
9 my 8. Yeah. Oh, dang, you got it.
Facade. Okay, well, it doesn't matter.
And that's enough.
The game's over. But,
Wait, is that enough?
Okay, sure.
They-
oh, it's not enough.
No. He's talking as if it's enough, but I think maybe he didn't look at the life totals. All right, well, that's definitely time for Vanitas 3, which is great news for everybody.
Yeah.
Vanitas 3 is on the board, came out for
Let's
free.
go.
This is exactly what you want to see out of Vanitas 3. Vanitas Dominus Rex, ready to Dominus some Rex.
On the second one. Yeah. So on your next mat, it costs 1 more. Yeah. So costs 2 more.
And that's just a clarification on the activation of Vanitas 2's on
That's maybe
hit.
7 more for the-
We do have 1 activation because one of the hits was more than 7.
okay.
It was 6 and 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
So on Dark Flame Master's next materialize cards are going to cost 1 more to materialize, which is rough. Even just 1 is rough. If it was 2, that would be even crazier. And now, looking through those materials, he could materialize a 0 at the cost of 1 of his floating memory. He could materialize a 1 at the cost of both of his floating memory. He could materialize nothing and keep his floating memory. And paying 2 for the Blinding Orb. All right. Which actually makes those lash counters build up pretty fast. It's almost not that bad to take that that extra hit in order to get the extra lash counters. But we are seeing a massive Veiling Breeze from the God Lee, while Dark Flame Master still has all of his cards down. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wind cards revealed. So a Ravishing hitting for, well, Ravishing would hit for like 12 right now. That is a lot of damage. Even with that 5 defense, that's still Ravishing for 7, putting him at 13, milling 26 cards. Plus, I think there's a couple of extra mills off of the Magebane Lash, something like that.
But I don't think it's...
But it's still not lethal.
It's 35. So the judge just counted. It's 35 cards left in the deck, so it's not...
Yeah. A mill for 26, even a mill for 32, not going to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, take one from the Veiling.
It's close, though.
So this is just an attack with the Magebane Lash.
I know.
So hits for 6 by default.
Based on lash count. Yeah. So I take the
And they're
1.
clarifying
Don't
the 1 damage goes through.
No.
So 5 prevented by Veiling Breeze, 1 damage goes through because it's a 6 damage attack. And milling based on the lash counters, so mills 6.
So I'll mill 6. No, I'm not.
Oh, you choose.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he actually chose not to trigger it.
Chose not to mill. Fascinating. I guess he doesn't want to give him more floating memory?
Yeah, because it's not lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so if you give him the mill 6 and then he gets floating, I think he just runs away.
Yeah, that's true. Any mill that's not lethal is mill you don't want to do.
Yeah.
It's the question of whether he needs it kind of in between in order to, as an intermediate mill in order to get there on his next turn. But maybe he was relying on a bigger vanishing in order to do it. or bigger ravishing rather.
Yeah, so in response to the materialization of the necklace, you're just going to go ahead and play the Revitalizing Cleanse, and because the Viridian Trinket is still out, he is going to pay 7, which is, now it is relevant.
Yeah.
He will be healing 7.
Yes, yeah. I think he is happy to be putting down those extra cards in order to get that additional heal. But it does mean he is shields pretty much completely down for whatever the Godly wants to pull out here.
Well, there's not much I would be concerned about now, right? Like, the big slice and dice is gone.
The big slice and dice is
I don't think
gone.
you can build the 3 prep counters for even a potential second slice and dice.
But he still has 3 power on his champion. And even like a slice and dice unprepped, that's 6 damage, right? And then he has another 1, 2 from the broker, 1 from the windmill. Is that another 1 underneath that, I think? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus that 6 would be 11. That's still not quite lethal, so he needs to find a little bit more. Looks like he's going in for just 3 with the champion.
Yeah, but you know, the reaction of Dark Flame Master as he's reading the card, it's
right?
like, it costs what now? It does what
Yeah,
now?
right? There's a whole lot of that this match. It's been a great match for that. So 3 damage, 2 damage from the broker now, and
Yeah.
then pass the turn.
Yeah, on the bright side, I don't think the one, like, +1 materialized cost or whatever really matters. Like, I don't know what he could bring out in this scenario.
I mean, there's not a lot left in his material deck.
It's
right?
either a Water Resonance Bubble, which he cited in, and then, or he has for some reason, and then the Smoke Bomb.
But he's out of float. So if he wants to bring anything out, it's going to cost him from his hand.
which he had to play during the end step. Or he has to play it during the end step, which costs a lot more because of the Viridian.
Yeah, I think he doesn't materialize anything here
Yeah,
because paying 1 for a water bobble, definitely, or for a bobble, doesn't really feel very good.
It's also a water bubble. I don't.
Oh yeah,
think you
water
can
bubble
even-
doesn't
you can't
actually
even-
do anything.
You can't even do
Yeah,
anything.
It's not real. Well, I don't know why we're even talking about water bubbles.
Okay.
He's looking for some options here. Thinking about popping the blinding orb. Just to restrict the Godly a little bit.
All right, so 2 cards down from the Blinding Orb. It looks like Godly still has 2 cards in hand. I believe this is... Oh, he is going for the Materialize.
Oh,
I think this costs 2? Yeah.
yeah, this costs 2. Just desperate to draw some more cards here.
He doesn't have any intercepts. I wonder why...
I think this is just for the card draw, it looks like. Maybe he's looking for a way to get some more float into his yard so he can actually fire off a Ravishing? Because his yard's
Yeah.
empty right now.
Yeah, potentially.
This is not a good position for him to be in. He has, what, 35 cards to get through, 34 cards to get through in the Godly's deck?
All right, so it looks like
So
he
he
drew...
needs, if he gets through with a Ravishing, that'll be enough. But he needs to get through undefended.
I don't think...
And he
I
still
don't- I
needs to
don't-
find 2 more float in order for that to happen.
I mean, he has a Refracting Missile. I think he has 2 Refracting Missiles. But I don't know if he can pay for those 2 and Ravishing.
How much does Ravishing cost? 3? 3 and 2 float?
I think so. Yeah. Trying to do the
So that would
math.
be... he would need 12 influence in order to make that work.
4, yeah. I don't think he has 12 cards. We are in
Doesn't
OT
look
now.
like it.
Dark Flame Master is turn 0 here. I don't... yeah, I don't think he has 12 cards in his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has 10 cards.
So not quite enough for 2 Refracting and then the Ravishing. A Lost in Thought could also help him seal the deal here, but not sure exactly what his other options are. We do see a Refracting in his hand.
I mean, he could try to do a safe play, but, like, well, now that we're in OT, it's like he goes to 1, comes back to you, and that's your final turn, and I don't think there's really much.
Yeah. He is on his first turn of 2 possible turns for him in overtime. So not a lot of options.
Yeah, it looks like
Coming
he's
in
just
for
going to go
6.
for the swing and passing. I think he's gonna go ahead and swing. Chooses not to mill, and then I don't know. Maybe he'll go for the. Yeah, I think he'll just go for it the next turn.
Yeah, that could be. I mean,
If he
doesn't
survives.
he doesn't have a lot of options. If he fires off that refracting missile, he already took 6 damage from the melee here, right? Going in with a Mage Bane Lash. If he fires off the refracting missile, that's what, 1 more damage. It's not a whole lot. It's not like he has a lot of fractals up, but maybe setting up for. Well, doesn't look like he has a lot of options at all at this point. Down
I
to
wonder.
lethal damage.
Yeah.
And
yep.
that's it.
And that's it.
Yep.
Yep. It looks like it was
Wow.
a 2-0 for the Godly here, and man, it's rough. Benita's level 3 is actually pretty rough.
Right?
The slice
I
and
mean,
dice combo.
Attacking for 3 without, needing to worry about bringing out a weapon, without needing to worry about durability, without needing to worry about playing a card. Just like, yeah, I'll rest my champion and deal 3 damage to you and also make your next turn that much worse.
Yeah, and it's crazy that like the slice and dice that you're preparing for just brings out level 3 for free, and then now from then onwards, like anytime it hits you, it just costs 1 more. It's just such a good like control, like mechanism.
Yeah.
Right, and especially with Nico, it's a lot of the things cost 1, and now I have to pay 2, which in hindsight is not as bad because I guess you can get lash counters if you had Mage Bane out, but if you don't have a lot of floating, that's kind of rough.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, what a wild match. I'm not sure that anybody would have predicted Wind Vanitas coming in with Slice and Dice in order to beat beat a Sylvie Nico deck.
Yeah.
Sylvie Nico also one of the scarier decks in the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's so consistent, right?
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like we're going to go on a quick break, guys. This is round 2. We're going to go into round 3 very quickly, so don't miss out.
Yeah, back in a bit.
Yeah, Poggers.
Hello, GA fans. Welcome back to the NorCal Mortal Ambition Season Regionals. I am Jim the Eternal. I am joined here by Shinja, and we've got a banger of a match coming up.
Oh, yeah, we do. We have Joe Facha with the Sylvie Nico, the tried and true, and we have, of course, the Casino Ari. Or some people call it the Scam Ari.
Yep. Mucus on Water Ari. Very excited for this match. Water Mirrors, always exciting. Slow-paced, but exciting.
It's definitely slower, but just like the players, gives us a lot of time to think and analyze what is the potential play. And honestly, Casino Ari, or I'm going to call it the Water Ari, okay?
Sure.
Won the most recent Ascent Santa Clara.
Yep,
so
very
we are
powerful
very
deck.
familiar with how that deck runs. Sylvie Nico didn't win it, but it still did pretty good, honestly.
Absolutely, yeah. And, with the water cards coming in from ALC Alter, potentially a little bit of bump in either of these decks.
Yeah, let me see. I'm going to go look at Joe Facha's deck right now. And interesting, he runs 61 cards in the main.
Cute.
Which is not, typical. It's 60 cards. So Joe Facha here is running a lot of 4-ofs. He's only running 2 Song of Frost and 2 Cerulean Decrees. And I don't see any of the new cards. Oh,
I wonder if
there
that
it
was
is.
a little bit of an issue in just obtaining new cards. Like, they are very, very fresh.
He does have it. It's
Okay.
just in the side.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And we're going straight into game 1 here. We have Joe Facha on the right, our Sylvie Nico player. Mucus on the left, our Water Ari player. So, setting up for what's hopefully going to be a very good game.
Yeah, it looks like Mucus is the one who won the dice roll, so they're going to go ahead and go first. Pretty typical Fractal. I think that's a Fractal, right? Yeah, Fractal Rain, and then pass. And I would assume it was imbued. Unfortunately, we didn't cut in quickly. Oh, the turn 1 Icebound Slam. Oh, and the punish.
There it is.
Oh, no. But, I mean, you just got to go for it, right? Like, if you have the Frostbind.
Frost. So good.
Was that a song or a
Song.
No, that was a Frostbind.
Frostbind? Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
So
okay.
it was a Frostbind, which, okay, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
otherwise, you go for it because it generates you value, right?
I mean, you go for it anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, if you're not going to do it now, you're never going to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't want to go shields down on turn 2 or 3.
Oh, yeah, for
right?
sure.
So it's now or never, and if they have the Frostbind, they have the Frostbind.
Yeah, and if they don't have the Frostbind, so much value for
Yeah,
you.
so good. Such a great card there. It does unfortunately mean that Joe Facha's not in a position to counter an opposing Icebound Slam. But
Yeah.
we're not seeing any Icebound Slams coming from Mucus' side. Looks like that turn has already passed.
Yeah, what's interesting is Mucus did the mill from the Fractal of Rain, draw, and then pass.
Yeah.
Just draw pass.
Yep.
Which is fine. And actually, he also materialized the Grand Crusader's Ring, so he also got additional draw, just building the influence. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings out, let's say, a Viridian Trinket turn
Sure.
2, or, his next turn here. I actually don't know if he... Wait. Oh, yeah, he has it in the main, or in the material deck right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just brings it out. And Joe Facha coming out with the Nullifying Lantern.
Dropping out the Tidestone Bovine, milling 2. Nullifying
trigger.
Lantern. I love Nullifying Lantern here. They're both water decks, so in theory they're both kind of a little bit affected by this Nullifying Lantern, but definitely much harder for the Water Ari player to get their game plan online with the Nullifying Lantern out. Completely shuts down the Fractal of Polar Depths, makes something like Torrential Blast much worse.
Yeah,
just really cuts into a lot of their options.
Yeah, and what's interesting, though, is Mucus is running Crystalline Mirror. So he can kill a Fractalized Lantern to enable, a Fractal.
I don't think he could actually kill the Fracturized Lantern. If the Lantern stays out on its own, the Crystalline Mirror can handle it. But if it gets fracturized, then Mucus is in trouble. There are still ways around that particular situation, but it's much harder to deal with.
I can't spell the card. Kick. There it is. I think it kills Fantasias, no?
Does it?
Oh.
would
Destroy
be
target
surprised.
item.
Yeah, not
okay.
Fantasias.
Wake up. Oh, this is a fun
If it becomes a Fantasia, it's not an item anymore.
True.
Our players having fun out here, though. That's
Yeah.
the important part.
I mean, it's a water mirror, basically.
yeah. They're going to spend a lot of turns passing opportunity back and forth with not much occurring.
10 sustain 1 on attack trigger. On attack trigger is on.
Yeah, it's just slow and methodical. You're having the Fractal Rain triggers going through the milling. Honestly, you could technically keep throwing out Icebound Slams to keep milling. You have the Tidestone Bovine on attack triggers, keep milling. You have so many items here that you just mill forever, and you just kind of play the slow game.
Yeah, Jofacha not getting a lot of value out of these mills. I've seen a Ravishing go to the yard over there. I've seen a Frosthorn Paladin go to the yard. Not sure that he's getting any floating memory, actually. So dropping a chilling touch here just to make sure he has some floating memory. And out comes the Scepter.
There's the Scepter.
Off of a Primordial Ritual.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here then, because you're going to level up to Sylvia and then Nico, and that represents about 8 damage, and hopefully like the RE is a little slower for the Nico, and then Nico will just blast. But I don't know, like all the mills hasn't really been going in Jofacha's favor, so
it's a good thing the Scepter of Lumina exists, honestly, just to speed up these water mirrors. And I believe that's, the role it's intended to fill is in a water mirror, it comes out without needing to require a materialization. Comes out a little bit quicker. You can get some extra damage off of your level ups and kind of speed up the otherwise very, very slow timer between these two decks.
yeah, it looks like I did spot a stratagem in Mucus's hand. I wasn't able to spot anything else there, but we do know at least he does have that kill card. And same thing, he's going to respond by bringing out his own Scepter Illumina on his turn. Just like you said, in the water mirrors, just materialize something and then just bring that out on your main phase.
Absolutely. So now the way is clear to start leveling up their champions, and we'll see how much more work they put into it. I'm not actually sure the Water Ari deck is going to... Some Water Ari decks go to level 2, some Water Ari decks don't. I think you have the deck lists.
This is a level 2.
Running level 2?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
so he is still going to get a little bit of damage out of that Scepter Lumina, but it's probably in there mostly for the cards at this point. I think as much as he wants a little bit of additional damage, he's probably going to be relying on stuff like Stratagem for the real hits.
Yeah, and one thing to note, though, is the amount of carefulness that Jofacha is doing. Hey, he's declaring the on-enter trigger on Sylvie, declaring the on-enter trigger on, or the level-up trigger on Scepter Lumina, just making sure, there's clean play, no one's missing anything.
Absolutely, and that makes a lot of sense. Jofacha is actually a player famous for playing the Nico deck. So making sure that he's just very methodical and very, very clean play.
Yeah,
It's nice to see.
He's a SoCal resident. We know him very well. He's a very good guy and very nice player too, but he's also very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. That's the impression that I've gotten. I've heard him referred to as the godfather of Nico.
Yeah.
So.
I've actually haven't heard of that, but it is very fitting. I mean, it makes sense. I think he won like 5 store championships on Nico. No one in SoCal could beat him. It's crazy. 5 in a row, by the way.
Wow. Well, I mean, he's looking good so far, right? Very clean play, like you said, very methodical, and not leaving a lot of holes, right? So keeping his options open, building up his cards, building up his yard. That Tidestone Bovine is doing a lot of work so far. 1 damage here, 1 damage there, but it all adds up eventually.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it going to mill you, it's just 1 damage. And then eventually you let it go, and then it's just going to destroy you.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Although we are seeing a Revitalizing Cleanse come out from Mucus. So all of that incidental chip damage wiped away.
Yeah. One thing to note, guys,
Washed
the
clean.
overlay is currently not working, but it is... there is damage on board. Unfortunately, I cannot see them. but obviously we have
I think he's actually just full healed. Like, I don't think there's any... Oh, there... Yeah, he was at 6 damage, and I think he's full healed.
Was it the revitalizing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Looks like the fracturized lantern.
Yep.
That does disable.
Yeah, this is going to stop the crystalline mirror from interacting
anything,
with the
yeah.
lantern, and this is always the biggest problem. So he's by no means out of the game if this happens, but he is slowed down drastically because you can't get that extra mill out of the penguin, the fractal polar depths.
It's not going to do anything. Yeah, it doesn't matter as much. Like the Icebound Slam is not going to do the full damage, which it doesn't matter too much. It's mostly there to mill for the floating memory. And then, luckily or unluckily, depending on who you're talking about.
We did find the Frostbind.
You did find the Frostbind there. So it looks like he is safe for now.
Sending a Storm of Thorns. I didn't see the other card going into the yard, but he's actually getting a decent pile of floating memory now in his graveyard. So setting up for potentially some bigger hits coming up. We'll see what his next set of plans are. I see
like a
Polar
Fractal of
Depths? Not Polar Depths. Yeah, Fractal of Rain
There's
in
a
hand.
Lost in Thoughts. Is he going to do it?
He's probably, this looks like a Frost. Oh, is he going to Ravish?
Whoa. whoa. Yeah, no, let's calm down
six
here.
cars going down. What's going to happen?
Okay, there's a Fractal of Rain
okay.
play.
Oh, I guess that was just doing the math in his hand. I think he
Yeah.
wants to do the Fractal of Rain and then also maybe set up for a Paladin or something. Yep,
Oh,
there
there
it
it
is.
is.
So the Fractal of Rain and 2 more cards in order to bring out the Frostborn Paladin, banish a floating memory, draw a card, and have a decent-sized threat on the board. Frostborn Paladin, definitely one of the bigger cards in this matchup. We could see eventually a Rippleback Terrapin from Joe Facha, which might be, you know, about the same size, harder to deal with because of the Spell Shroud. But for now, Frostborn Paladin is gonna run this board, and the Ari deck doesn't put out a lot of cards, doesn't pull out a lot of allies.
Yeah, and interestingly, the Polaris is out, but he doesn't have too many herbs out right
Mhm.
now. I mean,
Yeah.
you could go to level 2 and then pop it immediately, but
I think that's his only way of dealing with his board, actually, is going to be go to level 2, get the extra herbs necessary, and then blow up the land. Oh, he does have an ingredient pouch. Okay, so he's got a lot of options in terms of getting his herbs up.
yeah, he's deciding to go more for the slower route, but it does enable more herbs.
Yep. And he's probably looking for more of that incremental advantage than a quick burst right now. I think he's ready to take a little bit of damage. He's already shown a willingness to play Revitalizing Cleanse. So he seems like he's in a good position to take it a little slow, take a few hits in order to make sure he builds up into a better position once everything's said and done.
I wonder if he has another Revitalizing Cleanse, which is why he's so confident that he can just like take hits.
Yeah,
like any
trying to
hits.
piece through his hand. He's definitely got an
I-
Icebound that's probably not ever
don't
going to
see
see
it.
play.
I don't see it Revitalizing.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of Primordial Rituals, though.
Yeah. And not a lot of allies to do anything with.
Yeah.
This is one of the problems with Primordial Ritual in the Ari deck. You usually run like 8 allies.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
you have Frostborn Paladin, and you have Awakened Deacon, and probably not much else. I'm not sure exactly how many allies Mucus is running.
There is the Rhyme Soul Bishop.
Ah, the Rhyme Soul Bishop. This is a great card. I love to see this card. Not everybody's running it, but I think it's becoming more and more popular. Also does a good Frostborn Paladin impression, cycling floating into cards into your hand, and ends up being a floating memory if they end up killing it. So nice to have on this board. Not sure where he's going with it. Is he killing the Tidestone? Is he just dealing 2 damage to the face? Killing the Tidestone. Okay.
That would make more sense.
That makes a lot
It's
of
getting a
sense.
little ridiculous with the amount of mill that that bovine was doing.
Absolutely. And Joe Facha.
Just double checking. What if he? What kind of floating memory does he have? What kind of cards does he have?
Yep.
Ooh. Okay.
Ah, flipping a Ringleader. That's always nice to see. Ringleader comes out of the yard. You can pay 2 if you have the Tamer class bonus, and
Which he is.
water, which he is on Sylvie, and that will draw him another card as well as set up an effect similar to the Sylvie on Enter buff, putting a buff counter on any animal or beast that comes into play that turn.
He could play another bovine.
He could, in fact.
I don't
play
know if he
another
has
bovine.
it in his hand, but he could.
Yeah.
But oh, I do see a Frostsworn. I do see just quite. It's just ever so like out of frame,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. So I can't see what he has in his hand.
The
but
other question is Joe Facha going to clear the board? Right? He's got that Frostborn Paladin, right now the biggest thing on the board. Easy to just walk that into the Rhyme Soul Bishop. It does give Mucus a little bit more floating memory. So I'm not sure if he'd rather get damage onto Mucus, or if he'd rather keep the board clear in order to keep his allies coming in. The Nico deck, especially the Sylvie Nico deck, is more of a board-oriented kind of tempo deck that wants to be able to keep its allies alive and send its allies in. So I think having a little bit more of a board presence on Joe Facha's side, like that's what he's going to be going for here. I'm not sure if he's worried about keeping control of the board.
I honestly I don't think the Rhyme Soul matters at least for now, right? Because
I mean, he doesn't want the Rhyme Soul killing additional Tidestone bovines, but with just the Frostborn Paladin in, it looks like Joe Facha feels pretty safe.
yeah, and he's pretty healthy. Is that 0 damage right now? So
I think he's a 0, yeah.
yeah, so the 2 even going to face doesn't matter. So you just go ahead and swing with the Frostborn, deal the extra damage, and I think he also had the Ripple back in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna play right now, but
No, he's
think I did
passing
see
the
it.
turn. He's already got the Lost in Thought taken back from the banish, because it was chilling touched.
Yes. All right. Looks like the trinket is coming out.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter too much. Jofacha does have 5 cards in hand, so he could play something in response. I don't think... I didn't see a Frostmine or anything like that, so even if he could pay for it, I don't think he has it in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
In response, no. Sure. So, Joseph?
Okay.
Mucus
It
vanishing
looks-
the Scepter of Lumina and getting the Fractal of Rain trigger.
I guess he is... He feels like he doesn't need the extra damage by going to level 2.
Mm-hmm. That's what it seems like, yeah. Not worried about it.
And would
Has
rather take
has
the
the
draw.
herbs that he needs
Oh,
in
the
order to do
stratagem.
anything here. That's an unfortunate mill.
Yeah, I mean, I think he still has one, so I don't think it matters.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that definitely is rough.
3 down, 5 ramp.
Well, that's a lot of cards in his
It is a lot
There's a
of
lot
cards
of
in hand.
options.
And we'll see what he wants to do with them. He is taking a little bit of damage here, right? 7 damage on his 19 health champion. So he's not exactly sitting pretty. There's a little bit of pressure here. He's not in danger of dying imminently, but he needs to keep his eye on the board. He needs to make sure that he's not going to die to just a random ravishing.
Yeah, and the problem is there's not too many floating memory in his own graveyard right now,
Mhm.
so like you can't go for a stratagem play
Right.
because it's not going to be lethal, and he just lost one right now anyway. So you can't rely on like a double stratagem in the
Mhm,
future.
mhm.
So I guess it's like, what do you do, right? Like, do you try to start milling for your stratagem, because obviously with the lantern out, the fractal doesn't matter
Right.
anymore.
Yeah, I mean, without Polar Depths, without Icebound Slam, really, his only
I mean-
real source of damage is stratagem.
I mean, you could Icebound Slam
For
if you're
3.
desperate enough
Mhm.
to do the mill 5,
Right.
which I don't see any other way for him to mill right now.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, it just might it just might work. But
yeah, I mean, it might be his only option.
yeah, like
He's-
is that a Frostborn? I mean, you could Frostborn. I don't see a floating memory.
Mhm.
There's like you have a lot of cards. I don't think
Right,
there's too
right.
many.
I actually would expect to see a Frostworn here if he has it in hand, because I think he wants to get rid of the other Frostworn, and he doesn't want to have to blow all of his herbs into Polaris in order to make it happen. Like, he's got to get the board clear, otherwise he's just taking 3 damage a turn for no reason, and he's very, very far away from getting his own game plan through. Like, as it stands right now, it's going to be a while before he has the resources built up to stratagem, and he doesn't really have a lot of other ways to deal damage. Looks like that Icebound's coming out. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like between Frostborn and this, it might make sense. Maybe he's being a little like, I don't want to say greedy, but like maybe he wants to play the Frostborn
Mhm.
with a floating memory just so he has like a cycle card. He has
Sure.
a buff counter. So I can see maybe why he would do this. But I mean, if he mills 5 floating here, then I think it's
that's
more
pretty
value
good.
than a Frostborn.
Absolutely, yeah. So the real question is what he's attacking here. Is he going to the face? Is he going to the Paladin? We haven't seen the damage get marked
Ooh,
yet.
that's
Here is his on
2,
attack.
3 floating.
3
That's pretty
float.
good.
Yep,
That's pretty good.
it's not a bad mill. And 3
Uh,
damage to the Frostworn. So he is clearing the board here. This is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to make sure that he doesn't die in the near future in order so he has the time to build up the floating memory and hit with that stratagem later in the game. Of course, he is left with only 4 cards in hand. So if Joe Facha brings out his own Viridian Protective Trinket, then he's not really going to be able to interact with anything that Joe Facha is doing this turn. But the fact that he has enough influence right now to Icebound and still leave those 4 cards up is pretty impressive. Like, that's a lot of cards.
Yeah, it's scary because even if you do any kind of interaction, not only is Jofacha paying more, but you know, 1 Frostbine's over. Okay. Going for the Promoter Ritual. Gonna go ahead and sacrifice his own Frostbone Paladin. Just, you know, I'm gonna kill it on my own terms.
Right.
And then he can go ahead and mill 2 cards from his own deck, but also include floating. Assuming...
No, that's good.
I'm okay.
Okay, it looks like that was fine.
Looks like a Chilling Touch and a Cerulean Decree.
Back to you.
So, again, 1 float, 1 non. Joe Facha building up a decent stable of float in his yard. I don't think we have an exact number. Very easy to tell that Mucus has, you know, that stack of separate float.
Yeah.
Joe Facha's been just keeping cards on the top of his deck.
Yeah, so we'll have to track it.
On top of his
manually
graveyard,
ourselves. But it looks like
Looks
there's
like
2
at
here.
least 3, and then I know he also has the Seaside Ringleader in there. So he's got a lot of resources built up in his yard that he hasn't taken
Yeah, I think
advantage
this
of yet.
is also 3. Right there.
Yeah, I think it's 3 on both sides
Yeah.
right now.
Cool.
There might be more in Joe Facha's, though. We didn't see the I didn't see the rest of the yard.
Yeah, I don't think he has too many floating in there.
So we're in the end of Mucus's turn here, moving into Joe Foch's turn, I think.
Yeah. Yeah,
Looking at the materials. Yep.
yeah. At the end, he did bring out the Polaris cauldron there, right there.
Okay, so he's set up, and just a quick strategy note. This is a thing that water Ari can do that wind Ari cannot. Bringing out the Polaris rested in this situation, because wind Ari cares a lot more about those cosmic bolts, whereas water Ari is just using it as a board clear.
Yeah.
So water Ari a lot less concerned if the Polaris gets fracturized.
Oh.
Jofacha going to 2.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's really good. He is going to go ahead and level
Mhm.
to Nico, and he's going to go ahead and pay the 2 floating memory. In response, right, so he's still technically Tamer,
Right.
because the Nico has not hit the board yet. He's going to go ahead and activate the Seaside Ringleader from his graveyard, because because you do need the Tamer class bonus to even do that, and he's still in. So he's going to do that right now.
Yep. Just a very smart, very clean line, and that sets him up to get the extra card and play any animals or beasts that he has, Terrapin or a Tidestone Bovine,
Yeah, and it
with
looks
that
like,
additional buff.
And it looks like with the 2 mills from the Fractal Rain Trigger, it looks like he did add 1 more floating memory in there.
That's enough for a Ravishing if he wants it this turn.
Is it enough, though?
A Ravishing hit right now would take him to 13, so we would see 26 plus however many lash counters. So
Just 2. If
yeah,
he
probably
just
just
straight
2
up
off the
plays
rip, yeah.
Ravishing, it would just
So
be 2 more.
Mill for 28 is probably not going to do it.
Oh, okay. He's going to go ahead and play the Terrapin.
Yeah, Terrapin is a great call here. It's because not only does it get the buff from eating one of the floating memory, it also gets the buff from the Ringleader. So this is going to be a huge menace on this board. This is going to be so difficult for Mucus to clear. Mucus just has to basically resign himself to taking 3 damage a turn for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, this is a big turtle. A big
3/7 is massive.
That is crazy. But I hope he doesn't forget, but he should get a lash counter here if he banished the floating, which I think he did.
Yeah, with 2 counters on the Ripple back Terrapin, he had to have banished the floating.
So I hope Jofacha remembers that Nico gets a lash counter there. But
Yeah, I mean, overall, Jofacha is not really the kind of person to forget these individual triggers.
hopefully. Unsure. I think he plays it, and it's like a. Do you have a response? Is kind of. I would assume. But even with playing that, there's quite a bit of cards in Jofacha's hand. So I guess he's just trying to figure out what more to do. Like you could swing. I mean, you could swing 3 with the Terrapin and then Ravishing if he has enough. That will add slightly extra damage and extra milling.
Well, it looks like he did not get that lash counter.
Seems to be-
Coming in with a 3/7 turtle though.
I wonder if he's gonna read that he should get a lash counter and then remind him.
Maybe.
1, 2. Oh, there he is. He's asking about the
Yeah,
trigger.
the clarification question was: is this mandatory?
Thank you. Yeah, it's good.
Ah, what a great guy, keeping each other in check.
Good job, Mucus, maintaining the board state.
Doesn't want the failure to maintain game state warning, just in case. But honestly, that's a great thing, right? Like it's a good sportsmanship.
Yes,
right? Like if
absolutely.
you notice it, even though they could technically miss it, you should still remind them, like, hey, man, here's the trigger, don't forget it. Warning aside. All right, so it looks like this is just gonna be a straight up pass though. Ooh, Blinding Orb's gonna come out. I wonder if he's gonna do anything in response. Probably
That's
not.
a really good question. So we do have the trinket up for Mucus. We don't have the trinket up for Jofacha. So as it stands right now, if Jofacha wants to interact with anything Mucus is doing, it's going to cost an extra 2 cards.
He does have the ability to pay for it. I think he has 7 cards in hand. So you put 2 cards down. You still have 5 in hand. You could still play a Frostbind. So I don't think it matters too much.
Yep. This might just be for the card. Oh no, that's an assassin
it's a
bonus.
class.
Yeah, you don't get
class
the card. Okay, well, this is I guess Mucus is trying to clear the way for whatever his play is this turn. Milling a float. Okay, back up to 3.
Still quite a bit of ways from a stratagem kill, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the Blinding Orb is meant to do. I mean, stop Joe Facha from some of his options, for sure, right? Maybe if he thinks Joe Facha is running Frozen Dismissal, he can't Frozen Dismissal this turn anymore.
Well, so Mucus has a lot of influence right now, and he's using the Primordial Ritual to and that's extra mill. So the Rhyme Soul Bishop, he sacrificed that, gets a floating memory, Primordial Ritual, floating memory, mills, floating memory. So that's an additional. I think now he's at 6. Am I counting
6
right?
is
5.
if he was at 3 before.
He was at 3.
He
Rhyme Soul
milled
Bishop is
1,
1.
is
He milled
plus
1
another
Primordial,
3,
so that should be 3.
Yeah, so that should
So
be
he has
6.
6.
So
that
he
is
is 2
representing
away from a kill.
8. No, that's 18 damage. He's 1 away from kill.
Joe Facha is on Nico, so 25. 25
Oh,
health.
it didn't update. My bad. Okay. The champion didn't update. I was still seeing Sylvie. Okay, true.
2 away? He needs 9. He needs 9 for a kill. So he's 3 away right now.
He could, I mean, he has enough cards to. I think he could just straight up try to put 1 floating memory in the yard.
Yeah, that might be why the Blinding Orb came out this turn, is he kind of felt like, oh, I have enough floating memory to make it happen, so let's try and prevent Joe Facha from interacting with me.
Yeah, the problem is he has to play 2 cards that he thinks Joe Facha needs the Frostbind, right? Like, you try to bait out the first one,
Right.
right? And then you go shields down and Frostbind the first one, and then you play the stratagem second.
And he is now
Or it doesn't
using
matter.
those Razor Leaf and Spring Leaf herbs to cycle through his deck a bit. So putting a card from his hand onto the bottom of his deck and drawing a card to replace it. With 1 counter on Polaris. Polaris probably not going to get to 7 this turn, so probably not going to be used as a board clear.
I think he has 10 cards in hand right now. I think just go stratagem and then pay for the Frostbind. But it's not a kill.
Yeah. A stratagem right now does 18 damage out of 25, which that's not enough.
But would you do it anyway? Oh,
I
wait.
don't think
wait.
so.
He has a Lost in Thought. He can just play for 0
Yep.
and then play
And
stratagem.
here he is looking at the float, trying to do that math in his head as well.
6, 7, 8,
So with the
9,
Lost
10.
in
Yeah,
Thought,
he should have
that's
enough to
21 damage.
He should have enough to play Lost in Thought, play stratagem, and then pay 2 for Frostbind. I think, if I'm doing my math right. 6 plus 1 plus 2, 7, 9, 10. Yes, he should have 10 cards in hand.
Okay. That's 21 damage.
Is that still 1 off?
21 damage is 4 off.
4 off.
Yeah. He needs to deal 25.
He needs 2 cards. Does he draw 2? I can't do
Yeah,
that.
at this point he needs the extra float more than he needs the extra cards.
Yeah.
So he has 6 float in the yard, a Lost in Thought in hand, so potentially 7 float. He might be able to, I don't know if he has any refracting missiles, but maybe that would make some of the difference up. If he has a refracting missile, that's 2 damage and then an extra float, which would doesn't quite cover it.
Maybe you just hold then.
No, a refracting missile and the Lost in Thought would do it. So with Lost in Thought, it goes to 7, refracting missile goes
sure,
to
but
8.
like he wouldn't be able to play stratagem until the next turn. So like if you can't do that anyway.
Yeah, you
right.
just don't bother.
Yeah,
10 cards in hand? He would need 7. Yeah,
Okay.
not enough.
Okay. He's gonna go defenses up.
Yep.
Play the intercept. I don't think you do the on-answer here. Because you just want the intercept up, but it's gonna die. Do the it is set up for next turn though. Ooh, he's
Another
gonna-
3 down.
Oh,
another paladin.
super defenses.
Yeah.
I like it. I like this option.
Joe Facha taking a look at his hand, seeing if he has a way to interact. I don't think he has a way to prevent it from coming down, given the 4 cards left in Mucus's hand. He might decide he wants to do a tactical Frostbind here, just to get a few more cards out of Mucus's hand and into Mucus's memory.
He could, yes.
A lot of it depends on what he thinks his next turn looks like, right? He might be in the position where he's setting up for a lethal Ravishing. Because he's got a lot of damage on Arisana right now. So if he brings out a Magebane Lash, he's in a really good spot to deal lethal with what he has on the board, as long as there's not too much defense. Joe Facha lets the Frost-sworn Paladin through after thinking about it very hard. And now Mucus sitting on 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, I think.
Looks like he's about to pass, but I think he's thinking about whether or not to make an attack here.
Second one to you. Sure. Heal.
Oh, healing 1 in order to bring up his herbs. And then passing. Just doesn't want to get stuck in a situation where he doesn't remember to heal, or heals in a timing that doesn't work out. So just doing it preemptively.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm also going back to Jofacha's side here, and now that there's 2 Frostworns out on the field,
troubling.
I wonder what we can do to even try to go for a kill.
So Magebane Lash you can use to clear one of them,
Definitely.
and that's not the worst idea here.
Any response to the on-enter of nature? You're good. Okay. So we'll go to 3 lash counters then? Yep.
Okay, that's 3 lash counters.
Mill myself twice. Yep.
Gonna go mill twice. Ooh. Not what you want to see, unfortunately.
2 more non-float.
Yeah, 3 something. And then can I ask how many cards left?
So he has a 3 damage
Ooh,
Magebane
okay.
Lash right now.
He asked the question, how many
Ah.
cards do you have left in your deck? Which means he's thinking about doing it.
26.
Yep.
26.
Does he have a way to get through 2 Frostworn Paladins in order to make that mill happen? That's a lot of defense
That
to
is
get
a
through.
lot of defense. I don't know. I mean, he has a lot of cards in his hand,
It's true. He does have a lot of options.
but
This is still during his
I
Recollect.
do see a refracting missile, but he doesn't have too many.
He has 2
Fantasias.
Rains. So a Refracting Missile will deal 3 damage. May be worth doing. He could use the Refracting Missile in conjunction with his Terrapin in order to clear a Frostworn. But that still leaves 1 more Frostworn up. Does he have another Fractal of Rain in his hand that he could do to get a 4 damage Refracting Missile?
I mean, unless it was put down in memory, like I don't think so.
We are in Recollection now after the Materialize.
He's gonna fracture. Oh, he's fracturizing the lantern to get the +1.
That is another Fractal.
No, I negated it.
So
The clarification from the judge. Didn't you already fracturize the lantern?
like, no,
it got negated.
like no. I definitely frostbinded it.
So that
Okay.
now is 3 fractals, which means a refracting Misthought deep in the tank,
This is
trying to decide. I don't think he can actually prevent it from going through, but if he tries to frostbind it, it will rest the other 2 fractals. So that's less resources that Jofacha has available for his big turn coming up. And this is gonna be a big turn.
Two refracting
Still considering.
missile. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's much that. like,
He's setting aside cards, so he looks like he has something that he wants to do in response to this Lost in Thought.
I think he's considering the frostbind. Or
Could
the
be.
water. Oh, is he waterberry? There's no way, right?
In response to the Lost in Thought? No.
Because I don't think
I don't
his
think he needs to
other
do this
because he
now.
was about to put the frostbind down. Yeah, he is gonna waterberry.
Okay. All right.
Is this like a? I think this might be like a preventative measure.
It absolutely is.
Is he that concerned that his 2 frostworns are gonna die?
It does get another floating memory in his yard, so as a setup for next turn. And this is at a point where Jofacha can't interact with it. And if Jofacha somehow had a way through both of his paladins, he definitely doesn't have a kill anymore.
Yeah, I guess.
So this is maybe overly safe for Mucus, and it could potentially set him up for a kill on his next turn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like it's not like you're losing too much if
Mhm.
you play and he doesn't swing, right? If your frost ones live, then great. You know, if it doesn't live, and for some reason, at least you have the frost, the water barrier.
Yeah, if Jofacha has the answers, Mucus looks like a genius here.
I mean, even if it doesn't, still safe play.
Yeah, exactly.
Still a good play.
Still a safe play. You know, I mean, he's in a position where if he dumps a Lost in Thought and then plays a Refracting Missile, he might just have enough out of the to OTK
Yeah.
Nico at level 2. So getting an extra float into the yard, I think that seems like a completely reasonable play, especially as just a one-off extra defensive measure. And playing it here makes sure that Jofacha can't interact with it. There's no chance of a Frostbind, which is probably what he wants.
Yeah, I do see the one refracting missile. I don't think I see a second one.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, maybe that. Actually, no, he does have two.
Two
Yes,
refracting missiles
Yeah,
in Jofacha's hand?
he has two. He has
Okay. So that would be enough to clear both of those paladins.
two. I don't think enough to play Ravishing on top, though.
Yeah. So he has a 5 damage attack from Nico and a 3 damage attack from the turtle, and one of those are going to be reduced to 1. So the turtle goes through for 1, Nico gets through for 5, 6 damage, putting Arasana with her 19 health at 15 damage. So a water barrier preventing 2 exactly here. Not necessary to live, but again, it's float. And it begins.
Alright.
We have 1 refracting missile hitting a paladin for 4.
And just go for the second one.
Yeah, we'll see what Jofacha's next play is.
Or maybe you just hold interaction and then you try to go for an next turn?
Mm-hmm. He could also use Nico to clear the other paladin and then get an extra damage in with the turtle. And that leaves
true.
all of your resources up.
It's definitely better to do that way and get, I mean, it's still going to swing for 1 because of the water barrier.
Exactly. But what else are you going to do with it?
Yeah, exactly.
And then that leaves Jofacha with a lot of resources up for Mucus's next turn, and we are fast approaching the danger point for Mucus, right? Like Mucus has a bunch of float.
Okay, it's the Frost Swarm.
Okay, all right. This is, I think, just more aggression from Jofacha. It's not going to turn into anything lethal this turn, especially with that water barrier up. But it is clearing the paladin.
I mean, if you swing with the Nico, even though it does 1, you're still milling 6.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming he chooses. Assuming he chooses to do the mill.
Yeah, look at this. Look at it. Okay, so Jofacha has enough cards in hand now that he could have played a Ravishing. He could have done a Ravishing attack here. So with that water barrier up, there's no way he does the Ravishing. Mucus looks like a genius.
This is the 10 million IQ play.
Absolutely. Leveling up to 2 here, getting a little bit of extra health and a few more herbs. 1 healing herb and 1 leveling herb. And he can use this. With 1 more herb off of the ingredient pouch, this is actually just enough to clear the turtle, which is nice. And also has 1 of these cycling herbs. No extra float here. Unfortunate.
Yeah. I don't think it matters too much. I think he has enough if he wants to go for it, but 1 extra doesn't hurt, right?
Yeah.
There's definitely 2 Lost in Thoughts in his hand right now.
And Jofacha has... the problem is Jofacha has enough cards in hand to interact. So if you just go for the stratagem, odds are Jofacha has a way to shut it down. But Mucus is thinking about it.
9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's 9.
So if he dumps the Lost in Thoughts, he has 1 card left after playing the stratagem, including his Fractal.
He's going to choose to put the Fractal down. Or not Fractal, the Lost in Thought down.
Still thinking about it. Still thinking about it, yeah.
Man, I am not a water player.
He is in... Yeah, right?
There's so many options, so many... He's going to imbue a Fractal.
Okay, going for another Fractal. I think this is to level up his refracting missile.
Did he put out a stratagem?
Might have. I don't think he's planning on using it this turn. I don't think there's any harm in revealing it. Like, you have to assume that your opponent has it at that point.
Okay.
Fractal, and
Is that an Awakened Deacon?
It's either an Awakened Deacon or a
Wow.
Realm Soul Bishop. I think it's Awakened
It's a Deacon.
Nice.
Wow, it's seeing play.
Yeah, no, Deacon is a real card these days. Haven't you heard?
Well, she exists. Yeah, but this is important because it has an intercept now that there's 2
does have
Fantasias.
it. Yeah, there's just enough Fantasias.
But the counting, how many floating memory, how many
Yep.
in your graveyard, how many cards in your deck, how many cards in your hand. just
Yep.
Asking all the numbers. making
All of the
sure-
relevant data.
Oh man.
Quick note: we are 40 minutes into round 3 without a winner yet. In
This
game
is definitely
1.
whoever's gonna win game 1 is definitely gonna take it. Like,
Yeah,
There is.
yeah.
I don't think there's gonna be a game 2. Or if there is a game 2, like
Yeah,
I don't think it
game
matters.
2 ties.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
6.5.
And I think both of them are kind of have accepted this, right? You know,
Yeah.
this is a water mirror. We kind of implicitly accepted this bargain of there will be only one game and it will decide everything.
Yeah, and they're definitely taking super methodical plays here. Ooh, the shield coming out.
Yeah. So any source of damage is going to be reduced by 1.
Is very important because stratagem does multiple points of damage. So instead of 3 damage per card or per hit, it is now 2.
Yeah. Well, between
Well,
the
actually, with
shield
the
and the mage
blade, it's 1.
lash,
Yes. So definitely not killing.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 floating there. That's pretty good.
In fact, with Mage Bane Lash and Vapor Jet out, Stratagem deals 0 damage. Always. Because 1 is blocked and then 2 is healed.
Oh, it's a recover 2.
It's recover 2. This is an incredibly difficult board for Mucus to get through. He can't Icebound because the Lantern is out. He can't use the Polar or Fractal Depths because, or the Fractal of Polar Depths because the Lantern is out.
Fracturized.
And he can't Stratagem because he has a shield and a lash and a Mage Bane Lash to get through. This is such a rough position for any of his outs. In fact, I don't even know that he has outs at this point. He might just be struggling through to try and get the tie.
Yeah, but like I think Joe Facha can just do a ravishing at this point.
Yeah, Joe Facha can definitely close this game out in a way that Mucus is now unable to.
Yeah.
So it's just down to can Mucus hold Joe Facha off long enough to secure a game 1 tie? That's a terrible position to be in.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Actually, let's look through Mucus's deck list. Does he have any outs?
I mean, there's not much that I can see.
It's Paladin beatdown. Like, what other options does he have?
But I mean 2 of his paladins are gone already.
Right.
I don't know if he has the 3rd one.
No, Joe Facha definitely has the board right now, and Joe Facha has that huge Mage Bane Lash at this point.
I mean, it is.
It is, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm looking through this deck list. Not too many options at this point, unfortunately. I mean, you could double fracturize like the 2 items and see if that does anything.
Yeah, I think if Mucus had seen this coming, if Mucus had expected this board state, I think like a tactical concession at like maybe the 20-minute mark would have been a decent solution.
And then he has a
chance to actually win game 2.
Well, I don't know, because if it takes you 40 minutes, like even when 20 minutes left on the clock, I don't know if you have enough time to do a game 2.
That's true. Yeah, and at this point it's too late.
Oh, he's doing the
At this point
mirror.
it's definitely too late.
You could pop 1. Theoretically, you just pop the Mage Bane, right?
It has to be memory
That's
cost
fine,
0.
This is getting
Mage Bane and Vapor Jet
memory
both
cost
have
0, yeah,
memory
okay, okay.
costs, unfortunately,
Yeah.
for Crystal and Mirror. They're both counting the cards in their deck. There is the possibility that if Mucus still has more cards in his deck than Joe Facha. Did you hear the numbers?
No, I did not hear the numbers, unfortunately. He's going to mill himself twice with the fractal range triggers. Just, I mean, I guess looking for more floating memory.
Yeah. So it's
Ooh, frost one. Oh, there's the 3rd one. And there's the 1 extra floating memory.
extra float. That's nice. Potentially could use a stratagem to clear the board, although I guess that's what Polaris is for. Like, he has defenses. He has ways to not die. I just don't see how he has a way to win. What a struggle. Cycling 1 more card, using that herb, getting the age counter on Polaris. And taking a look at his hand, taking a look at his float. Mucus once again deep in the tank. Both of these players really taking their time on these decisions. I think part of that, implicit contract between water players.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we're in this situation now with Mucus and it looking pretty grim. But throughout this entire game, like it doesn't really feel like he really made too many mistakes or any mistakes at all. It's just like he didn't see as many floating memories from the mills, which is like unfortunate. And he had to go shields up with the Frostborn Paladins, which unfortunately Jofacha had the answers for. So he's trying his best to fight it out and go for the out, whatever it may be. But I feel like the writing's on the wall here.
Yeah, it's really not looking good for Mucus, but
All right,
we'll see
End
where
of
it goes.
End of turn, Arasana level 2 effect, draw a card. It was an Icebound Slam. It also adds counters to the Polaris. I mean, you just clear the board, helps out with the potential ally damage there, but.
Yeah, that's kind of where he is right now. It's just he's trying to deal with this chip damage. He probably, I don't know if he has like another water barrier in hand or something to deal with the Ravishing.
Yeah, and I think with the Viridian Trinket coming out, not only, well, it could be that there's really not much to materialize, but I think Jofacha is going to just attempt it right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no visible defense here. The thing about the Viridian Protective Trinket is that it is mirror bait, right? It doesn't actually do anything, since there's really no other good target for the mirror anymore.
Yeah.
So it's depending on whether or not Mucus wants to pop the mirror here, there's probably not many other targets for the mirror either.
I don't think Jofacha. I think did he play GCR? Because I'm looking through his material deck and saying like, oh, what else can he bring out?
I think he must have already GCR'd.
Yeah.
We have a 4-point lost in thought on Mucus's side. And this is in response, I think, to the Viridian Protective Trinket. Jofacha
Double Frostborn.
letting it go. Jofacha letting it go.
1, 2,
4,
3,
7,
4.
6.
5, 6.
6-point loss with the 2
plus the two
fractals.
fractals, yeah.
Yep.
Sheesh.
6
That's a lot of
lost in
influence.
thought. That's a lot of cards. All right, Mucus. Now that you have drawn 6 cards, how are you winning this game?
It's still. Oh, did he just pass?
This is still in Jofacha's materialize.
Okay.
And then beginning of recollection, I'll target mill you twice.
And
All right.
Jofacha now milling his opponent.
All right. I think he's gonna go for it. That's pretty good indicator that
that's-
I'm gonna go for it.
Right? The tables have now turned.
Yeah, I'll just attempt to recollect it.
All right, recollect, draw. I didn't quite catch what that card was. I don't think it matters. I'm pretty sure he's ravishing this turn.
Yeah.
Just gonna go ahead, probably swing with the Terrapin, swing with the Frostborn, and then go ahead and play the ravishing, and see what interaction Mucus
I mean,
has.
he only needs 8 damage just to kill off of damage regularly. So a ravishing will just straight up kill at this point.
Yeah.
In fact, he is 1 floating memory off from a regular attack without a ravishing, just straight up killing.
Yeah, but it's important here because he plays the ravishing. You either frostbind it, all right? Which I think at this point it doesn't matter because Jofacha just had so much influence that he could just pay for it. Or you play something like Water Barrier where you could reduce it down to just 1 and kind of survive. But I think at that point, I think Mucus doesn't have enough cards in his deck, so he'll just get milled out.
It's sure looking that way.
Yeah.
Mucus taking damage from both of these allies, deciding not to spend the Polaris to clear it.
Yeah.
Now 20 out of 22.
Yeah, so like if he plays Ravishing right now, he doesn't play Frostbind, he plays Water Barrier instead. He will live with 1 HP, but I do think the milling will still.
Yeah, he'll still mill for 42,
Yeah.
which is assuredly lethal here.
Yeah.
And
Just
Jo-
eat
yeah,
all the
Jofacha
herbs.
has everything. It's not like you can Frostbind a Ravishing when Jofacha has like an
Double
11 card
Frostbind.
hand.
10 card hand.
Jofacha.
Well,
Jofacha taking his time here, thinking about it,
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
making sure that
I mean, at this point,
gonna
you might
work
as well
the way
take
it's
the
gonna
extra
work.
time.
Yeah. You don't want to rush into anything at this stage of the game.
Yeah, because whoever wins here is basically taking the entire round. So you want to be extra careful that whatever you're about to do is the finisher. And most
Absolutely.
likely probably will be the finisher, either for himself or for his opponent.
Attempt to swing 7 to you, though.
Oh, he's just going to go for it.
Yeah,
7.
just 7 in.
Yeah.
Water Barrier does prevent death.
Is he gonna
He's
go
going for it.
Yeah, he's probably going to get the Water Barrier out.
It's 5
Yep.
cards down for the Water Barrier. Yep.
Yeah, 3 cards up. Even if he frostbinds, space 2 goes through. And he only mills 7.
Whatever your result.
Take 1 damage. And then, sure, we'll hit the mill this time. So for 7.
Milling
Alright,
7.
Doing a mill 7.
Not
Oh,
everything.
oh,
7.
it's a-
Just 7, yeah.
Oh, it's not a.
Yeah.
rare.
Yeah. No ravishing trigger, but Nico still has the on hit trigger.
3, 4. 4 floating.
4 floating, and it looks like less than 10 cards left in Mucus's deck right now.
So you have 3 in hand, right?
Ooh. 3 in hand. Is he just gonna refracting missile? Does he have
This could be a
Oh,
refracting
that's
to
no
lethal.
very. 1 damage. Swing.
1 damage, that's
Swing the
enough.
1.
Anything on activation?
Okay, but the Polaris though. You can just pop Polaris.
He can, yeah.
Attempt to heal.
The one
The
heal,
eating the herb.
herb left over.
Eating the herb.
Oh.
Heal 1 is good.
He one is good,
Oh, God.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Is Jofatra just gonna play another ally and then try to swing again?
Try for turtle.
It's
Oh, he's doing the
yep,
turtle.
There's another ally.
Okay, but the cauldron though.
The cauldron. Yep.
3.
Yeah.
Activation is good.
On enter, banish, draw 1.
Yes.
On enter, banish, and draw
Ooh.
1. So now it's a 2/5 turtle.
I wonder if Jofatra just didn't have a ravishing.
Pop.
Everything dies.
Yep. And there is
There it is.
the
Board wipe
Polaris.
there.
Yep.
I think Jofatra only has 4 cards left. 5 cards, which is enough to interact once.
Time to probably see
Oh, there's the seaside.
Plays a sing-side ringleader.
Yeah, yeah. You just had
GG.
enough cards to just play everything.
Oh, we didn't have enough Fantasias up for the
Your
crystal
call,
and
your call,
mirror.
man.
That's why the
He
Viridian
only had
trinket was the
2.
problem. He only
Yeah.
had 2. I understand
If I
now.
don't see Iceman, I'm stupid.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Jofatra
what a-
wins game 1
And,
after
I mean-
52 minutes.
I mean, yeah. There's no way game 2 is gonna finish in time.
I mean, there is still a
Yeah, 'cause I
chance
was like,
for,
okay,
you know, scam Ari, as it's been termed, to scam its way
Double
to a
Icebound
victory.
Slam.
Yeah. Icebound into stratagem.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, sure, yeah, but I would feel like turn 1, you bring out Nullifying, turn 2, bring out Viridian, and
Yeah,
then it's like
yeah,
not much
yeah.
you can do here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not 1 card off. I was very next
They're just currently talking about what can I do, what do I have, like, oh, I was 1 card short.
yep.
Which
So they're giving it the old college try. There's a sideboard coming in from Mucus.
I mean, you might as well, right?
Yeah,
like
right, absolutely.
like like
you
you
play
said.
as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, scam Ari. Like,
Right.
like if I high roll, it could be a draw.
Yeah, and I think Jofatra wanted to stretch out that game as long as possible, whereas Mucus, like, I think once Mucus saw the writing on the wall, he probably wanted to move on. But I also understand that feeling of like, oh, I still have a chance to
Like,
win.
I could
s-
draw.
Yeah, I still have an out. So it's difficult to make that decision in the moment.
Yeah, and while I guess because they are sideboarding here, what are they bringing in, right? So it looks like Jofatra here.
Lantern becomes a fractal. Now you have a scatter essence. This might be what that's for.
That is
Wow, that
might be what
is-
it's for. Yeah.
That is some tech.
All right, so it looks like pretty good turn 1 play from Jofatra. It is a, play spirit, draw your cards, imbue the Fractal of Rain. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see what the imbue
Okay,
was.
so Mucus lost and decided that he wanted to go second, potentially in order to
Icebound?
high roll that turn 1 Icebound.
yeah, well, it doesn't
which
look like
did
he
not
had
happen,
it.
unfortunately.
Yeah, but same plan. Imbue
Yeah,
Fractal of Rain.
yeah.
Still pretty good.
Respect. Shoot your shot.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like with only basically 10 minutes left in a round, you might as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What else are you gonna do? If this ends up being another long game, that's Joe Foch's win.
Yeah, but what's interesting is I do immediately
Immediately
nullify-
brings
yeah,
up the lantern.
immediately
Yep.
bringing that
He
out.
knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I would do
There's
that
no
too.
question.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to play safe, right? Bring out the nullifying lantern. Immediately, your Icebound Slams is not going to catch you off guard. Your Fractal Polar Depths, not going to catch you off guard.
Mhm.
Bring out the Seaside Ringleader as well.
Yeah, Seaside Ringleader here. It is a 2/2 ally, and getting some pressure early on,
Okay, backup charger.
forcing Mucus to react. Joe Facha wants this game to go long. So the more he's able to put pressure on Mucus, the more he's able to make Mucus make
Ooh.
defensive plays instead of offensive plays, the better it is for Joe Facha.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like the Tower Gate mill himself. Ooh, the second Fractal Rain, but he did mill out the Lost in Thought, so that's +1 memory, or floating memory into the yard. I do see a Fractal of Polar Depths. Kind of useless right now, but I did see it, and I think he does have a stratagem in,
Yeah,
in
that
his hand
instant
as well.
lantern. So rough. So if he finds a way to get a few more mills on himself, he might be able to still stratagem his opponent out. That is
mean-
going to take a little bit more than he has access to at the moment. though.
I mean, so far, his floating memory mill game is 100% right now. So, looking pretty good.
yeah. Those are good odds.
All right, looks like the swing for 2 going in. The small chip damage. And what we don't realize is potentially Joe Facha could make it a 2-0. Like, really
Absolutely.
quickly, just as fast.
Yep.
Ooh, a Fracturize.
Fracturizing the power cell.
Okay,
so now
now
he
he
has
has 3.
3 fractals out and an extra float. Wow, he's
Does he bring out the...
Maybe
Okay,
going
he's
for
going to
it?
level 1 already.
Okay, going to level 1.
Not bad. Bring out the 2 herbs. Bring out the Cauldron.
Going to level 1 Ari, so he's not bringing in Vanitas. He's not bringing in the Scatter Essence.
Unfortunate. I wish he did.
Yeah, that would have been
That'd have
such
been-
a beautiful
what a
play.
tech.
I don't even know if it's
Oh,
good here.
Wait, was that
but
a win card?
where?
Did he just in here?
Whoa.
Did he mill it?
I mean, Scatter Essence is floating memory, unconditional. So maybe he just
wonder-
wants more floating memory?
I mean, sure, but like, I wonder if he did it actually intending to do Vanitas,
Interesting.
but he just chose
oh, but
not to.
yeah, if he didn't have him in hand,
Yeah,
then
so
he doesn't
maybe
care.
he's
Okay.
like, okay, I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to dig for it.
Right.
It's still a good option because, like you said, it's unconditional floating memory. So
Right.
if he mills it later, it's like not a big deal.
Yeah, that's definitely the win card. He brought in the Scatter Essences. He was going to go for it. Oh,
That's-
Mucus.
I mean, that's a genius tack, right?
Absolutely. How many times have we called Mucus a genius this stream?
This guy, his brain is too big. I wonder what Joe Facha is thinking.
Yeah,
He
right?
sees the scatter and he's like, what in the?
Maybe he's run into this tech before. Maybe he knows. I
Maybe?
didn't know.
I
Maybe
didn't
he
know
knows.
about this tech,
Joe
but
Facha might know.
you know,
Joe Facha seems like a
maybe
knower.
this was a competitive secret,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, that I'm not a part of.
So we have a Frostborn Paladin coming out for Mucus, dealing 3, knocking out one of the ringleaders. Is that what happened?
Did he have 2?
Did he have 2? I don't know. It's rested, so I'm wondering what's going on here.
It looks like. What is he gonna go for? He's gonna play the penguin.
The
Okay,
penguin.
he's gonna play the penguin. I don't
It's
think
still
it
a
matters.
fractal.
Still a fractal. Still.
You know, this makes
helps
his
you pay
refracting
cost.
missiles that much bigger.
Yep.
Maybe that's the plan.
Yep. It looks like in response, I'm gonna go ahead and do a promoter ritual here, killing the Seaside Ringleader and milling 2 cards. Unfortunately, not
Both
the
not
cards
float.
that
There
I
goes a
wanna see.
ravishing. Water Casino.
Yeah. Well, gonna go ahead and go up to Sylvie here on enter trigger.
Understandable with those 2 ringleaders in the
Ooh,
yard.
okay. All right, floating memory there with Lost in Thought from the Fractal Rain.
So he now has the Sylvie buff active, and it looks like he's pulling out
Surely
the
he has a
ringleaders,
turbine,
right? He's pulling out both ringleaders here.
Oh.
We're going to see a real big turtle.
Or
a
cow.
real big cow. Yeah. One or the other.
Oh, this was all during Recollection too.
Yeah, this is all during Recollection. Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Surely he's drawn
Love
one,
to see
right?
it.
Surely. I don't see one, actually.
Oh,
wait,
no.
wait, hold on. I need to like pixel peep here. I don't think that might be a turtle right there, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I definitely can't tell from that art.
I think his Terrapin was foil.
Is that? That's a primordial ritual on the top of his hand.
Yeah. Sorry, this little pixel down there.
Yeah. If he puts 3 cards down here, what's the plan?
Man, if he did all that, and
Yeah, did all that
doesn't have an
didn't end up with an
animal,
animal?
that might be
such a bummer.
I mean, he's not too bad. He did draw 2 cards there, but
That's true. Yeah,
that-
it's
that-
not for nothing.
yeah,
but it's
but-
like, oh, that's so much value that you're just leaving on the table. Yeah, if he had an animal, he wouldn't be thinking this hard. I think his turn would be a lot clearer. Is that, what, 3 Lost in Thoughts at the top?
Yeah, that's 3 here, and I think that's an Icebound Slam over there. There's a Primordial Ritual there, and I don't know. I didn't see what other cards he had. Is
I
he
wonder
just
if he's
gonna
gonna
do a Lost
he,
in Thought
he
to
might
try
just
to dig?
cycle, yeah. Pitching a Lost in
2,
Thought.
pay
Now he has, what,
2.
3 float or 2 float?
Yeah, he has 2 float. He's gonna go ahead and pay 2 to cycle 2 cards. I really think he's trying to dig.
Yeah, I think
dig
he's
for the
trying to
animal.
find the animal.
Oh, did he see it? No, I don't think. I can't see. Oh, that's a Frostborn and a Bovine.
If it's a bovine.
No, it's not a
Nope.
Bovine. He's putting it down.
Here
Okay,
comes a
Snow
Snow Fairy?
Fairy.
Yeah.
Damn, that is unfortunate.
Didn't find it. That's too
That-
bad.
that's
okay, well,
unfortunate.
Snow Fairy still pretty good here. Locks down the Frostborn Paladin and gets in for 1 damage.
Yep, just the 1 damage here. He should be at 5. By the way, the overlay I think is not working right now, so I'll just put 5.
Yeah, we should have Sylvie up in the upper right as well, so do what we can with what we got.
All right, so there's Crystalline. He's going to pop the Lantern. Lantern is gone. That
We
does
might see a
enable the
Fracture
Fractal.
Horizon response.
True.
Nope, he just lets it go.
That's okay.
So that Fractal, we could see some real damage here.
Okay, this game's going a lot
that
better.
Looks like 3 cards currently in Mucus's yard, 2 of which are float. So still not a lot of gas yet. Needs a little bit more before he can make something happen.
Yeah, one thing to note though is we are in OT right now, so this I think Joe Facha was turn 0.
Oh, yeah, I
I
think
would
so.
have to double check, but I'm pretty sure he was. So this is Mucus's first of the second turn. Ooh, Refracting Missile during Recollection Step here.
Yep, so turn 0 is over. We are now on turn 1. And this is a Refracting Missile coming down in Mucus's Recollection. So still potentially a lot of gas this turn.
Ooh, Storm of Thorns.
Storm of Thorns. Does not want to take any extra damage. Doesn't feel... Yeah, okay. Understandable. So instead of 4, he takes 3.
Cool, that's 3 there. One, two.
Icebound?
Oh, he's stratagem now.
Stratagem. With Storm of Thorns up, it's going to be a lot worse. Pitching a Lost in Thought, and then popping the Polar Fractal Depths, Fractal of Polar Depths,
Okay.
to mill another
Okay, so that's 4 right
5.
now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5.
5. His 6th
that's
card is
3.
Wind.
4. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah,
Wow, that's
that's a lot of floating.
But he's still got the Storm of Thorns active. So he needs to get to 19
but that's 2
on 2
damage
per
each.
card? Is that enough? Ooh, the fist bump?
I don't think that was enough.
I think
I think it was a
that
Hail
was a
Mary.
concession. I think that was a concession.
Yeah. I think it was like a Hail Mary. Like, if I had it, then great.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, like, it doesn't look like he had it.
Yeah.
How much? His Penguin gave him so much floating there.
He didn't need 5. I think he needed 4 float off of the Penguin.
Yeah. I think he did mill 4.
Yeah, he had to.
He
have.
had milled
I think
6
he
cards,
he-
and then he milled 4 floating.
Yeah.
That's like right on the dot.
Yeah.
If he was
Gosh.
unlucky and missed 1, then it was over. That's crazy.
Wow. Okay, so Mucus's Hail Mary clinches the tie in the last few seconds of overtime. What a player.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so much. Mucus. What a genius.
Yeah, right? What a genius.
He knew.
Yeah,
He knew the 4 floating memory was on top of his deck. He knew it.
absolutely.
Yeah, he just saw the future and he just did it, man. It was all planned. All according to Keikaku.
You know what? Even if he didn't know, I definitely appreciate taking the risk and playing to his outs, like that is the mark of a good player.
Yeah.
It's not just about getting lucky, it's about setting yourself up to take advantage of luck.
Yeah,
And that is very much where he was in this game.
Yeah, and you just know, right? Like, it's like, okay, the game, it's pretty much over. Like, if I don't hit this, it's over. Like, there's no point in progressing the game. The OT is on, right? It is my first turn. I am definitely not killing him next turn, like, guaranteed, right? So you might as well just do it now,
Yep.
right? And
Yep.
if it doesn't kill, at least you might have one more turn, right? To at least try to do one more or something. But
Exactly.
yeah, that's crazy. That was crazy. Such an entertaining
Wild.
game. The game 1 was so calculating, and then game 2 was so explosive.
So explosive, so cool to watch. Man, so game 1, absolutely living up to our expectations for Water Mirrors.
Yeah, it was like 45 minutes or something, right?
And yeah, Mucus just lightning fast, clinching game 2 to make that tie happen. Just very incredible.
He
What a-
needed 4
what a
and he
wild
got 4.
difference
That's
between the two
crazy.
games.
That's so crazy.
So crazy.
I mean, sorry, not crazy. It was all according to plan. He knew it from the start. Absolute genius.
Yeah, never didn't have it.
Yeah. All right, guys. So that was end of round. What was that, 3? So it looks like the rest of the tournament is going to lunch. So therefore, we are also going to go on lunch. I'm kind of hungry. I
Seems like a good
believe
idea.
it's a 45-minute lunch.
45,
break.
I think the stream might be going for an hour. I don't know exactly what's going on. Well, let's say 45 minutes. We'll see what happens.
We'll do 45 minutes. If we come back early, great.
Yep.
But otherwise, minimum 45 minutes. I am also not sure exactly when the players are supposed to come back because the feature match table is on a different time. So I'm not sure if we ran over or not. But yeah, that's round 3 of the NorCal regionals, guys. I mean, the first 3 games are pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be right back, guys. Go ahead, have your own lunches, have your own meals, and we'll see you soon.
Yep, looking forward to seeing you when we come back.
back, everyone, to the NorCal Regionals hosted by Final Cut TCG. My name is Shinja, and joining me today is Jim. How are you, Jim? How was
Doing
lunch?
good. Lunch was delicious. I feel refreshed. I feel revitalized. Ready to go.
You're cleansed?
Mm-hmm,
Yeah. Recovering some. All right. So we just came back from lunch, as we just talked about. It is going to be round 4. So that being said, let's look at what our initial top 8 looks like. Now, granted, this tournament is a top 16 invite, so there will be 8 more people after this that will get the invite. But the first top 8, number 1 is currently Steven. He is currently 3-0. Looks like that's the number 1 spot right now.
Yep.
We got Christian, or Duckcats, number 2, expected of our national champion there. And then we have number 3, Chow, also at 3-0. So it looks like everyone's basically 3-0 all the way up to 5th place. We have Kevin at 2-0, Asher on 201, and Peter 201.
Pretty good. I would have expected a few more 3-0s this early, but there's a lot of draws going around. I mean, there's a lot of water going around.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of draws going around. So this is not too unexpected, given the meta that we're seeing. And, given Grand Archive, this is kind of what Grand Archive looks like.
Yeah, and our next match is honestly kind of exciting. Is my boy Benton going in against Asher or Death at War here, and it's one.
Coming up.
All right, who won the dice roll here? Looks like Asher might have been the one who won. Yep, there it is. It looks like regular Spirit of Fire, or water.
Regular water, yeah. Kind of a standard. I think there's a mix of people talking about water versus fragmented water versus serene water as kind of a start for your Nico decks. And then there's also just how much can you fit into a material deck.
Yeah, it's always the problem, right? Where you're stuck with 12, but you need so many cards that you want, right?
Absolutely.
But you're limited by that 12.
So respect to the people who can manage some flexibility in their materials. I don't know how they do it.
It's just sometimes it's decision paralysis, and then you just gotta go with it.
So we have the fragmented Spirit of Fire coming down for Spirit of Water, fragmented water. Yeah, everybody's just water. Water Merlin, Water Kongming, fragmented Spirit of Fire coming down for Benton.
Yeah.
Kind of the expected spirit for Merlin these days.
Yeah, what's really nice about Benton's deck right here is, one, he mainboarded the Viridian Trinket, so he's not in the sideboard. It is for those water matchups. And what's really cool is he mainboarded, actually, I'm going to double check he actually did it, but I'm pretty sure he did. What? Actually,
Lantern?
no. Wait, did he not do it? Am I just missing?
What are we looking
Was the Under Fire?
for? Oh.
He was talking about it yesterday, actually. So that's why I thought he had it. But surprisingly, I don't see.
Just
But
seeing him in the board?
yeah, I don't see it. So he must have decided not to play it. But he was saying like main board under fire, so that way if he like gets icebound slams or whatever, he can use it to do stealth,
Yeah,
and then it kind of
absolutely.
ruins their day. Which that's why I was gonna bring it up because against the Nico, like it actually might have mattered, but I don't see it here. So
Yeah. What do we have here?
ooh,
I think he fracturized he fracturized his token, so that's what's going on Asher's side. And a Library Witch for the early defense / card draw on Benton's side. So he's not going to get slammed.
It's up there. At the very worst, he could also Cremation Ritual with it. Draw 3. Pretty typical seeing it from
standard
Dawn of
Merlin
Ashes. Yeah.
stuff. And we have a Frostworn Paladin coming in on Asher's side. So no slam, no intention to slam, but going to clear that Library Witch with, big water allies. And we'll see what happens next. Looks like he's passing the turn. Has that convenient 5 placed on top of his hand so we know how many cards are left. Very nice of him. And Benton moving into his Materialize. What are we going to see here? It's still early days for Merlin, but we're probably going to try and get to level 1 as soon as possible. Usually, Merlin wants to do that off of float. Probably doesn't want to spend the resources to go up to level 1 here. But nope, that's what we're seeing. Straight into Lorraine.
Lorraine 1, though. Beautiful. And pretty standard Sword of Seeking. I don't know what other sword he has. It's just John Bland. Okay. Yeah. So Sword of Seeking, only card, only sword that he can bring out. Pretty standard.
Standard. Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. A sword is a sword.
Let's see here. Oh, okay, so it looks like Frostborn swung into Library Witch. Killed it, draw a card. What is... I keep... He plays a little back, so I can't see what's in his hand, unfortunately.
Right.
But I would imagine it's like maybe a hasty messenger if he
Hand
had it.
cams next time. Think about it.
I'm working on it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm working on it. There you go. Hasty messenger. If he has a floating memory card in his hand, it would be huge here. If he doesn't, it's still a cycle. But
this will be a good setup into his level 2 turn as well.
yeah. I wonder if it's worth it for him to stay at Merlin level 2 for a little bit, maybe like 1 extra turn, as an incentive for stealing the memory.
Yeah, I think that's a smart idea. If he's not pressured, if he doesn't have a lot of reason to move into 3 immediately, just keep on getting your levels off of your opponent's float, and then you don't need to worry about, you're still getting a level a turn, so you're still ramping up to those big fireballs, even if you're not already Crux.
Yeah, and it was like it was a gentle respite off the hasty messenger, so that is the floating memory for himself, just in case, because, as someone who is facing against Merlin, or honestly Lorraine level 1, you kind of expect a Merlin level 2, so you're very hesitant on playing floating memory and kind of leaving it there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want to get punished with Dungeon Guide to Merlin level 2 and then eating the floating memory right off the bat. Okay, looks like the Quicksilver Grail.
What do we think is coming under the Quicksilver Grail? This is a Nico deck, you said, right?
It is an eco deck. I would imagine maybe either a Blinding Orb, which is pretty standard, or maybe a Smoke Bomb, because he did see a Library Witch's intercepts, so he could think, oh, he must have more intercepts. He must have a taunt, maybe. Benton is running Star Wars Shieldmates, so it might be a Smoke Bomb.
Could also be a Facade if he's worried about Regalia hate. If he's concerned that Benton is going to try and take out some of his more precious Regalia, he might have a Facade
like a
under there.
Spurn or a Reduced Ash or something like that, which...
I mean, he's fire.
Yes, I don't... He is actually not running it in the main board.
Okay.
But he is in the side. But it's a one-up.
right, yeah. I mean, it's... from Asher's perspective, he has no idea exactly what's in Benton's deck.
Yeah.
But
it's a it's more
Blinding
of a
Orb
deck.
is more likely. That seems like the most common play for Water Grail. And we have a Fractal of Rain coming down, so starting that self-mill. Revealing 2 Terrapins. Ooh, that Sylvie turn. It's going to be good.
There's the Chess Club Fracturized token there, the poker chip. Those are pretty sweet, by the way.
Yeah, and marker for the Imbue.
Oh!
Here it comes, Icebound.
This is where the Under Fire would have
Yeah, right?
would have helped here. I think he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to take the 8.
That's 1 float. Ooh, that's 2 float. Well, 3 if you include the bovine.
Yeah, it's not exactly float yet.
Yeah.
And this would be a great reason to just go to level 2 and start eating your opponent's graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I am 100% on board as long as he doesn't feel like he's going to die, as long as he doesn't feel like he needs the immediate pressure. Stay on 2 and build your level that way and deny your opponent resources. It's just so painful fighting against somebody who removes your graveyard.
Yeah, I honestly, I still think going to level 2, eating the floating, and then even the next turn leveling up, just so you can get the counter draw card.
Yeah, the auto draw.
That still might be good.
I mean, the draw is definitely important for Merlin, so you know the power of Crux and the extra free draws cannot be discounted.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Benton's plan is here.
It looks like he is going to level.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 floating memory, 1 from the banish is going to go to Merlin level 2. I would imagine he's going to be eating the floating memory pretty soon.
Yeah, probably almost immediately.
Yep, there it is. I think he has a choice.
Oh, he has a lot of choices.
Yeah.
He could even go for the Seaside Ringleader if he feels like that is more threatening, depending on whether or not Asher's going to go to level 1 soon. But it wouldn't be float. It wouldn't get him the level counter.
Yeah, at this point,
that's a pretty
I
big
don't think he
downside.
can actually afford to not get a counter.
Mhm.
Especially if he plans to go to level 3 like as soon as possible. Because if he decides to go to level 3, he gets the counter, he gets to draw a card.
We did see him banish an early Ghost of Pendragon. So I wonder if that says something about how flooded his hand is with other Crux cards.
Yeah, potentially. I do see Flame Rune Swordsman, Creative Shock, Fireball. I wasn't quite able to see what other cards he has in hand.
It sounds like he has a lot of intermediate action, but nothing necessarily that requires him to go to
Oh, he
level
has a
3
Blanche.
immediately.
Blanche is cool.
Blanche in the main. You love to see it. Very good against stratagem. And sitting tight on a handful of fire cards, trying to decide what his next play is. What do you think we're going to see from Benton here? I mean,
It's hard. Did he just pass? Wow. Okay.
I could see that. Wants to take advantage of those creative shocks. Has nothing that really affects the board right now. Might as well pass. Let's see what his opponent is doing and then make the appropriate reactions.
That's true. You can also, now that he's Sylvie level 1, the Bovine is activated for the floating memory. He could decide to eat that one when he comes back. He could decide to level up to 3 and get the counter. There's quite a few options. I'm trying to... He does have a dungeon guide.
Okay. So that could be a good play next turn. Asher going up to level 1 here, activating the Seaside Ringleader. So again, we have the Seaside Ringleader buff and Sylvie's on enter active at the same time. So potentially a very big turtle and or bovine.
I'm not sure. The player audio is not working here, but I believe this is a Creative Shock.
This is in
during
Recollection still. Yep.
not in response to anything. So hopefully you can kind of see what is happening.
dump
Okay.
some floating memory here,
Honorable Vanguard
Yep.
ditch. That's pretty good. I wasn't able to see what other cards he drew there. Oh man.
Yeah, he just drew them straight into off camera.
Yeah. But I would imagine, I mean, he has a Flame Rune Swordsman that he could have ditched as well. That's like easy floating memory there.
A better play, though, if you're stuck just playing an ally.
This is Asher's main
Asher's
phase.
got
He's
4
going
down.
for
There's
the
that turtle.
Terrapin.
Yep. Gotta love the Terrapin here. This is so good for him. Benton in a place where a lot of his clear, not necessarily his personal, but like Merlin in general, a lot of their clear can rely on spells.
Yeah.
So getting 3 counters there, a 4/7. 4/7 turtle with Spell Shroud because of the class bonus.
That is a very, very scary turtle.
Absolutely. This is a monster. It kills Ghosts of Pendragon in 1 hit. It requires at least 3 different effects to clear, especially with that Spell Shroud. This is massive.
Yeah, and what's scary is like, if eventually Benton comes out and plays the Majestic Spirit, right? Like, Terrapin's still doing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. That 4 power is nothing to scoff at, and it's not like the Majestic Spirit will be able to clear it easily.
All right, so it looks like Asher is going to go ahead and pass the turn. I did very briefly glimpse his hand, or Benton's hand. It looks like there was a Mnemonic Charm in there as well, which kind of helps out a little bit.
Pointed sigh coming from Benton.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do here, right? Because the Terrapin is representing a lot of pressure. Like,
it's a
it's
lot
not
of
something
pressure.
that
It's
you
a-
can kill really easily either.
Yeah, and it's potentially a lot of damage. I mean, he's got the Terrapin and the Frostborn Paladin, so that's already 7 power on the board. And he's sitting right now at only 5 health remaining, right? 15 damage on a 15 damage on a 22 life champion. So only 7 left, which that presents lethal.
Yeah.
If he has nothing, he's just dead. So he's got to have something.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Benton does run some removal. I mean, it's not going to kill it instantly, but like, for example, if he plays Ghost of Pendragon and returns a sword, draws 2, then he can play Thunderclap if he ever draws it. That deals 4 damage, so that should be able to kill it. Pendragon has 3, Thunderclap has 4.
Yeah,
but
Thunderclap runs straight into that spell shot problem. Like, this is
Oh, it's
exactly
a
the
spell,
problem
right?
with the Terrapin. Like, it's so difficult
just
to
force
deal
him to
with.
level to Nico, loses it.
After I draw, it'll be 9.
Looks like 9 influence on Benton's side right now. So trying to figure out what his next step is. Do we have? I guess he materialized the GCR here and drew
Yeah.
the card.
Yep.
Great. So is this the dungeon guide turn? Do you think?
Probably, but
Yeah,
then you
9's a lot to work with.
missed the counter from Merlin's Recollection.
Hmm.
So maybe you do some sort of like dungeon guide in response, eat the floating to get to 2 counters, but like. But then, like, you don't get the counter next turn. Like, yeah, it's like it's kind of like a weird position. It looks like he is opting to do the dungeon guide. I don't know if he's gonna eat the floating in response.
I mean, you definitely don't want to leave the Nico player with a bunch of extra float. So despite it slowing down your turns,
wait.
I think it slows down their
Hold on.
turns even more.
He doesn't have any floating, so he would have to eat his own.
Oh, yeah. There's,
Which
it
is
looks
still
like
an
a
option.
Terrapin
Yeah.
and Ravishing in the deck, in the
Yeah.
discard.
Yeah, so he could eat his own floating, but I don't know if he.
Yeah, at
actually
that
wants to
point,
do
you
that.
just sit on it. Keep your float. That's
Yeah.
going to be handy.
Yeah, and it looks like he's opting not to do it. And that is Flame Rune, and I think that's the Blanche.
I think so. Which, understandable. Nico doesn't typically run Stratagem. I'm not sure if Usher's deck specifically does.
I don't think so.
But most Sylvie Nico decks don't. So, definitely an easy discard in this
Yeah,
case.
I mean, you
Mainboard-
can block a
mainboard Blanche.
refracting missile, but that's
Sure.
about it.
Yeah, it does have a target, but it's not what people would call good.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, refracting missile is not a reason to side Blanche in.
Exactly.
So now that dungeon guide going in for some damage somewhere, probably.
It looks like it was just a 1 to face.
Looks like one to face.
The first one.
Oh,
to
never
the
mind. He didn't
Frostborn,
even swing
okay.
yet. Yeah, okay. Okay. so
Going
it
into the
looks like
Frostborn, it's using presumably a
Ooh.
ghost, or
That's an Ascension here. He's going to return the Sword of Seeking. He's going to bring out the Prismatic Edge, presumably.
Enter trigger.
Yep, on enter trigger. Hopefully I can see the reveal.
Yep, reveal
2
some
fires and just all water, basically.
Okay.
So he gets to draw a card and deal 3 damage. He can kill the Frostborn pretty easily, which is nice. But I mean, the problem with that freaking Terrapin is still there.
Yeah, absolutely, and still Spell Shroud.
Oh man. I mean,
So
it's not that bad.
Yeah, if he's chaining a bunch of Ascensions together, then the Prismatic Edge can actually deal with that Terrapin given
Yeah,
time.
and presumably, like, any kind of Ghost of Pendragon, any kind of, like, even a Majestic Spirit will just kind of, like, rack up damage eventually.
Yep.
So it could deal with it. Or, I mean, Majestic
But
Spirit
that's all
has
damage
vigor.
that could just go to the face.
Sure. But, like, you know, at this point, it's really hard to deal with it. So, like, for example, if they bring out a Majestic Spirit, at least it has Intercept. So that's another 3 damage that's not going to face.
Right.
So it's like a back and forth, I think.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the health totals, right? We have 15 damage on our Merlin Kingslayer player, so 13 health left, which is not a lot, and only 1 damage on the currently Sylvie player. So, you know, Asher's been doing a lot of work this match so far.
Yeah, and it looks like the Scepter Luna coming out here. Dangerous. That's an additional 4 damage when he does level up, and then he can pay. Oh, okay. He's just gonna
immediately popping it. Yeah.
immediately
He's
pop it.
paying from hand. I think that is always how that's going to look. That's just extra cards.
I think he realizes that by staying on the Terrapin for as long as possible, that cannot be dealt with because of the Spell Shroud. I
Right.
think he realized that.
Yeah, and this is something that we see from a lot of Sylvie Nico players. Like, you stay Sylvie until you're ready to kill.
Yeah.
So you're not going to see Nico come out until it's the turn you ravishing.
Exactly.
And you know, the spell shard on the Terrapin is part of that. Being able to activate the ringleader, being able to get the float out of the Tidestone Bovines, like all of this comes together as really, really effective tools that you don't want to give up until you're ready to move on.
Looks like Fractal of Rain about to come out here.
Would not surprise me. Yep, Fractal of Rain number 2 for Asher, really starting to get that casino engine going. Underneath those
That's 3 fractals, pretty scary.
I do appreciate the sort of metaphor of the scam cards underneath the
Under the poker
chip.
chips?
Yeah.
We're truly in a casino right now.
4 damage coming in. Ooh, knocking out the Dungeon Guide. Okay, so Asher just wants to keep the board clear here rather than put that extra pressure onto Benton.
Hand size?
Ooh, Asher with 8 cards in hand. That is a lot of potential interaction that Benson has to deal with here.
Yeah, that's a lot to do. I think we're going to see Asher play one more thing. I think Asher wants to put on a little bit more pressure, wants to keep the board sort of flooded. No, just passing? Looks like just passing, yeah. So the Drawn Blade coming out for Benton.
Honestly, I think Asher is in a really good spot. I don't think he needs to push any more than he has to. So by just sitting here, I think he's advancing his own plan very well and forcing Benton to like make the mistake.
Yeah, Benton does need to interact here. He can't just sit here forever.
Is he flickering the prismatic edge here?
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. He's going to go ahead and return it as additional cost from the Ascension. Bring out the prismatic edge. That is fire and water.
Yep.
Per usual.
3 damage, card draw. Not bad.
I wonder if Benton runs any win cards right now.
Can you check?
He does not have any wins.
Typically the win cards are Scatter Essence.
He has 1 favorable wins
Okay.
in the sideboard.
Oh, sure.
In the current main board, he does not have any green cards.
I think you see those cards a lot more often when they're playing Retold Fate, Retold Fortune, whichever the card is. The card that allows you to discard the extra spells. And it doesn't seem like Benton is playing the sort of more spell-focused build.
Well, I mean, he sees it, and you can use it to keep bouncing the prismatic edge, and then just reduce the opponent's like influence by quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so fast cure being played, just kind of going backwards here, healing the 4. I mean, Asher has the influence is massive, which is kind of weird to say again when you're a Merlin player.
Right. Yeah. Seeing the Merlin player on the back foot when it comes to influence size.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let's go 5 in.
These water decks are just
going in
doing
5
something.
with the, I would presume, prismatic edge.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take 5. Go to 9.
Oh, going straight to face, opting not to deal with the Terrapin. Maybe because he can't kill it immediately.
It's so hard to kill, right? Like the biggest tool he has for killing it is the Thunderclap, which doesn't even hit it.
Well,
so he needs like 2 or 3 different sources of damage, and spending all that damage on the Terrapin, like that's got to be exactly what Asher wants. You know, Asher wants to sit here and not take damage and build up to his next ravishing. Like every turn you go in without dealing more damage, without starting to solve the problem that Asher is presenting, that's more time for Asher to get a big ravishing, more time for Asher to set up a lot of floats for something massive. Like, it feels a little weird to say it, but I think Asher has the inevitability that Merlin doesn't in this situation.
I honestly, well, both of them have the inevitability, but I think the Nico is faster. At least right now. Like, because obviously, if Asher just decides to pass for like 50 turns or whatever, you know, obviously the Benton will get enough level counters to just out fireball you, right?
But yeah, that doesn't seem like a real threat until he gets to like level 7,
exactly,
level 8, right?
Yeah.
And Asher, Asher could be building up to a ravishing next turn, the turn after.
This is where the under fire tech would have been
sick.
sick.
So good, yeah. Not getting hit by a ravishing finale definitely seems like a good choice.
Man.
If it is
I'm so
available to you.
disappointed he got rid of it, actually.
Fireball here for 6.
Ooh.
Okay, we have a 6-point fireball going to Asher's face
Is
here.
this in response to the revitalizing?
It looks like this is in response to the revitalizing cleanse.
Interesting.
So he's got another fireball? Is he going to
If
close
he
it out right
double
here?
fireballs here, that'd be huge.
I'd like to hold Prio as well
But okay.
for a second one.
Ooh. Okay. This is
There it
lethal
is, the
fireball
second
here.
fireball.
I don't think Asher has enough cards to even play anything. It does only 2 cards.
2 cards. It could be a title lock.
What is this? What is this card? Blinding Orb. Oh, to draw a card? Is
Yep,
it Frostbind?
That makes a lot of sense.
Does he have a Frostbind in hand? Surely not. Or he's looking to draw a Frostbind?
Maybe. I mean, he has a shot here, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, he does. Oh, he has Cerulean. Oh, he has the Fractals too. Yeah.
Okay.
That's not lethal.
Yeah, there's a lot that.
And
I forgot about the
now, and
fractals.
now the revitalizing goes through.
So close.
Yeah,
So
right.
close.
Go back to 9.
That was actually pretty scary, though.
Yeah, right? Holding steady, though. Water deck definitely doing the water things. And through the power of that Blinding Orb under the Grail,
Storm.
keeping back enough to interact.
I wonder, did you see if Asher played the decree from hand, or did he draw it?
I didn't see whether
Okay.
I didn't see where it came
Because it's interesting that he popped the Blinding Orb, because I
Mhm.
don't think Benton had any cards in his hand,
from. He popped the Blinding Orb to draw.
but he had enough fractals to pay for it.
Oh, that's true. All of the fractals were away.
That's why I'm like,
yeah, he must
you
have
know,
drawn it.
Okay.
He must have drawn it.
Because it's
Wow,
like you're
scary.
doing the draw to dig for it, but then you have the fractals to pay for it, so
Mhm.
it wouldn't make sense if you already had it.
Right, right.
Especially since this is like recollection phase, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
So now, I guess no. This must have been in Benton's end step.
Okay.
Yeah. So now materializing,
Recollection,
bringing out the Viridian Protective Trinket is Asher.
Finale, and
Uh,
Dark Castle.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of water cards from Benton.
I mean, you can fracturize it, and that's another
Right.
fractal for you,
Yeah.
which this is another +1 for your refracting missile. So
Mhm.
that
Four
could be the thing.
I mean,
but
he might just be out of use when materializes, considering he doesn't want to go to Nico yet. Like, I don't think he is ready to kind of move into that next step. He's still getting value out of Sylvie.
he still
And
has
so
a
without
smoke bomb.
without Nico, without Magebane Lash, not that many options. Smoke Bomb could have been a play here, but he also like is kind of short on float.
That is true. I mean, he still honestly he had the influence to just pay for it.
True.
Like what I would
3.
maybe he just wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Like maybe he just wanted to hold all the influence, which makes sense.
yeah.
Another Terrapin coming out.
Is that his only? I think that was his only float. I think that refracting missile was his only float, and he wanted to use it for the Terrapin.
To be honest, I actually don't think it matters anymore. I think the Terrapin
Yeah.
will just kill.
I think so too.
Like you just
this is looking really
slow
threatening.
and steady wins the race here. I think
Uh-huh.
Asher's in a really good position. Just kind of sit here chipping away.
Mhm.
He already dealt with double fireballs from Merlin already. The chances of him having another double fireball is pretty low, honestly
Right,
speaking.
right.
Maybe the Majestic Spirit might, ruin some plans here, but
Mhm. Yeah, the Majestic Spirit is the only real big threat left that Benton has, knowing that you're not going to see double or triple fireball again in the near future.
it does get scary though if Benton starts drawing a lot of cards with Ghost of Pendragon, the Merlin counters, because then he
Mhm.
does cycle through his deck fast enough to
That's
get
true.
the double
That's true.
fireball. So
But I mean, a big part of that being a threat is the Ghost being a 3/4, the
Exactly.
Ghost being a presence on the board. And with a 4/7 Terrapin, the Ghosts are not a threat.
but with 19 HP, it's only 10 HP.
Yeah, it's true.
So it does chip away
Mhm.
eventually.
Yeah, bits here, bits there, and then maybe he gets within one fireball range. We're probably
Yeah.
going to see another revitalizing cleanse, to be honest.
Yeah, most likely. But then you just swing with the Ghost, let's just say, and then you
Mhm.
just wait. If he plays it in response fireball, and then that should do it. But
Yeah.
or double revitalizing in response.
Double revitalizing. What a world we live in.
Oh man,
Um,
be wild. Heal 10.
But yeah, like the only way that Benton has to reclaim the board at this point is the Majestic Spirit. This Terrafring is sort of a fighting rear guard action. Please don't hurt me next turn.
Yeah.
What do you do the turn after that?
Yeah, I just don't think
Electron?
he runs only 2.
2 Majestic Spirits?
No, well, you
2
can't.
Incarnate.
Yeah, you can't run 2, but yeah, 2 Incarnate Majesties. It's a little difficult to. He doesn't have too many cycle cards actually. It's just kind of.
Yeah, he hasn't found
disappointing.
any of his ghosts yet either, which is really
Well, he
fun.
banished the only one that he
Yeah,
had so
uh-huh.
far.
Rough. I mean, not something you really want in your opening hand. But
Yeah.
it's just a shame for him that he hasn't found any since then.
No, they're not gonna see my hand.
Yeah. It's still not over, but it is getting a little hard.
Go to my
Absolutely.
Because, like, all Asher has to do is literally just sit there. I'm going to keep swinging with Terrapin, and
Right.
I'm just going to... Honestly, he could just swing past. He
Yeah.
actually doesn't have to do anything.
Oh, here comes
Oh,
Nico.
He's bringing out the facade.
Now, let's do it.
Oh, no, that's facade. Got it.
He's bringing it out early. I wonder if he's just going to DG right now.
So you still get the card draw off it, even if you
Yeah.
don't have the Nico ability.
Yeah.
So this is, just as good as those smoke bombs in terms of cycling through cards.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I don't think Asher's worried about actually, like, changing the target of something.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so here.
so
I think it's just a
It's
card
just for the draw, yeah. Okay. Ooh.
Icebound and something else that
It
wasn't
was the
float.
frozen dismissal.
Yeah, that's not float.
Recollections? Yep. Drop turn. Yep.
And now he has
That
6
hand,
damage.
That hand is so scary.
He's got a lot of cards. Yeah, he easily power through the Terrafring, right? Like, what's Terrafring going to do when you have, 12 influence?
19.
Yeah, he just didn't even pop it. There's no point.
Swing for it. Yeah.
Another 4 damage going through. 23 damage on our 28 health hero.
Lorraine, or I guess Merlin.
Yeah.
Lorraine, but Merlin is
Lorraine
pretty
Butler,
tanky.
yep. So definitely still in danger, regardless of that high health.
Yeah. Icebound?
Icebound would do it.
Sylvia Icebound?
I mean, nothing's stopping him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Uh-oh. That's
7?
7. That's the magic number. Yep, Benton's shaking his head. He knows what's coming.
Yeah. That's it.
I realized why you asked recollection, and I was like,
Well, if you didn't have the interaction, I had enough to pay for
yeah, I
it.
figured.
Oh, Asher fishing for that Tariff, too. In recollection, do you want to do anything?
Yeah.
Benton declining to Terrafring.
Yeah.
So,
Honestly,
the way's open.
yeah, I don't think it mattered. Like, but Benton even calling himself like, oh, I should have known. Like,
Yeah,
when you were
yeah,
asking
yeah.
for that, like, oh, I should have
Yeah,
known.
yeah.
Or it was more so like I figured, like I knew you were gonna do it.
Right.
Yeah, but man, that was the turtles are very scary.
Turtle's very scary.
And 2, I think it's a little unfortunate. Benton just didn't see a lot of the cycle cards that he saw. He didn't really see any of the Ghosts of Pendragon, other than the one that he did banish. It's just kind of unfortunate draws, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I feel like this is kind of a bad. I don't know if I don't know if this is a bad matchup for Bert. I think Sylvia Nico is a very powerful.
I wouldn't say Merlin is on a winning foot. I wouldn't say it's unwinnable, right, for Merlin, but it's definitely not like a favored matchup. I think.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep bringing it up, and then when the day is over, I'm gonna poke him about it. But it's the under fire. Like, if he had it, man, there was a couple times. Oh man, but yeah, okay. So looking about the sideboard here for Benton, he has 13 cards. He has 1 Safeguard Amulet, 1 Blanche, 2 Incapacitates, 2 Mystic Purifiers, 1 Resolute Stand, 1 Reduced to Ash, 1 Spurn to Ash, 1 Chilling Touch, 1 Favorable Winds. The Water and the Wind cards are for the other matchups. If he's not against the Water player, he'll put it in to get the extra draw from the Prismatic Edge, and then the Winds is for Wind, so that way he can get rid of the opponent's influence. And then he has 2 Cruxites, which
I think those come in for the Blanches. Like, if Blanche comes out, I think a lot of the times Blanche is going to come out, and you want to have something to bring in the sort of more general purpose. So it makes sense to have something like Cruxite in the board.
I mean, he's actually running 0 Cruxites in his main board right now, which is
pre-boarded against Stratagem.
Sure. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, okay. So he is most likely getting rid of. Well, he's only running 1 Blanche, but he's definitely taking that out. He's no longer needing it. I would. Does he take out the Thunderclaps though? I feel like
the Thunderclap does still hit the Frostborn Paladin, and it's like exactly the right size to get hit by Thunderclap. So it's not that Thunderclap is a dead card, and he doesn't want to leave the Bovines on board either. Like any of the other allies that come out, he definitely wants to have that Thunderclap available.
Man, it's kind of hard to look at. Like, what do you take out here? Because I feel like a lot of the cards in here right now are pretty decent into this matchup. I guess the 1 Resolute Stand helps with like any go wide boards. It kind of helps out with
Yeah, I think Resolute Stand is probably not the direction he's looking to go. Like, given the way that this match shaked out, I think that Benton might be looking to speed up his clock in any way he can.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to see the Wind card come in, the Favorable Winds. I wouldn't surprise me if we see Cruxites coming in.
Yeah, try to get him to cycle, or at least recycle, right?
Right. And get more shots at your Ascension.
Yeah. And looking on the other side here for Asher, he has 11 cards in his sideboard. He has 2 Mystic Purifiers, 1 Nullifying Lantern, 1 Frostbind, 2 Glacial Evocations, 2 Glacial Guidance. It's kind of like a tongue twister there. 1 Revitalizing Cleanse, 1 Tidal Lock, and 1 Vapor Jet Shield. I don't think the nullifying lantern really matters, so I don't think he's bringing that in. The frostbind, he's only running one frostbind in his main.
Interesting.
I don't know if he wants to bring in the second one.
I would expect so. I think the glacials aren't for this matchup for sure. Revitalizing Cleanse definitely useful since Merlin likes to do his damage kind of out of nowhere. You need to keep yourself low. We might see just more of those negate cards coming in, like the Tidal Lock and the Frostbind. Otherwise, it doesn't look like he has anything specifically for this matchup.
Yeah.
And kind of a lot of things that target sort of other matchups. Although the Vapor Jet Shield, again, not super useful in this matchup. I think it's not what that card is for.
Yeah.
Nice to have if he has any other material cards that aren't going to really do anything. Like he does have that the Viridian Protective main, so he can pull that out.
Yeah, well, this is a better start for Benton. He definitely has the Creative Shock there now. So go ahead and cycle that from turn 1. Wonder what he... Oh, the facial reaction from Benton. It's going to go ahead and ditch the Honorable Vanguard. Pretty good to ditch that floating memory there. And I think that's... Oh, Library Witch.
Yep, just taking advantage of this early turn, this first turn, to be able to play some stuff out without needing to worry about your opponent's negates.
I saw a Mystic Purifier. So he did it. He definitely brought those in.
Okay.
And also interesting, he opted to go for regular Spirit of Fire instead of the Fragmented.
Oh, that's true. I guess he wanted that extra card
maybe
early on.
Yeah, maybe he realized the extra influence early was more important. So I guess this one, he not only decided to go first, but also let me get the 7.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to get to either level 2 or level 3 faster.
Revitalizing Cleanse
Whew.
and a Chilling Touch.
Chilling Touch, Revitalizing Cleanse to imbue the Fractal of Rain. Excellent turn 1 play.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great target for that Mystic Purifier that Bent is holding.
Ooh, immediately bringing out the Seaside.
Okay, I could see it.
That's a
If he
2/2.
doesn't feel like he has anything else out, he definitely does want to be pressuring Merlin. You can't just sit back and relax. And Sylvie Nico kind of more of an ally presence, more of a tempo deck, kind of putting stuff out on the field and making your opponent deal with it.
Yeah, and for those wondering, like, why would you swing into Library Wish to force him to draw? The alternative to not swinging is if Benton has a Cremation Ritual, that's an immediately +3.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lot better for you to just kill it and give him the card that he's going to draw anyway versus having him do a Cremation Ritual and drawing more cards.
Yep.
You love to hear.
Which he does have in hand, by the way.
Okay, well then. Good choices.
Ooh.
Yeah, here comes that Purifier. Rest in peace, Fractal of Rain. We hardly knew ye.
2.
And then goodbye, Fractal of Rain.
Sorry, guys.
Destroy target Fantasia. Not that common a piece of text, and something we're seeing a whole lot more these days.
1/1 at the
It's
moment.
so vital to, especially against the Nico and even the Casino RA matchups, because those, the Fractals of Rains, the Fractal Polar Depths, like if you get to kill any of them, it definitely ruins your day a little, and it slows down your deck a lot.
And Benton going completely hand down in order to contest the board.
I think
So
he's safe.
yeah, no, I think this is good. Getting the 1/2 Purifier out, getting the 1/2 Honorable Vanguard out, and using those to clear the Seaside Ringleader, just to prevent him from taking that extra damage.
Yeah. Backup Charger coming in. I don't think he has enough to pay for it at the moment, so he's just going to go ahead and recollect.
Yep.
It's just there.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll get the opportunity. You know, he's going to be piles and
Ooh.
piles of influence.
So that is a Cerulean Decree he just drew. I
nice.
think that's a Frozen Dismissal in his hand as well, so a lot of interaction. I'm pretty sure he has a Chilling Touch.
Wow. Nothing but interaction. No additional board presence.
Oh my, is that
there.
3 Lost in Thoughts?
That's 3 Lost in Thoughts. I agree.
Oh, man.
Wild. What a hand.
All right, that's the Grand Crusader's Ring. Oh, he's opting not to draw it right now. Just going to leave it there.
I wonder if it's the kind of thing where it's like he doesn't feel like he needs the card now, so if he leaves it on board, it's kind of a trick.
Mm.
You know, if your opponent asks how much influence you have, you don't have to include the Grand Crusader's Ring.
True. So it looks like, I think that's the favorable wins. That's the Taiwanese promo there. He has an Ascension, Flame Rune Swordsman. I believe he has a Fireball, Cremation Ritual, and I don't know what the last card is there, but he did bring in favorable wins.
Yeah, all right. So he's set up to do some real damage if he starts getting to level 3 and doing Ascension things. But in the meantime, he's just flooding his board with floating memory. Wow. This is so painful to deal with. Like, you have a 2/2 that's attacking you. You can't just leave it on the board to attack you. But if you kill it, your opponent gets floating memory. Like, that's rough.
I think a little bit longer to deal with what to pay.
Yeah,
Finally did it,
this
but it took a little bit of a long time. Is he gonna go
Some
for it?
difficult
Oh,
decisions
frozen
like that.
dismissal
Ooh.
and gone.
Yep,
And
and that
banished.
is a banish.
Get
That is
punished.
a strong card. Strong card in this situation for
There's no
sure.
like pay aspect to it.
Well, it's pay 4.
Benton
It's like pay 4.
asking for a
I only have
clarification
3.
on the card.
There's 3 cards.
Well, I mean, there is a.
Wait, you have 4
Grand
cards?
Crusaders
Oh,
card.
GCR.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
got the
yeah, yeah,
GCR. Oh, I missed that too.
What's the call here?
So now there's clarifying with the judge. Can I go back and pay for it now that I realize that it's pay 4?
Okay,
Sure.
so I'll ring here.
Yeah, it's
Again, it's one of those sportsmanship things. Like I think it was within Asha's right to say, you know, you
It-
moved it to the banish. It's over. But
yeah, but it did also. Asher did say like, oh, I saw that you had 3 cards, so I just didn't even ask for a response. It's like, oh,
Right.
but I have a GCR. And it's like, oh, okay, I missed that too.
Mhm.
So I guess it's like a fair like, oh, you know, I just assumed wrong, and I'm just gonna go ahead and speed ahead, but I was
Right.
wrong, so let's go
You don't get to
backwards.
play it. You don't get to
Yeah. But still, I mean, again, still well within rights that he didn't have to do that, but
Mhm.
I think still good sportsman. And the judge did rule that, hey, like, you know, you should probably ask for a response.
Mhm.
Looks like the Quicksilver Grail coming out. Unfortunately, I didn't catch what was under there.
Probably blinding.
Yeah, most
That
likely.
makes the most sense.
Yeah.
The backup charger finally doing the backup charger thing, getting banished, getting that power cell out on the field. I wonder if we'll see a fracturize for that power cell again like we did last game, or if Asher is going to be holding on to those fracturizes to try and deal with some of Benton's more problematic regalia.
I mean, there's not that many things from Benton that, like, oh, I must save my Fracturize for.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably, you can Fracturize a sword, so that way he's forced to bring out a Drawn Blade and then Ascension that one.
Right.
But then you also opt, like, oh, you're giving him a Fractal that he can use for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
That could help pay for an Incarnate Majesty, for example, right?
Yeah, it is always a trade-off.
Yeah.
You're giving your opponent
there it is.
pseudo-influence.
The
The sun's
classic
immediately in.
revitalizing.
Chilling,
Oh,
refracting, lost.
Oh my, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 floating. That he's just gonna casually put down because he's not gonna need it.
All in his
I don't
hand.
need these. I have everything in my hand.
Keeping
I
it
have my
forever.
entire deck in my hand. Just pass.
make me start over.
Getting that revitalizing cleanse in before Benton gets to pick up his cards.
Yeah. Really important note. It's 2 Lost in Thoughts as well as 1 Cerulean Decree in his hand, so he can. Cerulean Decree is 3 actually. Never mind. So
Three.
it could be a Blinding Orb. You pop it, draw a card, or
And that'll let you imbue the decree.
is it
Yep.
is it Blinding Orb or Smoke Bombs that let you draw? That's not-
Blinding orb is only assassin bonus.
Yeah, so it must be Smoke Bomb, no?
So if he's expecting to draw off it, it would be a smoke bomb, or maybe the facade.
Oh, true. Maybe the Facade. Yes.
This will be.
Ooh,
Here comes the Viridian.
Yep.
This is not something that Asher wants to see
Yep,
here.
Asher can't do anything this turn.
Yep. But that would be a great Frostbind or Fracturize target.
That is true.
Meantime, Benton having gone through his recollection and moving into combat.
I got a 2,
One at face,
3,
and one at face.
and a 4.
4 damage to the face. All of his allies going straight to the place.
Yep, swing, swing, swing. I wonder if Benton is kind of going for like the allies route this game.
It does seem that way. He's definitely got more of a board presence, but all of this gets shut down the moment we see a big turtle.
Or like it's all just ping damage.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, I'll just take it, and then revitalizing. And then now we're back to square one.
Exactly. Benton sees the revitalizing earlier on and says, aha, making me start over.
Yeah, the creative shock for 2. I wonder what he's going to discard. Probably a floating memory. Oh, fast cure.
Sure.
Pretty good ditch.
Yeah, he's definitely not feeling the pressure this game like it was last game.
Yeah, there's no there's no Terrapin with 3 buff
that's-
counters on the field.
Exactly. We haven't even seen Sylvie come out yet, so the threat is there, and I think it might just be down to Usher not having the Terrapins yet.
Yeah, or any animal, right? No
Mhm.
bovine, no
Yep.
Terrapin.
You get 3 counters on a... well, I guess it would only be 2 counters on a bovine, but
Yeah.
still, that's also threatening. 3-4 cow is not something I want to have to deal with.
That's a big cow.
It's a big cow.
It's an Angus steak. It's a big one. Big and juicy.
Some Kobe beef.
Yeah, premium.
Premium.
Premium cow. I wasn't able to
got Scepter.
Oh, okay. So it looks like it's Asher's materialization phase. Gonna bring it out. It does make sense now because you go up to Sylvie, go for 4, and then let's say you do go up to Nico, then it's like another 4 there. Or maybe he draws the Terrapin, goes to Sylvie, pays the 5, and just ditches the Scepter immediately.
Yeah, it feels like he just has too much interaction in his hand, and he needs something more proactive. He needs something to put on the board. So burning a card out of his hand to potentially draw more in the future, I think, is probably the direction this is going.
Yeah, and then earlier we talked about, again, both decks are the inevitable deck, right? And last game, looks like Asher was on the gas pedal, just going forward a lot faster than Benton. But in this game, definitely looks like Benton is on the tempo game here. But we can't bring Asher out of the game yet because his influence is massive.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing is when is Asher going to draw something that lets him get
Ooh.
back into the game?
Ooh, so the Chilling Touch from Asher revealed the favorable wins.
Okay, so Asher has a little bit of information now. He kind of knows maybe where Benton is headed. Something to be careful about. When you know your opponent has that wind card, that's something that you want to be careful about how you're putting cards into your memory.
Exactly, because you may not get those back.
2 cremations.
The double cremation ritual.
Burning 2 cremation rituals in order to go to Merlin 2.
I'll tap.
And there's so much float to burn.
Ooh, okay. Eating that Chilling Touch. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah, Benton keeping his own float around, hard leveling from his hand. I guess he didn't want those cremation rituals anymore.
It does make sense, and then you can use it to go up to level 3 Merlin, or, I mean, you could use it to pay for like a drawn blade. A few options to leave it there, but it is getting a little scary. Asher is still on level 0.
Yeah.
So, like, even a fireball at this stage is very scary. Granted, you know, Asher has every interaction in the world. Is that 4 Lost in Thoughts?
That's what that looks like to me.
That's 4? Dude, what the? Oh, my lord. All right, well, that's a Mnemonic Charm there. Pretty good. Empowers the fireball.
End turn.
Yeah, Benton in a pretty good place here, right? Just sitting back on these allies, nobody really in a position to, or rather, Asher not really in a position to clear them, not really in a position to defend himself. Just looking for something,
Ooh.
anything.
All right, so here comes the Sylvie, which it's either he's scared that he was going to die, or he drew the Terrapin or the Bovine.
Right.
It might be a mix of both, right?
I think he's just banking on a draw. He just needs to get something done, right? So I think this might be proactive because he's popping the scepter here. I think he's trying to draw the board presence that he needs in order to survive.
See what he.
I mean, he does have like the 4 Lost in Thoughts in his hand, right? It's not leaving a lot of room for animals.
I can't believe he drew 4.
Pop charm here.
Yep.
Okay, he's popping the charm. Fireball.
Oh, in response to the scepter, all of his cards are down.
Go to 14.
All right, continue.
Draw 2. Yeah.
Okay, that's
Wow,
pretty
that's a
pretty
lot of
sneaky
damage,
way to sneak in the damage there.
Activate Seaside.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't matter if he has a revitalizing class.
Yeah, if he has revitalizing guns, all that work goes away. What a powerful card. The reset button.
Yeah. I mean, it's even troll. Like, you just wait until it's Benton's turn, and then now you recover 7, right? Because you're forced
because
to
you pay the extra.
Yeah, you pay the extra.
Brutal. Well, that is a lot of cards in hand, too. If he cleanses here, that is going to be like 10. If he can play something else first and then force it through.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen whatever's under that Grail.
Yeah. I mean, it honestly just might have been a Blinding Orb.
Probably Blinding Orb. That is
Oh, the
typically
double
how it
Lost in
works.
Thought imbue for the Fractal.
Uh-huh.
Benton knows now.
Benton's already seen those because we saw him for the Revitalizing Cleanse earlier on.
Oh, true. And
So
then
this
that's
is-
it. Just pass.
Yeah. Oh, that's so rough. No advantage from Sylvie, so no animals.
Yeah, but like
that
again,
buff,
I don't
that buff
think
counter's gone.
I don't think Asher like cares. Like I think he's in a spot where he's just like, I'm just gonna hold every interaction. I'm just gonna play my solo game. He technically doesn't have he hasn't seen a bovine, he hasn't seen a terrapin. His one fractal array in the beginning was destroyed pretty early. But I don't think he's that concerned, to be honest with you.
So Benton needs to play something here in order to secure the kill, And Asher does have a lot of interaction. So anything that Benton plays can be stopped. Oh, no, he doesn't. He has the sword. He actually has lethal on board right now. So
Sword?
Asher needs to do something about this.
Oh. Storm of Thorns.
Storm of Thorns is definitely something.
So
Take
take
one.
one. Okay. Yep.
Did he? Yeah, okay. So swung Flame Sword, Flame Rune Swordsman, in response, Storm of Thorns. That means only one of that damage goes through, but that also means the Honorable Vanguard, the Mystic Purifier, as well as the Merlin cannot swing in. So he's kind of okay right now.
Yep. Yeah, this turn he's got it stalled out. Unless Benton does something else.
Fireball.
We'll charm.
Oh, ooh.
Okay, not a fireball. We did pop the previous charm for the fireball, which is how it got up to 6 damage.
Fireball. Do it.
Go ahead.
Okay, just a pass.
passing it. Yep. He's saying, I'll kill you later.
Yeah. Okay, so now Asher is definitely feeling the pressure. If he decides to not do anything here, it's a little rough.
Storm of Thorns, floating memory if you're a guardian, so not active at the moment.
We're gonna skip materialization.
Ooh. Okay.
uh,
Decides to skip materialization.
Resurrect, that triggers. I'll respond. I'll fracturize power cell.
Oh.
Fracturing his power cell in response to the mill from his Fractal of Rain.
Oh, that's the Frostborn. That's unfortunate.
Recollect.
Hang on here. I'll pop Terraframe, and then I'll eat one of the floats.
Ooh, yummy, yummy. Eating the floating memory.
Yep.
And the Terraframe. But, I mean, Asher's is pretty decent size, but, I mean, it's not like you can try to clear the board or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's popping Terraframe
That
because
is
he has
the
it.
only ally I
Oh, it
have
looks like
seen
he,
all game,
The one in the
and
yard.
I milled it.
Yep. Asher calling out the only ally
Yeah,
he's
I-
seen
I-
all game
I'm
is the
like,
one
what
that
are
he
you doing?
just
I can
milled.
draw.
Yeah, he
That's
was drawing.
so
He had a
rough.
million influence, but, like...
Nothing to do with it,
Nothing
yeah.
to do with it, yeah.
Yeah.
All of it was just sitting back and trying to deal with what Benton had done, but Benton had already done everything that he needed to.
Surely it's like the lost in thought, pay
Right.
3, lost in thought, draw 3.
Yeah, and not enough float to do anything with either. Just no resources for
Yeah,
Asher.
that's what I'm saying. Maybe like you have 4 lost in thoughts, right? Just
You
pay,
gotta do something with
just
them.
dump 3 of them, and then pay 3, draw 3, and then see if you can cycle faster.
Yeah, maybe you get something out of that.
Man, it's like back and forth. I think Benton had not so great draws that last game, and then it
Yeah,
doesn't
Asher,
look like
Asher definitely had some not so great draws this game.
But it definitely like getting his Fractal of Rain destroyed in the beginning was
That's a huge
monumentous
game,
because
absolutely.
it prevented the cycling of his deck. So he was forced to draw basically the bad cards.
Absolutely, yeah. And not being able to get that extra float, right? That's the resources on which this deck thrives.
Yeah, imagine he had 4 Lost in Thoughts and like 5 floating memory in the grave, right?
Yeah. If he had milled, 3-4 cards before he had gotten to that point, he would have been in a much better situation.
What's going through Asher's head, you think? Because Benton is basically done. He's ready to go. He
Yeah,
has not
yeah.
sideboarded for game 3, but Asher is.
So I think Asher is. That's a very. Let's take a look at Asher's deck list. I think it's possible that he sided some stuff out that he didn't think he'd need, and then based on the way this game went, maybe he's changed his mind.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe he sided out some of his allies and is regretting it now.
I mean, it would make sense the fact that he didn't see a single Bovine and a single Terrapin. But even if he were to take them out, like, what would he even replace them with, right? Because I don't think he even has enough main deck cards to, like, actually replace that many allies.
Yeah. I don't think he replaced that many cards this time. I wasn't looking at exactly what moved where. But maybe he just didn't. Maybe he felt the game was enough in his favor that he didn't need to do much, and then after seeing this game, he felt, oh, okay, I need to swap some things around. Like it felt like he just didn't have enough of an early game, and was a little heavy on interaction. So maybe he's going back on his, like, maybe he brought the Frostbind and the Tidal Lock in, and now he's going back on it, like, oh, I don't need these many negates. Instead, I need early game pressure. I need something else that I can.
What
do.
if he put in? I don't know if he put it in last game or maybe this game, but the third revitalizing cleanse, just to be a
I'm
little bit more
sure he
consistent.
did. Yeah. I don't think he misses that particular trick.
It looks like Asher is gonna decide to go first with the regular Spirit of Water. Got to get all the draws in just in case, and I don't think he got a Fractal, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, just
Yeah, without that first turn fractal, that's
that's
very
a
rough.
pass. That's
Yep.
it's a little unfortunate here.
All right, well, we're going to see a backup charger. We're probably going to see it fracturized.
Yeah.
And Benton now back on that fragment. So going second, that way he still has a 7-card starting hand.
Yeah, and it sets him up for the level 3. Actually, you can even draw the card on Merlin level 2, assuming you get a level counter.
Mm-hmm.
So you can draw the card a little earlier.
And we'll see what his turn 1 looks like. He had a very powerful set of early turns last game.
Ooh, Hasty Messenger. That's always a nice thing to see.
Yeah, Hasty Messenger is great here. And he still has
Surely.
exactly 4 cards left in hand in
To pay
case
for the
there's a
frozen.
dismissal. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be able to dismiss it or to ditch anything though.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So
That's
it might be good, so you never know. But
Getting that Honorable Vanguard into the yard exactly where he wants it to be. And 1 damage over to Osher. Before he's thinking about it. Is he gonna drop another ally? Is he gonna do his Wind Allies impression over here?
I mean, it worked really well last game.
It sure did. Yeah, it seemed pretty good.
I think. Well, I don't know what's in his hand, but maybe just a pass.
Benton looking off to the side here. Are they talking to the judge?
I think
we're
he's
not
just
getting...
thinking.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, and it's just a pass.
Yep. I think he's debating committing another threat to the board and deciding against it, deciding to leave up interaction, maybe leaving up a creative shock.
Maybe, yeah, that, or maybe he feels a little safe that he didn't see a Fractal of Rain immediately. So he thinks, oh, he must have not had a good hand.
Right, could be.
Especially with the backup charger.
Yeah, backup charger, everybody's favorite GCR at home.
Surely you've drawn a Fractal Rain.
You
Right?
must have, right?
Oh,
Surely
he
he's
just passed
something. It pass again?
Oh no! It does have a revitalizing cleanse though. That's pretty good.
Yeah, trying to take
I
a
think
close
he
look at it. I
has 2.
saw a Storm of Thorns in there. If it's another handful of defensive tricks, this might go the way of game 2.
He has a Tidal Lock, Storm of Thorns. I think he has 2 revitalizing, 1 Cerulean Decree.
Was that an Icebound in the middle?
Oh, he has a Primordial Ritual, Lost in Thought.
Primordial
No, there's
Ritual.
no Icebound Slam. No allies.
No, again, no allies. Primordial Ritual and no allies? Whew.
Man, this is not looking good right
That is
now.
miserable.
Okay, quick! I can glimpse. It's a Cremation Ritual, Mnemonic Charm, Library Witch. The
Library
combo,
Witch, yep.
the combo exists. Do it. Cremation.
Dropping the Library Witch. Swinging in
Yeah.
with that Hasty Messenger.
Well, actually, no, he shouldn't do it. Oh, wait.
You pitching the Cremation
Okay.
Ritual.
Okay. I guess it is very risky to do it because it can get interacted with.
Absolutely,
And then it
yeah.
just get hard punished.
Yeah, if the negate on the Cremation Ritual is so bad for you, since you've already sacrificed that ally as part of the cost.
But hey, you get the on death draw from Library Witch if you do that, right?
Pitching a Lost in Thought in order to have the float to summon Sylvie. And now we are in Osher's Recollection, I think. Oh, no.
Ooh,
we
the
got an
ally.
ally.
It
Found
exists.
he does have animals in his deck. The Tidestone Bovine clearing that Hasty Messenger and triggering its own on
the
attack.
mill here. Oh, is this yeah, it resolves. Oh, okay.
1 float.
Losing and revitalizing, it's a little disappointing, but 1 float always
Mhm.
pretty good.
And this game already wildly different from game 2.
Oh yeah.
So
There's an ally on the board.
There's an ally on the board. Not only is there an ally on the board, it's his engine ally. It's the
Yeah.
ally that feeds his graveyard. Like,
Yeah.
this is the ally that he wants here. Especially if he's worried about getting his Fractal of Rain purified again.
Yep, looks like a Grand Crusader ring for Benton. Drawing a card. This time opts to use it immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, no sitting around and waiting.
It's funny you mentioned, like, last game, you're like, oh, I'm going to put the GCR as like a pseudo influence, like maybe they'll forget about it. It did happen.
It
They
did,
both,
yeah. They both forgot about it.
Asher forgot about it. Oh, the Dungeon Guide. Going up to level 2.
Going up to level 2.
And then eating the
Ooh,
Fracturize.
The Fracturize. So
And then
good here.
he gets to draw a card using the Spirit Fragment.
Mhm.
Excellent play. Excellent play. Gonna hold in, slam it down.
Yep. Going to Merlin level 2.
Cremation Mnemonic? Yeah, Cremation Mnemonic. Thank you for showing the camera, Benton.
Now he's on level 2, and just as you say, I'm sure he's going to
yeah.
eat that floating memory and pop
You
that
just
Spirit
eat it,
Fragment.
pop it.
What a great place to be for
Alright,
Benton.
swing first, I guess.
It's not quite as overwhelmingly powerful as it was in Game 2 with, a bunch of uncontested allies. But being able to just clear all that float from Asher's yard, being able to make sure that Asher is starved for resources, it's just so strong, so satisfying. Such a good place to be.
Yeah, now Benson's influence is quite healthy here.
Mhm.
Leaving the Library Witch up for the intercept. You don't want any kind of damage coming in from the Bovine or honestly anything else.
Mm-hmm. Grail coming down for Asher, and once again we are expecting a blinding orb underneath it. That seems
Well,
like
now
a
there's an intercept, so
reasonable-
you could smoke bomb. Now there's actually a good
Do
target.
you smoke bomb a library witch?
No, but
Especially not here. I think he's got a lot to do.
ooh,
Unfortunately, losing an Icebound Slam, but also seeing a
float
float.
flooding. You know,
Getting that
it's pretty
refracting
good.
missile there.
It's pretty good.
Which is probably going to immediately get eaten by Merlin. I mean, if he has no float, what can he do?
Well, okay, so in response to the Merlin eating, you can pop the Grail and pay with floating memory. So
that's
you
true.
could do that,
Mm-hmm.
depending on what's underneath it, of course. What the heck is he paying for? Oh, Icebound Slam. More milling.
All right. So now we have some action. Asher finally making his presence felt on this battlefield.
I'm going to slam you.
Mm-hmm. We've got one float,
Two floats.
two float,
Oof.
two float, and a ringleader. Ringleader, always
that
happy
bad.
to see.
Not too bad.
Yep,
But now it doesn't matter if Merlin eats something.
it's true. Yeah, now he's got enough float that it does make a difference. Although, I mean, every float matters.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Benton picking up. I wonder what he's thinking in this situation. Is he like, oh, I have to rush to 3 in order to beat the clock that this bovine is presenting? Is he thinking that he has an advantage here, that if he just can stall the board, he'll be fine? Is he... Where's he at here, you think?
It's-
Viridian Protective Trinket. Does not want to get interacted with is where he's at.
Yeah, Asher only has one card, so I don't see a way for him to draw 2 cards.
Mhm.
So it's more of a defensive, like, for later turn, I think.
Sure. Also, he's probably planning on dungeon guiding to 3 rather than hard leveling to 3, so this makes as much sense as any other materialize.
Yeah, exactly. And at absolute worst case, it's a target for a Ghost of Pendragon while keeping the sword.
Yeah, exactly.
Wonder what is in Benton's hands. Definitely a fireball, surely.
Surely, yeah. But he still needs. He's got a long distance to go before that fireball is going to make too much of a difference. He's got a long row to hoe, as they say.
Yeah, you got 50 seconds left in round 4 here. Oh, and like you mentioned, Dungeon Guide to level 3. It's probably going to be
Leaving him with?
Benton's turn 0, most likely.
And still 15 damage to get through. That's not going to be quick.
15 damage, and that's with a presumably blinding orb and a lot of interaction from Asher. Because we know for a fact he has a Cerulean Decree, so it's blinding orb, Cerulean Decree, and that's 4 cards that he has to pay.
There goes a Mnemonic Charm and something else underneath it. Is that another library?
Honorable Vanguard, I think.
Could be a Vanguard. I'd believe that.
I can read the 480 text, 480p text here. All right, recollection phase. Or no, it's Dungeon Guide. Never mind.
Yeah. After
No,
the dungeon
that's
gate.
that's next turn.
We might see an Ascension here, or he could wait until he has a better opportunity.
He only has 1 turn. So
I mean, if this is turn 0, which
So
now we
he
are
has
on
one more turn,
Benton is
sorry.
0. Yes.
okay, decides to just swing there
Mhm.
for the extra chip damage.
Which is
don't
understandable. Are we going to see a
know.
Ghost here? Ghost seems like a good play if he can get it down.
Ooh, there it is.
And yep, and Asher not in a position to interact with this, right? 1 card in hand.
One card
Viridian
and the
active.
Viridian,
Yeah. This is a great Ghost of Pendragon.
I think you just kind of almost do everything here. Maybe leave a few cards up if you do have it to interact. But I don't know what Benton would have. Maybe a Resolute Stand or something. But
Right.
I think, honestly, I think Benton's a good spot. A lot of cards. Had the Ghost off. Kind of cleared the Bovine, actually, with the Ghost of Pendragon.
That looks
the,
like a pass over to Asher's turn 1.
Oh, there's Nico. It's alive. Nico's alive.
Oh, it's happening. Something is happening here. Burning the 2 Sylvie-specific floating memory in order to go to Nico level 2.
Oh, in response fast cure. Is that, I think, just for float? No, okay. It looks like he is
That's
actually
for
just going to
healing, yeah,
heal.
Absolutely. He's only got like 5 influence Benton over there.
Is that his entire hand? Surely
I think
not.
that's everything. I think that's
Wow.
everything he has.
Shields down.
Shields down. The real question is, can Asher take advantage of it here, right? Like, what is he going to do? Is he going to Ravishing? Ravishing taking him to 10, milling 20? That's not going to do much.
It's more so like if Asher feels like he can kill next turn, maybe you just prepare for it and pass and keep up your interaction so that way you guarantee that Benton does not kill you on his turn, and then you come back and then wipe him.
That sounds
Or
pretty
you,
good. I mean,
or
I
you just
think
Icebound Slam right now.
I think maybe he feels like that's his only out. He just needs to get enough damage in to actually do something. Or he might be slamming the ghosts. That's not unreasonable either.
Yeah. How many fling was that? 3? 2? Oh, technically just 1, because I think the Bowlines, I think it's
Bovines
all
are no
Bowlines,
longer
yeah.
float, yeah. So just the Primordial Ritual? Rough.
Yeah.
And that is a slam to the face.
Slam,
so setting up for a
pass.
ravishing next turn is
Yeah.
what it seems like he's going for here. And just saying, Benton, do your worst.
I don't think Benton can actually kill here.
So we would
Let's
need
see.
to get 19 damage in.
It's
On the board, he's got 5,
1, 1.
6, 7, 8. Right? He's got 1 from the sword and then 2 from Merlin as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's 2 here. He could Ascension this for a Prismatic.
Mhm.
If he puts fire down, that's an additional 3 damage.
So potentially 6 damage off of that sword?
Potentially. And then Fireballs, if he has any.
Does he have the influence for all that?
I have no idea. Oh, well, it looks like Blinding Orbit is coming out.
Oh, speaking of having the influence for all that, yeah, that's definitely going to hurt his turn. I think at this point he for sure doesn't have enough. But those allies are all coming in.
Yep, needs 14 damage. I don't know how he's going to get to 14 here.
Not sure either. Yeah, 3 visible on the board. With only, 4 cards left in his hand, I think? Maybe 5 after drawing in his Recollection and his main? Can he Ascension and Fireball? I think he can Ascension and Fireball, which would be 6 plus another 6 is 12, is still not enough?
It's 3 plus 5, 8.
No, it's 14 exactly, right? It's a 3-power
5,
sword, plus the 2 from
6.
Merlin, plus the 3 from the Ascension, hitting directly, plus the effective 6 from the Fireball, is exactly 14
Yeah.
if he has exactly those cards.
And the influence to pay for it, which I think he does.
I think he does have the influence to pay for it. He's looking through his hand. He's doing the math now. Well, I hope my math and his math align.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure he has a Fireball.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he has an Ascension. Which
Well,
might be,
we'll
which
see what
might
he goes
be
for.
the issue. Oh, he just decides to
just
swing.
hitting with a drawn blade. Is that going to be enough? This is turn 2 out of 3.
Yeah, this is Benton's last turn.
So Benton will not get
A
another
ghost?
turn. Okay. Drawing 2 cards, hoping for a
3.
Fireball. This is 3. With a Fireball here, he's still
It's
2
2.
short. Looking at, 4 cards in hand? Ah. Throwing his cards down. Didn't quite get there.
Dang. Yeah, it wasn't quite there, unfortunately. And also time did run out, so
Yeah.
looks like it is ending up in a tie, unfortunately.
Yep, 1 win for each of them.
But-
Game 3 ends with no winner.
But it looks like it was a Mage Bane Ravishing combo from Asher.
So, yeah, I think on turn, if he had been able to get that through, that might have actually won it. But
Yeah.
didn't get there quite quick enough.
Oh, he did have a Fireball, but no Ascension.
All right. Well, what a fantastic match.
Yeah.
I love seeing decks like Merlin out there. I love seeing decks that have that big burst potential like Merlin does. And then you also see, you know, kind of Water's big burst potential in Ravishing and Magebane Lash, those huge hits, that big mill. It's really Clash of the Titans down there.
Yeah, and what's really like nice, I think, and it's I might get some hate for it, but the fact that Merlin can actually still compete with like Nico decks and stuff, it's still pretty nice. Which means these older decks that it's, I guess, still kind of expensive, but it's still like readily available to get. That can still compete with some of the more meta quote unquote decks that that are happening right now.
And there's something to be said for having experience with the deck, you know? Like,
Yeah, when
there's
been
a
playing for a
lot of
year.
different decks around, and people have been playing Merlin since DOA, right? People have been playing Merlin for as long as Grand Archive has been a thing. So, you know, having a deck that you're comfortable with, having a deck that you've been able to put, you know, a year's worth of work into is not, you know, it's not nothing, right?
Yeah.
And you can compare it to a deck that's maybe on paper slightly better, but if you don't know what you're doing with that new deck, you know, how much work are you going to be able to put into it in order to get yourself up to speed? Like,
Yeah.
absolutely, you know, not knocking anybody who's bringing a deck that they're comfortable with and knows can compete.
Yeah, and it's definitely a lot of like the deck can only take you so long, so much. But if a really good pilot of a deck pilots a deck,
Yeah.
then they can take it a lot further than like an average player would.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Benton with his about a year basically experience playing Fire Merlin, and honestly, Asher playing the Sylvie Nico did really well.
Yeah,
He kind of slow, methodical, controlling play, very like he's not pressured, he's not stressed, cool as a cucumber as well.
Yeah. And you got to play it smart, you know,
Yeah.
that kind of deck.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
Well, good performance from both players.
Yeah, it's honestly it was actually pretty exciting, even though it did end up as a tie.
Yep.
But it was definitely a lot of like theory and puzzle matching that we have to do. Like, oh my God, you can't kill him. Okay, but you can if you just do this. And yeah,
if
it's
the
super
exact
exciting.
circumstances line up correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite like Mucus. Mucus just kind of predicted the future and was able to draw out the 4 floating memory there.
Yeah, right.
So
Lightning
not quite
can't
like-
strike twice.
Yeah. On stream, but what we would like to do is right now it looks like the round is over, but we're working on finalizing the pairings and stuff, and then we're gonna jump right into round 5. So while we're waiting for that,
Okay.
Silodar posted and Granadar, right, posted a couple of HVN or Abyssal Heaven art spoilers. So they're not just the full card; they're just the art. And this has been a little bit more common since I believe ALC/MRC is they've just been releasing the art versus like just straight up the card. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring up those cards, and then we can kind of assume what do they do.
Yeah. A little bit of speculation on stream.
Yeah. So it looks like here for the very first card we have Ravenous Pyre, and then we have Frost Nip. I don't even know how to pronounce this.
That is Pirouette.
Pirouette. All right, so let's start with the Ravenous Pyre. Well, first of all, beautiful arts from both.
Absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful. And I don't know about the first one, but the Frost Nip is, I believe, drawn by Pinakes.
Okay, I
which
believe that.
Pinake is amazing artist. I think every set that he started with and going forward has just been more and more incredible art. But anyway,
Is the Frostnip Pirouette from the Diao-Chan Recollection deck?
you don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
Which we can assume.
Yeah.
But it does have Dao-Chan in it.
Okay.
But no, we don't know anything about the Reiko decks, like what's in them. And then obviously we don't know anything about HVN. But Ravenous Pyre, what do you think it does?
So Ravenous Pyre is a very evocative name, right? It's the idea of eating something, the idea of consuming something,
Yeah.
right? And then Pyre, I mean, such a fire-flavored card, right? Especially if you look at the art, you look at the ball of fire that the character is holding in her hands and the fire going everywhere. To me, this sounds like the offensive equivalent of Cremation Ritual. I think this lets you sacrifice an ally and deal maybe their power plus some number in damage to target unit.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to be a little spicy here.
Okay.
It's going to draw you a card. Because you're Ravenous, right?
Oh, yeah,
So I
sure.
feel like it's like an additional cost, do something. Maybe it's like a Cremation Ritual where like you have to sack an ally or something. But maybe it's like worse, so you draw 1 card.
I think Pyre specifically leads me to this sacrifice an ally. Like, Pyre is,
Or
like a
maybe you
funeral
deal
pyre,
damage.
right? Like, you need to,
What if you sacrifice an ally and deal, I don't know, like X amount of damage?
Yeah,
Maybe that'd be cool.
that's what I'm thinking.
That'd be cool. Okay, but first of all, who do you think this person is?
Oh,
I
don't
don't-
ask me lore questions. Don't make me do that. I'm going to get canceled.
I don't. Well, first of all, I don't think this person has appeared in any AMB art.
Okay.
Number one, I don't recognize this person, and I don't recognize anything in the background of where this might be, or like location, or
Yeah,
any
like the trees or
landmarks.
whatever are pretty general. There's no
Yeah.
specific accoutrements. There's no like regalia. in her
Yeah,
hands.
so it's kind of hard to say this is some sort of unique ally, or because this is based on the Three Kingdoms, if it's like a important figure,
Mhm.
right? I mean, it could be wrong. I need Mark from Solar Games. Like
Right,
he's
yeah,
like
yeah.
he's the Three Kingdoms lore master here. But I don't think it's anybody. I think it's just a generic like maybe kind of like a Shrine Maiden kind of esque character.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a Miko kind of vibe to her.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's cute.
Yeah.
I like it.
So Frostnip Pirouette, what do you think is going to happen here?
This one is a little okay. Number one is Dao Chen.
Yeah.
Right. So, and because of the way the art is drawn, I would have to assume it's a water card.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, my question to you is: do you think this is another negate card?
I don't.
Okay. Number one, I don't know what pirouette means, so I'm gonna Google that
so
right now.
a pirouette is a dance move. It's spinning around in a circle.
Okay.
Kind of flaring out your dress like that.
Okay, makes sense. Hmm. Act of spinning on one foot, typically with the raised foot touching the knee of the supporting leg.
Specifically a ballet move.
Specifically a ballet move. Yeah, now that I read it, definitely not a negate. Definitely not.
No, I don't think so.
But it should go. I think Dao Chen is what, a Terra cleric is what
I'm not
the product sheet said. So it probably should be a Terric at least focused card. Or a cleric focused, not Terra.
Cleric focus, yeah.
Man, it's so hard for me to like predict or try to even assume what things do.
Well, I need you to make a prediction so I can make a prediction afterwards.
So you can predict what I don't say. Ah man, it's a ballet move. It's a spinning thing. You spin to win. I don't know. Maybe you're mesmerized by the dancing. And just maybe you rest all your allies or something like something. You can't do anything because you're like mesmerized or something.
So I predict this is Cleric Storm of Thorns. This is prevent, I'm going to say 2 damage from the next source that would deal damage to you, and that source takes 2 damage back.
That might be.
Okay,
there you go.
How much does it cost?
That might be interesting to cast.
How much does that card cost? Probably 3. I think 3 reserve.
3 cost?
I think nobody will play it at 3,
Okay.
but I think it'll be really, really good at 2.
Reflect 2 is kind of busted. It would kill a lot of allies. So, okay, I can see that. All right. Okay.
I just like all of the ice shards in the background. Like this has kind of a stratagem of myriad ice sort of flavor to it.
True.
Like I feel like this is a defensive move that is going to deal damage somewhere. And I don't know, I've made my guesses to the specifics, but I think the vibe will carry me through.
Yeah, we just gotta have to wait, unfortunately, till HVN releases, which is all the way in March. We do have, I believe, the Rico decks will be launching at Melbourne as like a world premiere kind of thing, similar to how we did at Worlds. So if anyone is going to ascend Melbourne in Australia and you wanna go ahead and play Dao Chan for the first time, that'd be it. But it looks like our next feature match is been decided. I believe it is a Nico mirror, which is going to be very, very interesting. I need to double check. I'm pretty sure the deck lists are going to be the same. I'm fairly certain. But I am going to double check here.
Oh, Judge, I have a problem. I have an illegal card in my deck and the sideboard fully.
No.
Oh no! So a illegal card
I'm
in
okay with it.
Cage's
You want
deck
to show
over on the left.
for it.
Apparently forgot to de-sideboard after his previous match.
Is getting
Okay.
yeah, so it looks
Yes.
like that is a game loss, and per I believe per policy you actually don't sideboard.
I think you do not sideboard moving into game 2,
Yeah.
having not played any cards.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, you're good.
Yeah, so I think he just
No,
de-sideboards,
sorry.
and you just go
I'm
to
glad
the
I was-
normal
I
deck
thought I
list,
was like,
which
"Oh,
I'm not sure if Teach has already de-sideboard now while the judge call was being handled.
Right.
But now would be the time to de-sideboard, shuffle up again, play your spirit, and then just kind of go ahead.
Well, we can use this time to talk about their deck lists.
True, which it is a Nico mirror, which Tage I believe is on a Silver Nico, and then yep, they're both on Silver Nicos. I'm going to say basically the list is going to be the same.
Probably going to be similar.
Yeah,
Not
I would
expecting too
say
many
the
changes.
ratios are going to be like slightly different. Yeah, I mean like 2 title locks versus 1 title lock. I don't know. Ooh, actually, no Song of Frost versus
He has the Song of Frost on the board.
in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like for example,
Oh, for
like
the main,
Tage has
yeah.
it in the main board right
Right.
now versus Wayland has it in the sideboard. So just different like choices, right?
Yeah.
Let's see, 4 Fracturizes, 2 Frostbinds. That's pretty much the same. 3 Frozen Dismissals in the main board for Wayland, and no Frozen
Swings will
Dismissals
finish the round instead of going
He'll
At
finish
all.
he'll win the next
for Tage. So I wonder.
literally
Now again, because it's so early into the alter
It's the curse.
like release time,
actually is the curse.
it's either he feels like he doesn't need it and opted not to put it in, or he actually just didn't have them. And unfortunately, we don't know.
Right. Yeah, that could have gone either way.
Right? This is like the problem where like I do think Frozen Dismissal is a very good card, but because of product availability, it's been 1 day after the release.
Right, and locally we've had a few problems with distribution, so people aren't necessarily getting all the cards that they expected.
Yeah, and it's like, does he think it's good? Does he think he doesn't need it, or he legitimately does just not have it? All right, so it looks like Wayland did go first. Fractal Rain imbued, pretty typical, pretty standard. Looks like Tage has a bovine. I think he does have a fractal as well.
What a start.
Seaside and Seaside.
Ooh, double Seaside.
All right, that is a great reveal.
Yeah, for the most part, I would suspect the turns are going to be very, like a mirror. It's going to be very similar
Yes,
until
yes.
a certain. Ooh, a double Fractal Rain imbue. This time showing a
Bovine
bovine and a
and-
snow fairy.
Snow Fairy. Okay. Snow Fairy's in the main. Interesting. That's
think-
a very ally kind of.
I think it's really good in the mirror because then you target the bovine, so now they can't play bovines ever again,
That's
or
not a Dream Fairy.
Recollect.
it's rested so it can't attack. My bad, sorry, but on attack, it can't do the cycling.
Yes. Yeah. It freezes it in place.
Yeah, it's not green.
It's not.
No,
green.
no algae. It's very clean.
It's not a polluted Snow
Yeah.
Fairy.
Fresh water. Fresh
Uh-huh,
water for
fresh water
snow fairy.
Cards in here.
One.
Did he ditch? Is that a ditching Icebound Slam? Oh, he's playing Icebound Slam.
All right.
Okay,
let's
and then Frostbite.
go. This is a good start.
Yeah, well, immediately punished.
This is a water start.
Yeah. But
This
like
is-
you said earlier, like it's early enough. You play it anyway. If he has Frostbine, whatever. But if he doesn't have it, you're plussing. Right?
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Sean's too good at this.
And yeah, you just do it. You just do it. Sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't. And
Yeah,
it's,
and you just gotta go
it's
for
kind of worth it either way. Like now they have one less Frostbind.
it. Yeah, I do want to say just as Tage is thinking about his materialize the Power Cell token by Lucky Yuki, super cute. This is
Yep.
the custom token that she has. Super cute.
Very adorable.
Okay.
It looks like Sean or Literasil, world's competitor, by the way, and the
Just
current
throwing
stream
that
match
in.
judge. Looks like he's just making sure, hey, like for my sake, like can you can you make sure the zones are clear, make sure things are clear. So things like
And
that.
we as spectators very much appreciate that.
Yeah. Clean board makes us understand a little bit. Looks like backup treasure coming in immediately, using it to draw a card in memory.
Go to recollect and draw.
Pretty standard so
One card.
far.
Probably going to see a Fracturize on that Power Cell.
Or I mean,
Use
if he has,
Fracturize,
dude, he has one
yeah.
card and he has Icebound. I'd just Icebound, man.
Oh yeah, that's
Sure.
true. If this was the turn, that would be great.
think you
Is
have no
he?
interaction,
Oh, he
just do it.
does. He does. He has it.
Yeah,
Does
just
he have the cards?
You should.
He doesn't have the cards anymore.
Oh, he paid 2 for fractals.
Yeah, he had to pay the fractals in order to get the in order to get the backup
That's
tracker going.
unfortunate. Yeah. I
So
mean,
not
maybe
quite
just the
enough
bovine.
resources.
Yeah, at this point, maybe just play the bovine. Go for the cycle.
Bovine.
Yeah,
Play the bovine. Put out something that your opponent needs to deal with.
yeah.
I'll send one into
Man,
the
just
game.
one, just one short of the icebound when he
Right.
has his shields down.
Negative.
That just feels bad.
I'll pass.
We want to see the slam.
And actually connect.
Uh-huh.
All right. Looks
A water
like the I don't know. Oh, he milled the fractal rain, and then I don't know what the other one was.
Mhm.
But
Go
judging
fractal
by
rain
there
over
was a kind of like a long sigh. I don't think there was a floating memory.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Thanks.
Cerulean being milled by
Fractal
Fractal of Rain over here. So, not helpful. Not a good mill.
Yeah. Oh well.
Wait, look
Raylan
into
does
his hand.
have
Is that
another
slam?
icebound
Is that
slam.
another slam? We're gonna slam. Is it the possibility of second slam?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Does
He
he
does
just go
have
for
enough
it?
to play it and pay 2
Oh man.
for any kind of interaction, so he could do it. I don't know. I don't know if it's
He's
smarter at the
thinking.
moment.
Go paladin.
Still thinking.
Ooh, okay.
Paladin now. Okay.
Okay, man. Safer play,
Fine,
the better
fine.
play.
Not as spicy.
Not as fun, man. Like, just do the slam.
Just slam. Don't make it hard. Just slam. But Frostborn Paladin pretty good on this board, and a good way of dealing with the bovine. Like, he doesn't want to let that bovine sit. for too
Yeah.
long. Like, Tage getting extra value out of the bovine milling himself
No.
is
1, 2, 3,
pretty
4, 5,
strong
6, 7.
and probably worth putting the slam off a turn in order to get this Frostborn out and deal with the threat. I guess if I'm thinking strategically, I can allow the
Slam!
Frostborn is probably better,
Slam!
right?
Why think? Just slam.
But slam. Want to see the slam?
All right. So I would say either a Viridian Trinket here or maybe a Grail.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the better play. Terrafring? Really? Okay.
Tariff ring. All right.
Interesting.
Doesn't want to get Frostborn. Doesn't want to get slammed. Honestly.
Snow Fairy and Storm Offense.
Okay. One floating memory there.
Storm of Thorns not really floating memory yet, right? It's Guardian specific.
Yeah, later. Yeah.
Later, very later, but useful for the ravishing.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we're probably gonna see.
1, 2, and
I think you either play a Seaside Ringleader or a Snow Fairy. Yeah. Just make
Yeah.
sure that Frostborn Paladin doesn't ever wake up.
Target paladin. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Makes sense.
good to go.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, one into champion.
Thinking.
One damage
all
coming
the
to the champion.
all the strategically correct plays and no slam.
Yeah, all the strategically correct plays that aren't slams.
I guess these are good players. They go for the best plays, I guess.
Refracting Missile, knocking out that Snow Fairy, freeing up his Frostborn Paladin. No longer iced over. Pretty good Refracting Missile, honestly.
Yeah, he enables a floating memory for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Can go up to the Sylvie if he wants.
Yeah, and Sylvie's probably a pretty good call at this point. I think.
Sylvie Bovine or.
Oh
Sylvie
no, we
Terrapin.
saw the ringleaders out of Tage's side. Wayloon's still sitting on, nothing particularly impressive at the moment. But we'll see what his materialize is. Sometimes you just go to Sylvie.
Yeah.
We have already seen the backup charger, so this could be a GCR
Grail?
or a Grail. Is his Grail? Oh, are they both Grail decks?
It's
Fractal
basically
Rain,
the
Fractal
exact
Rain.
same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
they
will
both
go
run
Flex.
Grail.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Frostworn Mill, unfortunately, so not ideal from the Fractal of Rain.
Yeah.
And both of the players have resources up. Wayloon sitting on a Frostborn Paladin, so in a slightly better position, a little bit of a better board.
I'll swing you one.
Dropping his own
myself
bovine,
with the mill.
pretty good here.
Oh.
Milling two,
Oh.
two float.
All right, that's pretty good.
What is this?
Immediately popping a float for the
Scepter Letter, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. And Wayland's sitting pretty, actually. This is a really nice position for him. He's got the Frostworn, which is great for keeping board. He's got the Tidestone Bovine, which is great for feeding his graveyard. That Fractal of Rain, really nice board position. And Tage now is kind of on the back foot. He's got to catch up. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is here.
I have a Sylvie trigger and a Scepter trigger.
2, 3,
Yeah.
4,
I'll
5,
take
6. 6 cards in hand for Wayland, which means he has enough to
I'm
play
gonna target myself
anything
with
through
Fractal
a
Rain twice.
Viridian or honestly even just pay for things if he wanted
Yep.
to. Ooh, looks like a Terrapin was
Yep.
milled right off the top.
Terrapin and a Primordial Ritual,
Ooh.
so
Scepter
still got to float after it. Hopefully he still has an animal
But the
this turn.
turtle. But the
He's
turtle.
But the turtle. I know. Probably he has a turtle in hand. That's what I would expect to
Are we
happen.
good to reflect and draw?
Yeah, you're good.
As someone who has played Sylvie,
Okay,
you just
that's
always
a-
have it.
It's a lost in thought in hand. Oh, there's a bovine though.
Yep. Oh, a 2/3 bovine. Pretty good here. Bovine on bovine action.
How many cards in hand?
6.
Which cow is stronger?
Well, probably the one with the buff counter.
Oh,
But we'll see where Tage wants his buff counter to go. Looking through his hand, not sure if there's also a Terrapin in hand.
there is.
Doesn't
It's probably
look like
it's
it.
it's probably a bovine play here, but he
probably
does
a
have a
bovine.
ravaging finale that he can think about for the future.
Absolutely.
He does have a revitalizing cleanse in case he's in any danger, and you just go ahead and play that. He does have a lost in thought for a quick
then you have
floating
5
memory,
Mhm.
and then
6,
you
okay,
know, obviously,
And now
please,
he
please
has a
play.
2/3 bovine.
Please play the Icebound Slam. I want to see it.
So bovine going into probably the opposing Tidestone bovine. I think Tage wants that board clear. Wayloon thinking very hard about this. Does he have a response? A single refracting missile, not good enough at this point.
I'll go with 3 down refracting.
Does he? Wait, how many? That looks like.
Okay. Oh, only does 2.
Yep. Wayloon noticing his mistake after having
sorry.
played the fractal on the board,
Yeah, 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then
Decides
2
to
damage done to the
do
bovine.
2 to face.
and then 2 damage done to the other bovine.
Ooh.
And then 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
Unfortunate situation.
Yeah, a little bit of a blunder there.
Yeah,
Miscounted by
Yep.
1.
Sets it down on the board and then realizes.
It's like, oh, it only does
It
2.
only does
I only
2.
have 1 fractal.
Yeah. Yep.
Doing it in this way.
Very unfortunate. It is still floating in the yard,
Whew.
so not the worst situation. Whoa!
Is just gonna play
just
it
going
now,
for
just
it,
for the
huh?
straight up 6
Chilling
damage.
Frost, and the Chilling Touch and the bovine.
That's a lot of pressure. That means it's only 4 away from death if he decides to like not level
Yeah,
up.
that's fine.
Right, yeah, he has to level up here. There's no
Yeah,
question.
Yeah.
2 cards in hand. I'll pass the turn.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, only 2 cards left in hand for Tage, so not a lot of interaction being held up here.
Zero
yeah,
interaction.
And,
Mhm.
Scepter,
Yeah,
4.
I'll take 4.
Potentially a title lock.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll go fractal target myself, sure.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh, good mill.
Recollect.
Recollect. I'm gonna pop Terrapin.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Terrafring getting popped here in order to keep his own 2/3 bovine safe.
It's a lost in thought, and I don't know what the last one was for Tage. Icebound, do it,
Is it time?
do it. I don't think
he
he has
probably
enough
wants
cards.
to take advantage of this buff counter from Sylvie.
Terrapin.
Yeah.
Terrapin,
Dang
there
it.
is.
My Icebound.
Well, but giant turtle's okay.
Okay.
I accept. I accept.
Fine.
Um,
2 in hand, right?
So 3 damage here off of the turtle is enough to clear the bovine. So we might see that. It is going to cost Wayloon, unfortunately, because of the Terrafring, which also makes Slam look a lot less ideal on this turn. So a Terrapin, very understandable here.
I'll pay 2 and
Is
So,
5
the
damage correct for Wayloon? I thought he took a bunch from that Ravishing.
yep, and I'll pass. Go for it.
It should not be at 5. It
3.
should be at 11.
Okay.
But we're just gonna do.
Unless it was like a Song of Frost or something? Did I miss some
No.
interaction? Okay.
Yeah, no. No, there's no Song of Frost.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Waylon even runs a Song of Frost unless well, he does run in sideboard, but he
Yeah,
doesn't get to
sideboard.
side.
Mhm.
So
And Primordial.
Yep.
So
It's
we're
fine, that'll be
seeing
at
some
11.
materializations
then
here,
Restorative
spending
Recollection on
2
myself.
float
Title lock. Chairman.
to go to Nico level 2.
Yeah.
So just a
you're good.
very
Yes, you're
aggressive
good.
play
Go ahead,
here. And now he's got that Storm of Thorns. And what else?
there's no kill cards. There's
Does he have another Ravishing?
an Icebound Slam. That's the only
Scepter,
attack card.
2 Frostwing swings, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And then he's taken 5 off of
Scepter
he poked
and
him with the
one.
bovine, and then I think Scepter. Yeah. Is there a specific?
Now the judge is getting involved and trying to track down the life totals.
11,
just to make sure that they're correct.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sean,
no, he slammed.
he's asking, should Waylon be at
Oh, yeah,
11?
Ravishing's
I
crossed
believe
line.
he should be at 11 right
Yeah.
now.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, we're good.
You have three cards.
Three.
Sounds like the
Yeah.
life totals are accurate.
It shouldn't be. It should be at 11.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll get confirmation one way or the other soon.
Yeah, because there was no interaction for the Ravishing for 6.
Mm-hmm.
So he should have just taken it, but
So Tage looking through his hand, having gone to the Guardian, having gone to level 2 Nico, now trying to make a decision about what else he's going to be doing here. Oh, the Ravishing got hit by the Frostworn. The Frostworn was up.
oh, interesting.
Okay, great.
Okay, makes sense.
That also explains why there's no Ravishing on the board. Or no Frostworn on
Ask
the
for
board.
total points.
I did
Yeah,
forget about the
I have
frost one.
5
Uh-huh.
cards down, 3 cards in
So
hand.
8 total.
Yeah.
Icebound?
Is it time?
Icebound? No frost one. Yeah!
Well, we really are not water players, are we?
I just see 8 damage. I want to go.
I'll pay 1.
Alrighty.
So this should only cost 5 from Guardian Nico here.
2 in hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 from the fractal.
Yep. It's pretty strong. And waiting
I don't-
for the mill here.
I don't think Waylon has any cards to do any sort of interaction. So
Yeah, he might want.
Ooh.
I mean, he would definitely
Oh, okay.
want to Frostbind here if he can.
Blinding Orb.
Forcing 2 cards down. And Tage thinking
Is
about
there
that
3
in
cards?
response. I think he has.
He has 3 cards for Frostbind.
I think he does have 3 in hand and the Fractal on the board.
Oh yeah. Well, the fractal.
Right now, the Blinding Orb is happening.
Yeah, but the fractal is rested.
No, Tage's Fractal.
Oh sure. Okay.
And then it gets Frostbound. Okay, so he had 2 left in hand. Putting those down for the Blinding Orb means that the 1 Fractal left up
Yeah,
isn't enough. to
wasn't
pay.
enough, yeah.
Yep. Yet
We'll
another
never-
Icebound Slam loss.
We're never gonna see an 8 damage, man. Just when we saw it. Unfortunate.
Waylon now also going to Guardian. Okay, so there's no more Tamers anywhere. Taking the Scepter damage for Tage over there.
Oof. No forwarding though.
Right? Yeah, that's pretty painful. It's not
Yeah.
a very good yard right now. 3
But-
damage from the turtle going in, and Tage is really behind at this point.
This
17
is
damage
This
versus
is
5?
this is really scary because yep, an Iceman Slam is over.
Ah, there it is. He did it! We saw the slam!
Yes. He
And
did-
it was a game-ending slam.
True. And unfortunately, with the game loss in the beginning, it's a very, very quick 2-0. It's, yeah, unfortunately, the game is over in 20 minutes. That was the fastest water game we've had.
Absolutely. Not only the fastest individual water game, but
Yeah.
that fastest game in the context of this match. So we got a 20-minute feature match.
Yeah.
Well
that's-
done, both of the players.
Oh, yeah.
But now we got a lot of time to go.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Tage played really well, and unfortunately, just Waylon just had the interaction, just had the answer for it.
Yeah.
Which meant that Tage just goes super shields down and then ends up dying from it, unfortunately. And Waylon obviously playing super well, just holding up everything, making sure he knew that he was on the upper foot, keeping up all the interactions, and he just ended up winning.
Yeah, I mean, both of them doing water things, and I don't know that either of them is necessarily a better player based on those interactions.
It was
but-
also technically only one game
Yeah,
without
yeah,
a side
absolutely.
right?
But it was a lot of interaction.
It was.
Right? There was a lot of back and forth, and Waylon ended up having the better board state.
Yeah, and I guess if you want to talk about like assuming they are going to game 2 with the sideboard,
Sure. Yeah.
like
all of
there's quite a few things I think for
I'm gonna pull the
for the mirror that they could bring in. Like for example, Tage has the nullifying lantern to help. He has more revitalizing cleanses in case he needs to heal. He has a Song of Frost in case he does need it. I
Yeah,
think,
Song of Frost, I think, pretty clutch in that matchup.
well, Tage runs 2, and then he has 1 in the sideboard, and then Waylon runs 0 in the main board, and then has 2 in the sideboard. Which he has only 9 cards in the sideboard. Waylon does. That's because he has Spirit of Serene Water, Nullifying Lantern, Safeguard Amulet. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. That makes sense.
That makes sense. It's a lot of materializes.
Yeah.
A lot of regalia.
Yeah. I mean, what what would you even bring in to this mirror? Do you like obviously Song of Frost?
I mean,
think.
yeah, I think the Song of Frost is pretty important there. I think having more Frostbinds could potentially be pretty important there.
Sure. Yep.
The Glacial
Evocation.
Evocation? Which one is the Evocation? I was looking at the Evocation and the Guidance.
This one is the ally removal basically. If
Oh,
it's rested,
okay,
deal 3.
yeah. Well, that's, I mean, they do have some allies that they want to get rid of, right? They want to stop that Bovine, but it's not a lot of allies. I think the Glacial Evocation probably stays out. I suspect that both of these decks were pre-sided against water, so probably not a whole lot that they need to bring in this match.
Yeah, I mean, like for example, Wayland has Water Resonance Bauble and Viridian Trinket in the main.
Yeah,
Right.
like this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those are 2 Regalia that can come out against any other deck, but I mean, we already saw like almost 50% of the field today is water, so pre-boarding against water makes a lot of sense, especially in the context of water mirrors being the slowest games out there. If you're not expecting to get to a game 2, you need to have your tech against water
yeah, I need to win.
on game 1.
Yeah, it's like if I'm gonna sideboard for water, like sometimes you may not even get there. Yeah, very important. Oh man, and Nico mirrors are kind of what's disappointing for me is there's no Nico level 1, which is it makes sense, but you know it's like untested. Right?
Yeah.
So, Sylvie Nico still more
I
consistent.
think I would like to see some Nico 1. I want to see what that enables. Maybe it enables some quicker decks. But you know the Nico deck already pretty volatile. So if you're going faster at the expense of some consistency, that's a dangerous conversion to make.
Yeah. Well, guys, this is what is this, round 5?
That was round 5 in the
Right.
books.
Round 5 is over really quickly. At
Wait,
least
was that round 4?
feature match.
That was round 4.
Round 4?
Yeah,
I
they were
can't
3
even
and
count.
1.
It's a long day already.
That was round 5?
Thanks,
I'm
producer
so
son.
bad at this.
I was right.
You were right.
Well, that was round 5 feature match. It did end really quickly, so the rest of the tournament is still going on. So we're gonna go on a break to kind of kill a little bit of time, and then be right back.
Great.
My slams.
California regionals for the AMB season, hosted by Final Cut TCG. I am Jim the Eternal. With me is Shinja. How you feeling, Shinja? We're 5 rounds in, about to start round 6.
You know, I almost didn't notice it was round 5. I thought I thought I was gonna keep going, but then it's like, oh, it's round 5 of 7. Or we're going into round 6 of 7, and we're like, oh, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right?
it's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's been a good day.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of water. You know,
It's been a lot of water.
It's a lot of water,
Granted.
but you know, it's been actually very interesting.
Mhm.
Very very high level of play. You know, there's good back and forths, and then everyone's just like fighting, right? Like
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
the game's pretty grim here, but oh my god, they fought for the out and they actually got the outs. So very very interesting.
Yeah. It's just great to see players playing to their outs, right? Knowing what their deck is good at, knowing where their deck can go from there. Like, you love to see it.
Yeah, and right now, round 6 did pair, so we're going to go ahead and look at the top 8 standings. This is not final, but this is the currently, you know, what the top 8 is at right now. So if we look on the graph, number 1 is going to be TTA, sitting at 5-0-0. He is Steven, and he's currently technically the only undefeated, without any ties. Then next, we have Joe Facha at 4-0-1. And then number 3, it looks like 4-1-0 is going to be the next 3, 4, and 5. And 6 and 7. And then 8th place is the 3-0-2.
All right. Well, good progress. We are seeing a lot of draws, kind of as I would say we had expected.
Yeah,
right? I mean, we've seen how the feature matches have gone. You know, it doesn't matter how fast you're playing, you're going to end up with some draws in this kind of format.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mix of, like, there's so many control cards where I am dictating the pace of how fast you are going to play your deck with cards like Frozen Dismissal, but also just water in general. Then you have people like playing Wind, where the lines are kind of convoluted, so you do have to spend a little bit of time thinking about what is the most optimal play. Not to mention, they are just generically slow in the first place. You have Slimes, which is the deck that does run the fastest, but again, cards like Frozen Dismissal and stuff definitely slows down those decks really quickly.
And Slimes maybe on the descent here. We're seeing kind of less Slimes than we have at other bigger tournaments. And also just in general, like there's more interaction in Grand Archive now than there has ever been. We're seeing a lot of decks with high influence, and all of that leads to a lot of decision making, a lot of decision points, a lot of important points where you need to make the right decision, or at least not make the wrong decision, in order to move forward. And nobody wants to rush that. Nobody wants to make a mistake. So matches take time. That's kind of all there is to it.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, like, if I look at the top 8 and I look at the deck breakdowns, it's overwhelmingly Silver Nico. I think there's 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's only 3. Not too bad, but it is the majority. And then Slime is 2. Then we have only 1 Water Ari, and that's sitting all the way in 8th place.
Wow.
Then, interestingly, we have a Water Merlin.
Okay.
And then we have a Wind Tony Allies, which is super spicy.
Yeah. Very cool to see. Well, it looks like we're moving into the start of round 6. We've got our feature match set up, and should be looking at game footage pretty soon.
This is going to be very, very interesting.
So we have Kurono over on the left and Fallen Boo on the right, looking like a water mirror. Into Spirit of Water so far, without seeing, I don't have access to the deck list, but without seeing any more, I mean, easy to guess some Sylvie Nico into Sylvie Nico. Definitely seeing some Icebound Slams over on the left side.
So, Kurono, Water Lorraine.
Oh, really?
Spirit Ruler Lorraine, by the way.
Oh, some Water Crux.
It's very, very interesting. Does have, like, Arendite, Crystal Longsword, you know, the typical, like, water ally, or not water ally, water warrior kind of deck.
Sure.
And then on the flip side, on Fallen Boo, it's the Casino Ari, the standard.
All right. Not a Nico in sight.
No, no Nikos here.
Yeah.
But, you know, a little too many Nikos today, I think.
There has been, in fact, a lot of Nikos. Backup Charger coming down for Fallen Boo, and just a lot of setup turns, right? We're seeing a Fractal of Rain on Kurono's side. We're seeing a Frostborn Paladin and some card draw over on Fallen Boo's side. So that does give him a little bit of a board presence. This is something that Kurono can't just ignore forever. But, you know, Lorraine, a high health champion, so maybe not that big of a deal seeing this 3-4 until it gets back up from something else.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Kurono's hand right now. There's a little bit too many Crux cards in his hand. There's 2 dispersions. One goes to Pendragon. He does have an Icebound Slam, so he could use it to get rid of the Frostworn. I didn't quite see what the 2 cards he put down were, so he might have maybe better answers there. So I wonder what he will do. It looks like he's going to bring out the Scepter on his main phase. You know, Water Mirror, pretty standard, I would say.
Right, yeah. And interesting just to see, like, the same kind of tools enable a different shell on either side, you know? We've seen this Fractal of Fallen Rain, we've seen these Frostborn Paladins, we've seen this kind of self-mill strategy with Icebound Slam, and normally that's an eco thing, but we were also seeing it for Water Ari here with Fallen Booze Tech, and we're also seeing it, the same kind of thing, enable, you know, Water Lorraine, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, what's really nice or cool about Grand Archive is a lot of the time the engine of a deck is usually pretty similar in most decks, like Fractals of Rain and, you know, Icebound Slams and stuff.
Absolutely.
So you kind of see the early engines like pretty similarly, and the lines of play are pretty similar in the beginning, and then once you hit the level 1, hit to level 2, that's where the diversity comes into play.
Yeah.
Interesting. He has the Frozen, what was that, Frozen Steel? Freezing Steel, sorry. Interesting card. But,
so, yeah, thinking pretty hard over here. Kurono already sitting on a ton of extra cards.
I don't know what he can play here. He has 2 Icebound Slams, a lot of Crust card, and I think that's a Frostbind.
Yeah, pretty slow hand.
He could go for the Icebound, but I think you're just going to get punished. I think he's going for it.
There it is.
Well, he doesn't have enough to pay for a Frostbind, though.
No, he doesn't. He has a lot of influence. Oh, no, 2
He
hands.
does. Yeah,
Two
yeah,
hands.
that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Like, he has enough to actually pay for it. So, actually, it's fine.
Yeah, this is probably the ideal point to do it. Like,
Yeah.
before your opponent is really getting their strategy online.
Yeah,
so
but
nothing that you need to worry about too much.
here's the question, though. Do you go face, or do you try to kill the Frostworn?
I think that depends on how aggressive Kurono's feeling, right? That depends on
Is that only 1 floating? Or
where
0?
he thinks. Oh, he went to the face.
Okay, all right.
Face is the place.
Do the early pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's only 1 floating memory. I didn't quite catch the other ones, but you know, the one that he did mill
Yeah.
instantly eats it up for the Scepter Illumina. So that way, the next turn, once he does go up to level 1 Lorraine, that's another 4 damage that he's representing, plus the 1 from the sword. And we know he has another Icebound Slam, which honestly he should have the influence for.
Well, if he gets if that's his plan, then going to the face makes a lot of sense here. If he thinks he can just get out of this game with a couple of slams and call that good.
He what's it called? Fallen Boo
Mm-hmm.
does not run Song of Frost,
Okay.
but he does have Water Barrier.
Okay, so he does have outs as long as he respects his opponent here. And that's always the question. It is so hard to respect water. Like, I have so much respect for players that know how to respect water.
Or you're like me, and what I don't respect it. I'm like, surely you don't
No
have a
way,
second
yeah.
one. There's no way, right?
What are the odds?
And then that's why I die. I get because he does have
It
it.
turns out the odds are pretty high. They built their deck specifically for that purpose.
Dude, that's crazy.
Man, if only I was better at math.
Alrighty, it looks like it's still Fallen Blue's turn, I believe. I think we did go through. Are we on recollection here?
He is. I believe he's already recollected.
Okay.
He has all
So-
of his cards in his hand.
So main phase, and just kind of thinking.
Or has he not materialized yet?
Oh, well, no,
main-
this is
main
just an
phase, yeah,
activation.
that is activating Polaris from the material deck. Now we both know that he needs to keep some defenses up.
What did he materialize?
Arisana, he went to level 1.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Cool. So level 1, and then he popped the Scepter to draw 2.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I think he did the 4 damage from Arisana's leveling.
Yeah, and then in response, pay the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we both know that Fallen Boo needs to keep up some defenses here. Otherwise, he might actually just die.
Just die to another Icebound Slam.
But I'm wondering whether or not he
Well-
feels the need to keep those defenses up, whether he knows what he's up against. Because I don't know that anybody would look at this start and think, Water Lorraine.
True, there's nothing here indicate. Well, okay, hold on.
Freezing Steel's a little weird.
The Freezing Steel, there was a Sword Saint of Eventide that was milled out.
Oh, okay.
So that is a pretty good indication of like, okay, this is a little different than the typical like Nico or Water Ari. So So there are up there. Well, the jig is up. here's Lorraine.
Here's Lorraine.
With the crystalline longsword.
Very cool.
And I believe Fallen Boo has a bunch of cards in his hand. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's his memory, right? Yeah. Okay, for sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
his memory.
So it's fairly safe, assuming he has like a Frostbind or. Let me see.
Yeah,
Does
it's a
he-
little hard to read his board, but I think we have the graveyard here in the middle, and then his banish down here
It's-
at the bottom.
yeah, and then the memory is supposed to go here.
With memory just right in the
The
middle.
memory somewhere. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, yeah, maybe the memory's here.
I think the memory is right there.
Okay.
So we've got a
Turbocharge.
Turbocharge. All right.
Draw
Yeah, I
the
get that
extra two.
influence. I respect that.
His level 3 is correct. His 3 goes.
Oh my god.
Dude, his level 3 is correct.
He just needs to get there.
He just need, well, 1, he needs to get there, and 2, he needs the regalia.
Well, I mean, he has a sword out. He's got a good start.
Well, he has a sword. He could technically return the scepter too if he leaves it out. That's gonna be huge value. It's 12 damage if he gets all the way to level 3.
We've got a refracting missile coming out from Fallen Boo. I'm not sure what this is in response to.
Maybe the materialization.
Could be. And
Oh,
just
no, sorry,
dealing
it's
3
in-
damage directly to the face. That is an aggressive play. Where is he going with this?
Maybe just the floating memory.
I mean, yeah, maybe he just needs the floating memory, but that is...
I'm trying to look at. Let's see. Let's look at his. He does run Tideholder Claymore. He could
Does
go
he
up
think he's
to
gonna get
level
10 next turn?
2. Otherwise, there's really not much he needs. Maybe he has another Frostborn that he can play. Potentially.
I mean, yeah, with the Frostborn out, that's 3. Maybe he has another refracting missile or something. Can he bring out the Tideholder?
No, well, it's more so I don't think he can kill.
Okay.
So I think he's using the floating memory for a potential second Frostborn Paladin and keep the defenses up.
That
Because-
makes some amount of sense.
Yeah, because we know that, Corona is water warrior,
Mhm.
so we shouldn't be expecting too many spells. So therefore, if we have any intercepts up, it's very difficult for me to just instantly die to, an Icebound Slam or something like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, at least for one turn.
Right. Yeah, and keeping the the Frostborn Paladin back like this makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, so that is the Viridian Trinket coming out. Makes interacting a little harder, but, Corona has a massive influence, so it doesn't really matter at this current moment.
Yeah, he can definitely pay the extra 2. But yeah, I mean, with that...
Oh. Mills that Frostborn, though.
So he has 2 float, 2 non. It's a pretty bad mill, but with that 2 float, definitely capable of doing some work here. Tideholder Claymore, I don't think he has the reserve right now. He doesn't have the influence in order to actually attack with it. So yeah, probably not looking for a kill here. But wow, what an aggressive refracting missile.
I really feel like he's trying to build up a floating memory for either a potential level 2, because now he has 2, or he's going for a defensive play. It's tough because I can't see his hand. So I'm just kind of assuming that either he maybe wanted to go to level 2, which obviously I don't think he wanted to do now because he didn't. So maybe a Frostborn?
Could be a Frostborn. He has 2 float to work with, so it could be any number of things. Probably not building up to a Ravishing, given that he's Ari.
Maybe he wants to build Influence, pay 2, Lost in Thought.
But we'll see where he
3?
goes.
Yeah,
here.
that's probably a Frostborn. Yeah, there
Frostborn?
it is. Okay.
Frostborn number 2.
Okay. Defense up.
Understandable.
Ooh, in response.
In response, is this dismissal? Frozen
Oh,
dismissal?
no.
Our
Cerulean
first
Decree.
on-stream not our first on-stream dismissal.
It's 3, 4, 5. Ooh, he shows double. Oh, well, that's the only other cards he has in his hand, I think, right? No. Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean,
Oh,
it is imbued 3.
I don't know what the other card he has in his hand. Keep shuffling. Maybe it's a Frostbind or something. It looks like a Frostbind. But, okay. He's going to go for it. Seeing how much cards you have in your graveyard, how much floating memory you have in your graveyard. This is probably the draw into memory and the negate. Most likely. I mean, Fallen Boot does have the cards to pay for it. But maybe it's like a hamper on what he wanted to do for this
Yeah, I mean, it
turn.
seems like he has a pretty specific game plan. Like you said, building up floating memory. So maybe it's just building for the future, but I can't shake the feeling that refracting missile to the face is a deliberate choice here, as opposed to any other floating memory or any other target
Yeah.
for the damage.
Yeah. Ooh.
Looks like he's popping an herb in order to cycle a card before he makes his final decision.
Maybe
So we
he
have
ju-
one
maybe
age
he
counter
just
on the
doesn't
Polaris.
have the out, so he was digging for it.
Yeah, I mean, is he paying 2? It certainly seems like paying 2 is really going to mess up the rest of his turn.
Yeah, but is losing a Frostborn worth it then?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
But hard to answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
don't know what to
it's
do.
definitely down to him to just make a decision at some point.
Okay. All right, he went for it.
Pays.
Yep.
We're getting an extra card into memory for Kurono. There's a banish on the floating memory, an extra buff counter on the paladin, and the card draw for Fallen Boo. Do you think he's going to send in one of these paladins, or are both of them staying home?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm looking at his health, and that's a scary number. One's going. I mean, he does have to advance his game plan at some point, right? Maybe he leaves one up and sends the other one in to try and make a little bit more pressure happen.
The problem is, I'm concerned about. Actually, it's not that bad. Actually, no, never mind. It's okay. I think the one was okay.
I think the one is okay. He does have to make something happen, right? He can't just sit back forever. And whoa,
Oh, double
Two
ghosts.
ghosts.
That's pretty good.
that's rough.
All right, the Lorraine level 2 coming out. This has the on-enter effect of gaining +2 attack on her next attack, as well as on-kill draw a card. You could theoretically try to swing into the Frostborn Paladin that is rested to potentially draw a card, and that might be able to help you here.
But also looking at Fallen Boo's health,
Well,
he
yes,
might
title
just
sweep.
swing into the upright one in order to clear the way for another attack, because he only needs 3 damage to kill at this point.
Is he going to saddle sweep? Surely. Oh my god. Oh! The classic Fire Lorraine strat, except it's water. Level 2 sweep.
It's still attacking for 5. That's a 5-point cleave.
That's a draw 2 too.
I mean, it'll draw 2, but it'll also kill his opponent, so it's a draw 3.
Oh, he's at
because
16.
You're killing 3
Oh, I forgot about
units.
the Scepter Lumina.
Yeah, if you kill your champion with Lorraine's level 2, do you get to draw an extra card?
I think so. Oh, the Lost in Thought for 1. And I don't think he has it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Wow, I forgot about the Scepter now. I was like, oh, okay, the sweep is going to kill, you know, and then draw 2, and then he'll play something else. I'm like,
Right,
oh, I
right.
forgot. The +4, you know?
Yeah, the Scepter's a big deal.
Wow.
Well, that is game 1 for our Water Lorraine player, Kurono. Well done.
By the way, Water Lorraine, 61 cards. And unless I'm being bugged here, no sideboard.
Really?
Unless this is bugged, I have no sideboard for. Oh, I didn't copy it. I'm trolling.
Thank you, Shinja.
No problem. I'm keeping you on your toes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing God's work.
So there is a sideboard. I'm trolling, guys. Okay. So Kurono has 13 cards in his sideboard. Number 1, he has 1 Safeguard Amulet, 2 Incapacitates, 2 Mystic Purifiers, 4 Sea Sprite Divers, 2 Snow Fairies, and 2 Song of Frost.
Well, Mystic Purifier and Seaside Diver seem like no-brainers for this matchup. He definitely wants to be able to handle Fantasias in order to slow down his opponent, and Seaside Diver being able to get rid of his opponent's floating memory just seems like an excellent include.
Yeah, and then if we look on Fallen Boo, let's see here. He has 11 cards in his sideboard. Fantastic. He has a Vanitas level 1.
Yeah,
he has
he's got
the
that
one.
Scatter
Alka
Essence game
has
plan.
2 Sea Strike Divers. He has 3 Scatter Essences.
Oh, great.
3 Visits as well.
Oh.
And then 1 Frozen Dismissal, 1 Rhyme Soul Bishop. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Wow.
Well, I wonder if he brings in Vanitas and the Wind cards. How important is Scatter Essence, do you think, to his game plan here?
The problem is, well, this is something that Fallen Boo has to kind of know by intuition.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Kurono needs the Fractals of Rain to really do much.
Sure.
All right? Like, it's not like milling is the thing, right? Like,
Right.
Sure, like, you can arguably go, okay, if I mill Floating Memory and I bring out the Erendite and then I can just one-shot you, like, sure. Like, okay, sure. But I can just Icebound Slam you and do the same thing and get the Floating Memory. So I don't know if Fantasias are that important to kill. So we may not see the Vanitas. I don't know. I don't know.
That looks like a lot of cards set aside over on the side.
There's that one,
If
2,
he's-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
If he's bringing all those in, that seems like all the win cards. And probably two of the divers.
True. If it's 7 cards there, that is definitely a Vanitas. But we have to look at his. I think that's his material deck.
Ah,
Surely,
right.
if he takes out one, then we know.
Yeah.
Because like, there's literally no other Regalia.
Okay.
So if he takes out a card from his material deck, we know it's a Vanitas.
Great.
But
All right, keep an eye out.
Yeah, he actually might have finished already. So I actually might have.
We're too busy staring at the deck list. We have no idea what actually happened. With it.
So he might have
Oh,
actually
no.
taken it out already. But yeah, this is definitely a deck to look out for. If he picks that up and switches out of Regalia, then we know he's definitely signing in the Vanitas. Ooh, he's making a choice.
I think that's wind coming in. I think he's doing
potentially.
it.
There's not even that many main deck cards to even bring out, right? So yeah.
It would not be the first time that we've seen this happen. We did see wind cards coming in a previous feature match. We didn't actually see the Vanitas switch, but I think that was because he didn't end up with any wind cards in his hand.
So we counted 7 cards. 3 Scatter Essence, 2 3 Visits, 2 C Sprite Divers is exactly 7.
Yeah.
So that's probably just, I'm going to yoink all those. So
I think so.
Most likely Vanitas is in there. Exciting.
Cool. Well, fingers crossed we see a champion switch. That would be very neat.
Okay, but the last time this happened, I think we're both pretty sure he sided in the Vanitas and then didn't play.
And then didn't play. Yep. I think it's entirely dependent on whether or not he finds water cards in his opening hand.
True.
Because he does need to level up to his champion relatively soon. He can't just sit on not cleric for too long.
Yeah.
Because the cleric class bonuses are actually pretty relevant to the functioning of the deck.
Agreed. We're so entranced by Fallen Boo here that I didn't count how many cards Kurono actually.
Kurono seemed like he was siding in a lot. There were a
Yeah.
lot of cards
Yeah,
moving
yeah.
around.
Ooh, those the the ascent prize cards there, the champions. So those are the wrong champions. But it looks like they're about to be ready to go for game number 2. I would imagine Fallen Boo goes first,
Sure.
but who knows?
Yeah, I wonder if he wants to high roll, right? He might ask Kurono to go first so that he can take turn 2
an
and
Icebound
try an
for him?
Icebound.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's an appropriate tactical decision for him, but I could see him making that decision.
Yeah.
And I think it's a lot about whether or not, and that's exactly what happens.
He's gonna go for it.
Mm-hmm.
But will he get it?
Yeah, I think it's a lot about whether he values the Icebound over
Frozen.
the material advantage.
Refracting Missile, Dungeon Guide, Frostborn Paladin, I think a Frostbind. I can't tell the other 2 cards.
Yeah, I can see a refracting missile. That's all I can tell.
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide? Is there a Dungeon Guide in there?
Yeah,
I think
so
one.
there's definitely so Frostborn Paladin. He has the Dungeon Guide. Refracting Missiles is somewhere over there. I think that's that one.
We have a Chilling Touch hitting
For
0
nothing.
cards.
But Floating Memory.
But floating memory, yep.
Just instantly brings out the Scepter Luna.
Yep.
But he lost the gamble, no Icebound.
No Icebound.
It didn't matter because he has Frostbind, I think. But, you know, it's the same thing.
Would
You
have
just play it.
been Frost
Yeah.
for sure.
You just gotta go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're not biased at all.
No. This is just objectively fair, no bias.
Yeah. So we're seeing a backup charger for Kurono on the left side. We have his upside down card as his power cell token. And
I want to see the picture, man. Flip it up.
not even sure what card that is. It is a fan token.
I think it's
Is he already fracturized it? Is that why it's upside down?
No.
okay.
See,
There
yeah,
we
it's
go,
flipped
all
up.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh, a Refracting Missile for 2. Ping.
Sending
Oh, sorry, for 1,
one
sorry.
damage to the face,
Yeah.
just because he really needs that float, and bringing out that scepter.
Yep, and then just pass. Easy.
Scepters for everybody. Man, I was really caught up on the refracting missile to the face, and then Kurono goes and does it back.
Okay, but this time it's like an immediate, like, I'm going to use it to bring out the Scepter.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
at least it's like immediate use.
Right. Vanitas, we've done it.
Oh my god, he did it. Yes.
We've done it.
Yes.
Matt. Vanitas is out on the field.
Whoa, baby.
So I love it. The scepter hits once and then is immediately cracked. cards way more important than 4 damage. So we're probably going to be seeing some wind out of Fallen Boo.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He has no level 2, right? It's,
Mhm.
He only has the Venus level 1. He doesn't have Venus level 2. He doesn't even have any other level 2 anymore. Like, he can't even go up to Arisana level 2 anyway, so you might as well go for the card draw immediately.
The devs added Scepter of Lumina so that we could do damage in water mirrors, and they're just using it to draw cards. So, is that it? Just pass? Or is he thinking?
I think it's a pass.
Oh, yeah, we're looking at materials over on Chrono's
Yeah,
side.
it's fine. I think you're not really too much pressured right now. Nothing is on board on either side. Like, sure, you might take
there's
4 damage,
nothing
but
really to hit, right?
yeah, exactly. So if you have, let's say you drew a Scatter Essence, like, yeah, you're waiting, right? You're waiting for the Fractal Rain. If you have a 3 visits, like, you're only on 1 damage, right? So
Yeah.
just go ahead and play it, recover the 2 Glimpse 2. So I think you can afford to wait here.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
And unfortunately, if you Ice Bound Slam, it is definitely going to get Frostbited.
It's true. Yeah, I did see the Scatter Essence in the corner for Fallen Boo.
Nice.
So he is ready if a Fractal hits the board. But Kurono's deck not as reliant on Fractals as some of the other water decks we've seen, so he may be waiting a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, right? Like, if you play it, you could start milling more Floating Memory for the potential Air Knight play, but it's not, like, super needed.
Right. So we're seeing a Safeguard come out for Kurono, not leveling up here, deciding on the
scared
defensive
of-
play.
What is he scared of from this?
That's a very good question. What did he see last game? I guess he saw...
There was no real, like, spell... Refracting Missile?
He saw Refracting Missile, he saw Frostborn Paladin, and he took a bunch of Scepter hits.
Oh, true.
But the Scepter's already gone.
But, yeah, Scepter's gone, but even if it was still there, like, surely you just go, like, there's no way your Vinny's level 2 now, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly he's scared of, but maybe he just doesn't have... He definitely doesn't have any floating memory, right? So maybe he's just bringing something out for the sake of bringing out something, and everything else costs... Everything else costs memory?
I guess, maybe.
Do you see a better option at 0?
You could do a quick Silver Grail play and set it up, but it is kind of risky.
Yeah, if your opponent is sitting on the Fracture Eyes, you never know what they might do.
Ooh, a Scatter Essence.
Yeah, the Fractal of Rain came out, and of course it's immediately scattered. Fallen Boo was waiting for this moment.
Yep,
Like,
easy.
I cannot wait to get this floating memory out of my hand and into my graveyard. Please play a Fantasia.
Ooh, Frostborn immediately.
Yep. Gets that floating memory out, drops the Frostborn Paladin immediately.
Game plan is working. The Vanitas tech is working here.
Vanitas
We're
tech
seeing
is
it live,
working.
chat. Oh man! Wait, is he? Okay, this is still
This is with the
activation
yeah,
response. Yeah,
exactly.
and it looks like the unentered resolves.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and get the dice. See what he's gonna draw. Of course, I can't see, so we
Right.
don't know what's happening. But face is the place.
3 damage going through. Yeah, Kurono, not a lot of defenses set up yet.
Yeah, you're definitely leveling up here.
Yeah.
Ooh, Tidal Sweep is gone.
Going into Lorraine level 1, we should see 4 damage off of the Scepter.
Yep, not too bad. Obviously, not too concerned. If you ever draw the 3 visits, that's a recover 2. I don't think I would risk a speedy Dungeon Guide play or anything like that, especially with this kind of influence. So, well, actually, he could. He has 8 cards,
He does.
so you could theoretically pay for Frozen Dismissal. But do you need that tempo right now?
How much does Fallen Boo have up? He has, what, 2 cards in hand? Doesn't look like a lot.
3.
He has 3? Okay. Right, and he is a cleric, so it could be a dismissal there.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to accelerate that fast.
We've got 2 damage coming in from the longsword. Where is he headed? To the face.
To the face.
Face is the place.
I think it's fine. I think you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely closed out the game last time. So if he has, another 8 damage off of this Scepter, he probably feels like he's in a pretty aggressive spot here. Fallen Boo, meanwhile, bringing out an ingredient pouch, fracturizing his token. Yep. Very standard water play here. And making some herbs. That looks like a 5 or 6. A little hard to tell.
6.
Both of which do the same thing, so
So it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter too much, no. But definitely making those herbs. Still has access to Polaris, even as Vanitas. But Vanitas means that while he can use Polaris for the crack ability, he cannot bring it out as an activation. He still has to materialize it the normal way. 3 damage coming in from that Frostborn.
Did the Vanitas just take the damage? Or was it just adjusting?
I think it was adjusted
Okay,
the
okay.
wrong direction and then adjusted back.
Okay.
Lorraine sitting at 10 damage out of her 20 life. So not exactly unpressured, but still not a lot on the board right now. And Fallen Boo passing the turn, keeping his options open. Hand full of cards. Still no float for Kurono, unfortunately. So not really in a good place to try and make Lorraine level 2 happen. But I think he's looking for an opportunity to level up. And that's probably where his aggression is going to come from here, right? If he levels up and gets that scepter damage. So we'll see what his options are.
Ooh.
Firing off that refracting missile. Oh, this is before his... So this is still in Fallen Boo's end step. So
Okay.
now he has that float,
You can use
and
it
he can
to
spend it plus
probably
one of his other
Oh,
cards.
Drawn Blade.
Oh,
Okay.
or just bring out a Drawn Blade. Okay, I can respect that.
Sea Sprite Diver.
Yeah, just trying to go through his cards. I understand that.
Icebound. Do it. Do it. Icebound. Get him to 15.
It would be also with a weapon, so it might be 9 or 10 damage, depending on how he wants to do it.
Ooh.
Whether or not he wants to crack either of those weapons. But yeah, using that refracting missile to bring out a weapon, especially the Drawn Blade, is just to cycle a card, right? He's looking for
Yeah.
other things that he can do. I think he's looking for ways to bring out some more pressure, and he's just kind of light on it, right? He's got the Icebound,
Yeah.
but handful of Crux looks like. Still probably not dungeon guiding up to 2.
Maybe? Maybe? Oh?
Ooh, maybe.
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
Baited us there.
It's the Diver. Yeah, that makes sense. He does have the Fracturize in the graveyard, and that's a nice clear, right? That prevents Fallen Boo from getting some kind of an advantage on his turn. And this is a little bit more pressure. This is not a bad choice. This Diver plus the Longsword hit is enough to clear the Frostborn. So that's maybe what we see here. He might also just decide to go face. Face might be the place.
It does make it so like an Icebound Slam. Ooh, it looks like he does.
Yeah, all right.
Like
You'll
an
love to see
Icebound
it.
Slam might be pretty juicy.
Mm-hmm. I'm just finding the extra damage off of that Drawn Blade.
Yeah, if next turn he just plays Icebound Slam, assuming Chrono doesn't die here,
Mm-hmm.
he does have enough to pay for a Frostbind. I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm fairly certain he has enough to pay for an Icebound Slam and the 2 for Frostbind.
Mm-hmm.
So that would threaten lethal.
But it
Assuming
does
no-
leave him shields down, right? It doesn't leave him with a lot of options for defense, and I think he might be worried about that at this point. With that refracting missile, that's another 2 damage. With the Frostborn coming in, it's another 3 damage. So Fallen Boo doesn't have to find that much right now in order to threaten lethal.
It looks like a 3 visits was just played as
Mhm.
well on end of Corona's turn. So that way, when it goes back to Fallen Boo, you can wake up and then potentially trigger it again. Or activate it again, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just a really great recovery option here, right? The Glimpse is very nice to have, taking a look at what your
my
options
God,
are. And there he goes, just immediately visiting again.
Sea Sprite and I think a Fractal. Oh, decides to just put both of them back.
Does he like both of those cards? That's pretty conclusive. Yeah, likes both of those cards.
3. Don't know 3D.
And throwing out another refracting missile.
Take 2.
Pouch.
Ooh, pouch.
So this is all in Recollect, huh?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think he wants to draw that Sea Sprite not only to mess with Corona, but also just to get another ally on the board, right? Like, Corona's health is looking real low. You know, you only need so much in order to make it happen here.
It's just Sea Sprite plus like maybe one more. And, oh, okay, decides to clear it actually. Okay, so
Okay.
not lethal, I don't think, this turn.
And it sounds like Fallen Boo's also scared for his own life,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He could put some pressure on here, but also he knows he's a slam away.
Which is understandable because Corona does have Frozen Dismissal for an ally. He does have Frostbind for whatever. Like, he does have some answers. So
Absolutely, right? And he's sitting there with 4 cards in hand. You have to assume that he is ready to prevent any damage that you're going to deal. So clearing the board makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So it looks like a Fractal of Rain imbued is coming out. And that's it. Just pass.
Yep, Fractal of Rain and then pass.
We'll go,
Rain's back up. Are we going to level 2? Shuffling the hand.
Do you think he goes to face, or does he kill the Frostborn?
Oh, he might cleave again.
I didn't see a title sweep, though.
Scepter?
Well, he has the Scepter trigger here, which means
Reflex?
he's 9 away. With a Dungeon Guide, that's 4+1, so that's only 5 away. And he has the 2 bonus to his attack this turn. He could be very, very close to lethal right now, assuming Fallen Boo can't interact with it. Which is not a safe assumption.
Okay. There's 6 cards in hand, so there is definitely a response.
Yeah, almost assuredly.
Let me see if I can, like, pixel peep here. I think that's a Cerulean Decree. Or a Frozen Dismissal. I'm not exactly too sure.
Well, Frozen Dismissal isn't going to help him against...
Dungeon Guide? Really?
I think he's going to DG here, absolutely. He wants Fallen Boo under pressure. And that extra health for him is also a good idea.
But
like,
then-
he's sitting on 6 health right now.
Yeah, but you can't pay for a Frozen Dismissal.
Thinking.
Because if he decides to do it, he is going to get punished, and he probably will lose.
That's true. That's a very scary position if that's where it ends up.
Also, it's not as bad because I just noticed the life counter isn't completely updated yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's on Lorraine 2
25
now.
right now. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense.
a little healthier, a little healthier, but still not too crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that 9 away from death is comfy.
Yeah.
Swing 3 at...
Or 11.
Oh, okay. So he decided against whatever he was about to do, he's going to swing straight into face, advancing his own game plan. He's
3.
only
He says-
6 away.
He says 3? Is that how that sword works? I thought that sword is...
All
Is that a sword? Crystalline
that
should be a
Crystalline?
1, I think, right? Crystalline longsword. It is a 1 unless you have 4 or more water and he only has 2.
he only has 2. That was the issue. Okay, yep. I'm so used to water decks just having like 20 cards in their
Yeah,
graveyard at all
Icebound
times,
Slam, get like
right?
6 or whatever,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, so using that bonus in order to deal some extra damage to Falling Boo.
Does get to draw a card if he does. Oh no, he went to face. Okay.
Went to face. Yep.
And then you just pass. Wonder what the game plan. Honestly, like, you're up 1-0, so you can take the more methodical, safer approach here, right? Because I am not really in danger of losing. If I lose, okay, sure, like we can go to 1-1 and then we can play the 3rd game, but at least in this position, like, I'm not too scared, right? I have every interaction up, like I have all the cards out. There's no. It looks like we just pulled out a Viridian Trinket, but it's not too bad, right? I can still pay for things, so I'm not too scared.
Yeah. I mean, Fallen Boo also playing kind of the slower, safer gameplay. We've
Yeah.
now recovered 6 via this 3 visits, so that's definitely doing some good work for him.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't even count. What is
Big
that for?
Lost in thought. 2, I think, maybe 3, because he has 2 refracting missiles and then one other
Oh,
thing in the
okay,
board,
okay, okay.
and then also the Chilling Touch. So I
But
think
he
this
still
is for 3.
has. He still has like 2 or 3 in hand.
yeah, you got it.
Oh, resolves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not like...
Yeah, I got
no
you.
response. Yeah.
Little bit of misunderstanding, almost, where it's like you got it. Oh, so you mean you concede? It's like no, like it resolves. Gotta be very clear with the you got
Yeah,
it
yeah,
text, because that
yeah.
usually means yeah, I scooped to you, but obviously not in this case here.
So that's an extra 3 cards for Fallen Boo. Massive influence now. That looks like 11 or 12
Yeah, that
cards.
is-
something
that
like
is kinda scary.
That's going to be a lot to deal with.
Yeah, but you don't have to really worry about an Iceman Slam because Vanitas is already rested from the 3 visits, so you're good to go there. The Frostborn Paladin, sure, it's going to swing into face. That's not too bad. You're going to play 1 more for another ally, probably the Sea Sprite Diver.
5, 6,
What are you playing?
7?
What? Stratagem? But there's only 1 card.
Is he trying to slam? He's trying
Wait,
to
you
slam
can't
even
slam.
though he's rested.
7, yeah. 4 in hand.
But he's rested.
So yeah, somebody's gonna have to pay attention to this one.
Judge!
Sure, let's see.
Wait,
There's the
no!
Whisper,
He's rested. He can't activate.
right? Yeah, you got it there. Yeah.
It was a losing game for me there.
Oh, it's too late. They're scooping
no.
already. No, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Nobody
I
noticed.
think I said it wrong.
We've got somebody running over there. We'll see if maybe we can intervene in time.
No, it's
No,
too
it's
late
already
now.
over?
It's,
Okay.
it's already over. Like everyone's cleaning up. It's already too late.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, so
Huh?
weren't you arrested? Huh?
You arrested.
okay.
from
So now the judge is intervening after the game is over, and I'm not sure what the fallout of this is going to be.
It's too late. You've decided to scoop.
I mean, it does look like the game is over. This is not a recoverable game state at this point.
yeah, unfortunately, it's too late.
So it's down to the judges to figure out what the penalties
like-
are.
I had frost ones. I could. You had out. I had a slowly poke. I could.
Oh, I
easily
mean,
play. I had frost one and everything.
I
Like,
had ceruleans. And,
Yeah. No. But like I had like 10. And
Yeah,
the
it's just
players
a
now trying to
discussion.
convince each other that the game was or was not over.
Yeah, but it's
It's
like
What's-
it's
what's
really on the judge and the head judge. I would say the head judge on this point to
Right.
figure out what the proper procedure is.
Yeah.
But it's already cleaned up. Like,
Mhm.
even though it may be wrong, it's like I've already accepted the game state. I have cleaned up already. So
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until
It's-
until the judge call resolves itself.
yeah, I mean,
Um,
at the absolute worst, it's a 1-1, and it becomes you
No,
go
but
to game
I-
3.
I had-
But yeah, it's
I didn't need to slime.
I know,
But I had.
Yeah, and there's some discussion between the players about whether or not the game was going
whether
one
it
way
mattered,
or the other.
right?
Yeah.
but it's like
Sorry.
it may or may not have mattered,
Uh-huh.
sure, right? But it's always like the he said, she said. Like, okay, I
Yeah,
can play
yeah,
this,
yeah,
but
right.
I have a response.
yeah,
like,
playing mental Grand Archive with your opponent, like it's not gonna.
I'm pretty sure they might game lost me.
Yeah.
But like,
But yeah,
No,
I mean,
I
we'll
thought
see.
it was
We'll see
sick.
what happens
No,
as a
no,
result
no,
of
no,
this
no,
judge
I
call.
know, even-
Yeah, I
even
mean,
if
I have seen
had-
moments,
yeah, I could
not at
put
regionals
control.
or higher, but I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
seen moments where in this
And I
type of
just-
situation, the game
I
set has
agree, that
already
would
been
be-
accepted because you've cleaned up. I
Right.
cannot reverse it.
No.
So, and
No,
then the
but
game
like,
was
I
over.
think I did
Like
too.
it, like so, like
No, you-
whoever
you're
decided to
winning speed.
concede,
Yeah.
basically, quote
Yeah.
unquote,
Right, yeah.
is like
I'm-
getting it. But
I'm not familiar enough with policy to know what the right answer here is, so I think it's going to be down to the judge
this is
figuring
this
it
is
out.
tricky because I
I-
don't
I-
know
I
the
like
right
it.
answer either.
Yeah.
no, you
Yeah, it's
you
just-
totally like could just like smack me there.
Because it's like
I can't really pronounce it. I don't
technically
know, so-
by Corona scooping, that's like consent that I've lost the game. Like he
Right.
also verbally said, "Yeah, you got it." Like
It's more of a-
it's so
I think
it's so
if it
tricky.
was
So
to,
right
like,
now the
something
judge is
like,
going. The feature match judge
you
is
knew
talking
what
to
you
the
had
head
and
judge
you
right now.
like-
So they're gonna deliberate.
I
The timer is
always-
running, but they
always-
should have some sort of
Yeah.
exception, especially if
Yeah.
it becomes a 1-1.
Right.
It's just,
And it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, and it's round 6.
Oh, I'm glad I
like
get a
it's
silver
what time is it?
Yeah.
It's 6
That
o'clock. We've
was
been
like,
here
holy shit, I was
for
not
like 10
expecting
hours
that.
already. Especially if you're playing a water deck, especially if you're against the water players.
Right.
Your mental is gone, right? Like you've been thinking all day. You've been looking at every single line.
I'm like, no, I
It's
was
rough.
playing
It's
around.
pretty rough.
Yeah.
So I do
It
get
really
it. Mental
is.
fatigue is a thing. Mental stamina it does get
That's really
drained
hard.
pretty
Oh,
fast.
Absolutely. Like I'm not blaming
It's,
the players here. I mean,
similar.
I guess I am slightly blaming the players. But it's very easy to get into this situation and just be, it's a very minor detail to miss.
Yeah.
It's an outsized effect on the game state for sure, but it's very easy to miss. And like you said, 6 rounds in, like this can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
This can happen to the best of the best.
Yeah, it does happen, as unfortunate as it is.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, it also happened on feature match where everyone's watching. We've seen it,
Right.
but it does happen.
I mean, if
off
it
camera.
had just happened on a table, nobody would have noticed.
nobody would
right?
have
It would
noticed.
just be over
Game state
already.
accepted. Yeah.
So we'll find out what the judge says about it.
I'm sorry about that.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like a warning is being
Okay.
delivered.
Which means it should just be a 1-1.
Man, wow.
Was it a warning or a game loss?
I'm not sure. Still,
Because-
still waiting on a final resolution. I mean, Fallen Boo looks pretty dejected at that.
No, you're
So-
good. You're good.
Well, we'll see if they're gonna sideboard. If they do sideboard, that does indicate a game 3.
It's not worth.
I was like,
I'll only do
scatter and
assets and
orchestrated.
three visits. 3 visits mainly for the
This
mirror.
is this looks like
no,
D
it's okay.
sideboarding. So I think that's it.
Is it a game
three
loss?
visits then.
And
Outside
then
of that,
Corona
like
gets a
everything
warning?
else.
Because I did hear
I-
warning.
Yeah, I heard that too.
But I didn't catch the first part.
Uh-huh.
So I
That's
guess,
really strong.
Yeah, it looks like they are in the
I was,
middle
like,
of the
caught up
sideboarding.
thinking about, like, oh, what if you
So
made
I'm just gonna have to assume a game loss was issued.
That seems
let
the
me check.
most likely in
Yeah,
this
let me check the future
situation.
match.
We don't have confirmation yet one way or the other.
I think that's why I did
Well,
3 visits.
let's go ahead
But,
and ask the
I mean,
judge here
it's-
and wait for some sort of
I think I just
ruling. I think producer San is going ahead.
Yeah,
and,
I think we
checking
wouldn't
in.
see this much waffling between players if there was another game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it also
Yeah,
is
I love
definitely
it,
like
like, more
de-sideboarding here.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like,
And
so
he
good.
even Fallen Blue also just revealed like, yeah, I only have fallen 3 visits and scatter essence for the water mirror, and then he just openly said it. He's definitely taking them out.
I feel like the Ari, I guess the mirror Ari.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, the official ruling is
yeah.
in fact a game loss for Fallen Blue.
which that's
What a bummer at this top area, at this level of competition.
it definitely felt like a winnable game for sure. Like I mean, judging by what Fallen Blue was saying, like, oh, even if I didn't Icebound Slam there, like I had Frostborn Paladin, I have X, Y, and Z, and it definitely felt like, and obviously I couldn't see his hand, so like it definitely felt like he did.
I mean, I think there was just more game to be played,
Exactly.
right? So it kind of got shortcut in a way that's not ideal, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can save
So
yourself with 3 visits.
it's I mean it's
That's so good.
you gotta play it as it was. Like this
Yeah.
is the situation that we're in, and there's not gonna be a game 3.
Yeah, unfortunate, but what I mean, at least in the positive for us, at least, is we got to see the Vanitas deck against the water.
We did, yeah, and it worked out
And
pretty
it
well.
worked really well.
The
Like
3 visits was a
even
big deal
even
there.
Corona was saying like, yeah, 3 visits will save you a lot of the time because that's 6 damage that you are recovering, and you have I think 2 that you are sideboarding in.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
2 3 visits and 3
Yeah,
scatter essences.
that's genius, genius. Word of the day. All right.
All right. Well, after that, I think we have looking forward to round 7.
Spice is out.
Oh,
It's out in the world.
man,
Everyone's gonna
that was
see
exciting.
it.
I like that game. That game was cool.
That game was
Despite
cool.
the judge ruling, I think the game 1 and game 2 was definitely like game 1. You saw the really cool Water Lorraine deck.
so
Like,
good.
oh my
It's
god.
like-
I want to see the Erendite, but it's a little too slow.
Sure,
And then obviously
sure.
we saw the flexing of what the Vanitas could have done.
Yeah.
And honestly, what probably honestly I think he was in a really good spot to win. And unfortunately, just it is what it is. And when what happened happened.
Yeah.
But just the fact that he did so well
I mean,
with that tech, and
Yeah,
that just
yeah,
means the
yeah.
tech worked.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And just from listening to the discussion, it sounds like that is specifically tech for the water mirror, which is very cool. I think a lot of people are looking for an advantage in that water mirror. So this is really neat to see. It's really neat to see how decks are evolving
Yeah.
for a water-heavy metagame.
Yeah, and it may not be as effective against the Water Lorraine. Like I would assume this is more for the Water Arasana, the Water Nikos, right? So it really works with them. It still pretty much kind of worked here
There's a good
too,
history
but
of
just not
opening
quite as
fingers
effective.
to you.
But I can
Right.
see the vision.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, man. Exciting games. All right, let me
Absolutely.
go ahead. I think round 6 is still going on. I still see a bunch of players.
Yeah, we still have about 15
Whoa.
minutes, I think, left in round
Whoa.
6.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Let me see if some of the matches have updated.
Yeah, I passed this yours.
Well, we know the top table has an intentional draw.
No,
so
Duck Cat's lost, so he's probably out of the running. So I think he was 18th place. So if because him
okay,
losing this
okay.
one, he probably dropped quite a bit. Even if he wins the next one, I don't think he's gonna creep up.
Yeah,
to
the
16.
tiebreakers get a lot worse the sooner you lose.
Yeah. But
So
a
losing in this
lot
round instead of next round,
of
that's rough.
a lot of the other players are still playing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, table 1 went ahead and ID'd. I'm interested to see what the second table is going to do because I believe, actually, who was it? Someone has the win. Okay, it's Wolfaith. Did we get the right match here? Surely we did. Yeah, okay. Oh, he lost, unfortunately.
Who are you looking for?
The Wind Ally Tonoris.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Really, really cool deck. I think I did briefly mention it, that it might have seen a resurgence. And let me actually look at his deck list to see what he actually put in it.
Mm-hmm.
Automated Gardener, he put that in
Yep.
there. It looks like, I mean, it's a typical ally.
It is a 2/3.
But no,
None of the new cards?
no, it's just standard, which
Okay.
is interesting. Yeah. I
yeah,
thought he would do
hoping
the,
to see some of the new Foster tech, some of the new
but
Guardian cards.
I guess it's too slow.
Could very well be.
Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. You can't win them all.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, but it looks like we're still in round 6, so we're gonna go ahead and go in a quick break. So we'll see you guys soon. Icebound.
Are we on?
Yeah.
Looks like we're on. Welcome back. Welcome back to the NorCal Regionals for the AMB season, hosted by Final Cut TCG. I am Jim the Eternal. With me is Shinja.
It's almost over.
Oh, is it?
It's almost over. Last round.
Yeah, we're almost there, right? So we've got 6 rounds in the books. We're moving into round 7 now, expecting a lot of IDs. And we're going to bring a wonderful feature match for you from the slightly lower than top tables, where they are fighting for their tournament life, aiming for that qualifier card. I think we have a little bit of time here. We're going to be looking at some of the, going to be looking at the top 8 and talking about some of the decks that are in this tournament before heading over to that feature match.
So far, looks like 4 tables have ID'd.
Okay.
All right, but anyway, looking at the top 8, as a reminder, this is a top 16 invite tournament, but we're only going to look at the top 8 currently. Number 1, CTA, currently 5-0-1, technically undefeated.
Technically undefeated.
And I think he is still
undefeated. I think he ID'd last round, and I think he is IDing this round.
I'm fairly certain he's IDing this round, yeah.
Confirmed?
Yep,
Confirmed.
and he is on the standard Nico list. So unless something crazy happens, I believe he is going to be first place. Then we have, let me see here, a Water Merlin, which is super interesting. We've seen a Water Lorraine already, but this is using the one of Bubble Mage, right? I think that's pretty cool. And he has Nias, he has Refracting Missiles, Tide Diviners, and then Incarnate Majesty, just kind of like
very
to
cool.
finish it
Yeah,
off.
I love the spell-focused Water Merlin. That's great.
Yeah, and then number 3, we have a Bread Pudding. He is on Nico. And then number 4 is a Jofacha, also on Nico. Then we have Mucas on Water Ari, Sano on a Water Ari as well. Then we have Bri, I think, which is on Wind Tristan, the only one of even top 16. So very, very impressive. Then we have Bailey up at 8th. He is on the Serene Wind Arasana.
Yep, the Astra Arasana.
The Astra Arasana. Slightly different than the typical Arasana list, but basically, the Wind Ari. So that is the current top 8 right now. But going down from 9th through 16th, then we have, interestingly, a Fire Merlin, which is pretty good, which means either he high-rolled or he's doing really well. You never know. Then we have the Water Lorraine we just saw in Corono. Then we have Slime, Water Arasana. Interestingly, we have a Wind Allies Tenoris.
Our one wind, our token Wind Allies for the top 16.
Still in contention. I think he still has to win. Otherwise, I think he gets booted out.
Yeah, anything that in this sort of bottom half of the current top 16, definitely going to be fighting for that invite.
Yeah, and then the next 2 is Nico, so Nico, and then right at 16th is Slimes. For 17th through, I believe, 19th, they actually up to 20th place. If they win, great, they make it in. If they don't win, they don't make it in at all. So it kind of just depends on what the matchups are and who ID is and stuff. So let's see. So it looks like we just got word our feature match has been decided. It is Water Nico versus Water Arasana, I believe. Which
sounds great. That sounds like another Water Mirror. I'm ready.
We've seen all those before.
Oh, yeah,
it's
no, I'm ready. My body is ready. I'm braced for this. I can handle it.
I believe I cut, and I think I won the die roll off the camera. Is that fine?
Do we have names for those players?
I don't 15? Know what table. Let me
table
see.
15, I think.
15. Got it.
Well, we will be bringing you gameplay for that momentarily. Looks like the players are still setting up for the feature match. And we'll be moving into that pretty soon. Oh, we have Tage again on the feature match. So hopefully we'll get a better showing out of him. And we'll see them get started in just a couple of seconds here. So we have Tage on the left at 3-3. We have Josh on the right at 3-2-1. A win here for Josh, I think, has him hoping for good tie breaks to get into top 16. I think Tage may just be out of contention anyway, but I'm sure he'll put up a good fight. And we have the fragmented Spirit of Water over on the right side, I think.
Yeah, it's slightly different than what we've seen so far, but I believe this kind of list was more predominant in Ascent Santa Clara.
Yes, that fragment is a Fantasia for the purposes of getting your Awakened Deacon up and running, or your Crystalline Mirror, as well as if you get the level up herbs, you can always pop it for the card. So it's not a waste. It definitely serves a purpose here.
We'll go back up charger crack immediately.
And we're seeing Tidestone Bovine out of Tage on the left, just getting that immediate 2 mils, a Refracting Missile in the yard, and what looks like maybe a Frostborn Paladin. Not exactly sure what that card underneath it is.
Move to recollection.
There's a class bonus there, so
there is a class bonus.
I don't know.
So not a Frostborn, but might be Floating Memory for eventually. Eventual Floating Memory. Is that another Bovine? Oh, I think it's another Bovine.
Every time. Just
Yep.
like, all right, water, how many cards?
Just like
Okay.
better to be sure, you know.
And in the meantime, we're seeing our Ari player on the right use that backup charger and setting up for their turn.
Is this still a recollection?
No, this is out of recollection because he popped the backup charger. And yep, just passing the turn. Happy to sit on those cards and leave his options open.
Yeah, in response,
I'm
gonna
still
bring up a backup charger of his own.
Uh-huh.
Activate back.
Already qualified, but happy to ruin some dreams.
Right, well, let's start. Give this
Well,
out
I
of
mean, you
us
can
some
sell it, make some
contact
make a pretty penny,
That's what I've
or
heard.
maybe you can sell it and then buy a regional invite that you didn't win
long
from
as
a
it comes
previous
with another
season. So you could do
There
that.
you go. Yeah, just trade these.
Yeah.
I'll take it. The last game on stream.
Yet another bovine in the
15
yard.
Floating, I was just like, all right.
Yeah, I've
All
had
right,
both
so it looks
extremes.
like you're gonna go ahead
yeah.
and banish a floating memory to bring out the Scepter of Luna on the alternative
We can go
activation there.
Yep, just activated out of the material deck.
Good.
Pretty sweet.
showing you a.
And some fractals coming down. We got a fractal Lorraine. Pretty good.
Ooh, ravishing.
Showing double ravishing.
Sir.
Okay.
I will.
Josh is also like, oh,
Yeah.
spicy.
So this is actually a great setup, right? We've got the bovine putting some cards in the yard. We've got Fractal Lorraine putting some cards in the yard. This is the fuel that Tage needs to eventually set up for that big ravishing.
Yeah, and it looks like a bunch. It's actually milling pretty successfully as well. It's Movine is not really a floating memory right now, but as soon as he gets to Sylvie level 1, it does unlock it. He could, we've seen it before, do the Ravaging finale even as Sylvie just to
Just to get some extra
smack the
damage.
extra
Yeah,
6
yeah,
damage. Yeah.
absolutely. I'm expecting to see Sylvie come out relatively soon for Tage. I think he wants that class bonus. Meanwhile, Josh now moving out of his recollection and drawing for the turn. What was his materialize? Oh, GCR.
It was Grand Crusaders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Man, it's hard when you see you
They're
do
having
backup
way too
charger,
much
fun.
and you
I
see
know.
materialize a Grand Crusader. You
They're
just kind of
too
go,
high up on
They're
those
probably
you
tables.
really have
Slamming,
nothing.
slamming.
Like,
Yeah.
Right.
what else
I
could you
have
play
it.
here? And is this a pass?
Yeah, right.
Everybody keeps telling me about
Wait, is that a?
Yeah, I don't know what's
just
going on.
ripping?
I mean, I
these
see a
ice
bunch
bounds,
of-
like.
I mean, you should try it.
Well, there's 2 Icebound slams for
Okay,
sure.
talk to me in a bit.
Oh,
But
oh,
also, Tage expressing concern that Josh isn't doing anything on his turn. No slam.
And it's like, surely you're just gonna slam me, right? Like, no. It's like, oh, dude, I think you're gonna slam me. Oh, you convinced me. I'm gonna slam then.
I love this interplay between the two players. This is great. And what is the plan now? Is Tage just going to take 8, or are we gonna
Song of
see
Frost
some sort of response here? Song of Frost is going to be pretty painful.
has a Cerulean Decree and a Song of Frost, so it's one or the other.
Well, Josh is holding 2 cards in his hand, so a Cerulean would not exactly fix the situation.
But it does. Well, I guess the Cerulean's fine. You get to draw a card in memory, so at least you don't really lose a card. You force him to play the 2 if he wants to at least put it down, and then
Right.
you make it where all his cards are down. You don't have to worry about it.
I mean, 2 in hand kind of doesn't really get him anywhere, unless he's got the title lock, which is possible. But also, this sets up for the Frostbind.
So Frostbind resolves, that gets banished.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
the Cerulean will draw into mine.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
What
Your go, my friend.
All right.
happened here?
So he looks like he responded to the Cerulean, or no? I think he just put 2 cards down for the Cerulean, and then the Frostbind came afterwards and hit slam.
And then I'll go to.
So it was a negate 4.
Start of
Yeah, he had to pay 2 in order to prevent it from being negated, and then
And then
it got
okay,
negated
gotcha.
from, yeah.
Go to
I see.
Request.
So he waited for them to put it down. I was like, okay, well, in response still, then I'll still frostbite. Okay.
Exactly.
Start by singing one
Got it.
fragments
And
on
now
that.
we've got Sylvie online.
Refracting and refracting.
Oh, what a
This is
mill.
payback
Oh.
for the previous couple of games.
Damage is
Oh, man. I think this is...
Yeah, Tage is sitting
He is
pretty. This
running
is
away
looking
with this.
Very
I feel a
good.
little bad 'cause this is
It's part of the DAC, dude. That's how it goes.
And
like-
Tage complaining about his good luck now.
three,
Yeah,
and-
and Josh
and-
is accepting his fate. Like, it's
Uh-huh.
just, that's the deck. It is what it is, man.
So we're going to see 2 counters on this Rippleback Terrapin. One from its on enter and one from Sylvie's on enter. So we have a 3/6
yeah,
turtle.
Is that a missable trigger? I believe it is.
there's no may
It
on it.
says target is mandatory is to target the champion you don't.
Is it mandatory? Do you mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no may trigger. on it.
So it looks like the Scepter Illumina trigger was missed, but
No,
the
it's all
judge came over and said, hey, by the way, hey, you did miss it, but it is a mandatory trigger, so therefore
Yeah,
we're just
sure.
going to go ahead and take the damage right now.
Mhm.
And
Got
they're
me
just
at
double checking,
10.
you know,
Got you at 10.
oh, is it really a mandatory trigger? Let me read it. They're just
Right.
double checking here.
We'll go 3 down for ravishing, paying
Whew.
cost, refracting
Yeah,
for
that seems
6.
like lethal. Next game.
Oh, man.
Wow. Just immediately lethal. Okay, so the 4 damage off of the Scepter, 3 damage off of the turtle, 1 damage off of the bovine, and then the ravishing for 6. And that's
Yeah,
lethal. That's
and,
all of
you
the
know,
damage.
All the shields are gone, so that's it. That's a really fast game. 8 minutes.
Incredible. This
Okay.
is the future of water
Okay,
mirrors.
but okay, hold on. But to be fair, hold on. Hold your horses here. Tage did have
That
some
is the
quite
problem
disgusting
with
mills.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
so
Really kinda-
I mean, if every mill is floating memory.
yeah, let's hold your bovines here. Hold on.
All right, yeah. My equestrian triggers are being reined back in. So now they're going into their boards. What do you think we're going to see? Are we going to see another Vanitas board? What do we have for these characters?
I mean, well, let me look at his. Well, there's no Vanitas for the Nico, which is of course,
Mhm.
and there's no Vanitas for
Alright.
the.
So nothing too spicy in the sideboard.
Yeah, but the sideboard is 1 Blinding Orb, it wasn't in main, 1
Ah.
Quicksilver Grail, 1 Terrafring, 3 Revitalizing Cleanses, and 3 Song of Frost.
So Song of Frost almost assuredly coming in. I don't know whether or not you need Revitalizing Cleanse in the mirror. It seems like a good card.
Yeah, and I wonder if, what just happened makes it so you keep the Grand Crusader's Ring, or you tech it out for the Quicksilver Grail Blinding Orb,
Mm-hmm.
because it just didn't feel like Josh had many cards to play, and he was desperately
Yeah.
trying to find cards, with Grand Crusader's Ring, backup charger. Do you think he takes it out?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
This is one of the areas where sideboarding is always
allowed to
uh,
not
you know
have
it-
the same amount of
the
refracting.
the correct 60
So, like,
for
I
a
could-
deck
so I
always
could
feels like
sideboard,
something
4
that's
cards
generally
and take
agreed
1, 2,
upon.
Yeah.
Within 1 or 2 cards, it's like very easy to land on. Okay, this many of this thing, this many of this other thing, and sideboards always feel so personal, right?
Yeah.
You need to change them for every tournament you go to, and a lot of it is just based on vibe.
I found everything.
And I always have a problem with figuring out, how to side in, how to side out, like which cards are more important or less important in a match. In this particular case, the water mirror is just so up in the air how it goes,
Yeah.
right? Like sometimes you get turn 1 slam, turn 2 stratagem, and sometimes you get turn 1 fractal of rain and turn 18 still nobody's won the game.
True. Yeah, it could be an 8-minute game just like this, or it
Uh-huh.
could be an 80-minute game if they let them, go for forever.
So I think it depends on which direction these players feel like they want to drag the game, right? If they want to drag it longer, they want to bring in that Revitalizing Cleanse. They want more defensive options, they have that Revitalizing Cleanse available. Song of Frost, absolutely something that comes in for the opposing Icebound Slam. But maybe they feel like they're the aggressor. Maybe they feel like they have a better chance if they're playing the more aggressive version of their deck and don't want to bring in the defensive tricks.
Good luck, my friend.
So I feel like this is absolutely a vibe check. But our players have made their final decisions about sideboard, and the game 1 winner Tage starting. So Josh choosing to go second in this matchup. I think aiming to potentially try and high roll here. Josh now looking at his cards.
Okay, looks like put 2 cards back.
6 and 1 for turn. Yeah.
Off of his Fragmented Spirit. So 7 cards in hand now, going second. Maybe forcing Tage to go first in order to make sure that Tage cannot Icebound on turn 1. So Josh has a little bit more setup time.
It was just pointed out, Cerulean Decree cannot target attack card activation.
So
that is a big.
That's a real thing.
yeah. So here's what's happening.
Yeah, I had a way to.
Cerulean
stop it,
Decree
but, like, it-
cannot target a non-attack card. Or sorry,
must.
it must target a non-attack. Sorry, I'm at words mixed up. So you cannot target
I should have done.
an Icebound Slam.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
he did have a
No,
Frostbind,
no, take your time, dude.
right?
Oh my
So you could play Frostbind, he plays the 2, but then the Cerulean wouldn't do anything.
Right.
So
To have.
Yeah.
this is an
Well, and it's
oddity
because it has the -3.
where
Yeah.
But honestly,
maybe
like,
it actually would have mattered.
and even if you've been up here once already today.
Well, these are a
at the end of
lot
long
of
day,
judge
you
calls
get
for
a
our future
camera above
matches.
you, a couple lights and some mics, and-
Unfortunately.
What a
'cause
day.
I'm sure it's, you've
Honestly,
probably never done
what
that.
a day.
But in your life, right? Like,
So we are definitely going to be waiting for the judge to resolve this particular call. Going to find out whether or not it affects the results
Yeah,
Oh, but
of
here's
game 1.
but here's the deal. Not only do we know is it going to affect game 1 or
I'm
not,
chill with whatever they say.
it is similar to what happened last time. You cannot do something. It is an illegal action. However, you already scooped up.
Right.
And the game stays irreversible.
So in this case, it could be a game loss for Tage, in which case this is game 3.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
Well, and if that
And
ruling had been handed out
if
over
that's
there,
how it plays
nobody's
out,
catching it 'cause there's no-
then we still have this game to play. We're still in the middle of this game. Because Tage did win the first one.
Either way is good.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
It gets the same thing.
This do be rough.
this do be rough.
Right,
Man, that sucks.
Let's
And,
say they
and the
go,
players are
we're
talking
gonna
amongst each
go
other right
one
now.
out
And
eight,
again, agreed.
game
One of
one,
the
signing
options
game
was,
loss.
that's just a weird restriction. That,
Yeah,
like,
it is.
pretty much almost all the negate cards currently in the game, they go, you can just negate pretty much anything, and you can either pay for it or hard negates whatever. Cerulean is one of those oddities where, okay, it only targets non-attack cards.
Much like Incapacitate, also a weird one.
Yeah.
Incapacitate has the virtue of being not water, so it's almost expected that it does some weird things.
Yeah, and I mean, Incapacitate does a lot of. I think you can only target action cards.
Exactly.
So it's like still covers most things. Like I would say about 80 to 90%. And same thing with Cerulean Decree. Non-attack cards is pretty much like 90% of the things.
Absolutely.
But in a meta where it's so important, it's something that you should have to remember, and it's
something you should know, something you should be paying attention to, and also it has been 8 hours solid of Grand Archive for these players.
It has been more than 8 hours of solid water gameplay as well. Just
solid
not
water
just
mirrors the whole
not
way
just Grand
up.
Archive. It has been water specifically, and I'm sure. Okay, sure, maybe you played against a couple of water or fires and winds, but you are playing a water deck. You have so many lines. You have so many things to think about.
Because they're like, all right, you're
Yeah,
on.
absolutely.
So many
So
things.
yeah, definitely going to wait to make sure that this judge call gets resolved. If there is a game to be played afterwards, I'm sure we'll see a time extension for that.
Yeah. And again, there's so many things that could have happened. I don't think in the grand scheme of things it would have mattered.
Right.
I mean, I
But it's
believe-
also we can't tell at this point,
Exactly.
right? The cards have been scooped up. There's no way to forensically investigate and go back and determine this player would have won, this player wouldn't have won.
Yeah,
So you just have
yeah.
you kind of have to rely on policy, And it does seem like the policy is a game loss, which in this case doesn't end the match, fortunately, right?
To be
At
fair,
least
like,
that.
called you on it
That's
too.
true.
Like, we have
That's
we
true.
have 3 chances. to get
And
back
both of the
all
players
in.
are kind of in this sort of fatalistic resignation over what's happened. Like,
Yeah, it's like, I
yes,
coulda
this
caught
happened.
it.
I
Yeah,
could
I
have
coulda
called it. You
caught
could have
it.
caught
Yeah.
it. Judge could have caught it. and it's a lot of like, well, we just have to deal with it.
Yeah. It's just like, cards got played,
Uh-huh.
and then cards got scooped up, and new game has happened. This is quite literally like a while until like, oh, we just caught it.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah,
So-
yeah. Usually it's like if you catch it within a turn cycle, you can kind of do something about it.
I mean,
is the usual policy.
I mean,
and
it depends. Like,
it's been a lot more than a turn
it's
cycle.
like if it's within a turn, cards are played.
Mhm.
It's you still can't reverse it.
The momentum
It
of this game
wouldn't really be a game loss, I think,
I've taken a
unless
few
something
draws
egregious did
to
happen,
try to
right?
change what's
But the fact that
happening
you
when
scooped
not
it up is
getting there.
immediately
Right.
like, okay,
Right.
that's gonna be a game loss.
Feels like
Yeah.
the Riverloops Icebound
And you can't
moments
reverse
are
it,
like-
regardless, right?
Yeah, the game 1 result already in the books. We
Yeah.
know Tage has won game 1. The question is
Is
Tage
it a
gonna-
1-1 or 0-1?
If Tage gets a game loss here, now it's 1-1, and the game they're currently playing becomes game 3. So it's not going to end the match. We are going to get another game out of this, but we need to get this resolved in order to find out what the game score is.
Yeah, and it looks like they're still trying to. The judge and the head judge are still trying to resolve what's going on. Honestly, I think the precedence is a game loss. Just literally last game.
Exactly.
And as well as honestly, earlier today actually it was almost similar. Well, no, earlier today was for a sideboard issue, I think.
Yes.
But it looks like the judges are resolving. They're walking over the table.
So we should get a little bit more information about this.
Unfortunately, my player audio just died, so I cannot hear them. Oh.
Coming back in,
Okay.
we're just the players are sort of recapping the situation for the head judge, and we'll get you folks information as soon as we have it.
Sure.
So, Shinja, based on game 1, what do you think is going to happen in this next game? We saw some major aggression from the Nico player into the Ari player. We saw the Ari player kind of not really in a position to do much. And then that Icebound Slam sort of sealed the deal at the last second.
Okay.
Do you think we're going to see a repeat of game 1? Do you think that we're going to see the aggression from Nico kind of unchecked? Or is Ari going to be able to hold him off?
I think Nico generally does better into the Casino Ari than Casino Ari does into the Nico, generally
is a
speaking.
loss on his side.
I do
So
think,
we
at least
erase
for
the
game 1,
win that
the
happened.
mills are a
We say
little
that's a loss
disgusting.
we won.
And honestly, with the Casino Ari too, like if you high roll and you
and
get
we
the
would
same
have
disgusting
not
the mills, then
played
you have an
side
immediate like I kill you immediately, right? Just judging by what's happening, I'm still gonna favor the Nico player here. I do think it's slightly more consistent. Less risk, less reward. Casino Ari is higher risk, but even higher
The two
rewards.
of us talked about it and basically
Absolutely.
said if I win from here and y'all want to run a third game on stream, it's like this doesn't count, but we're just for like so the stream's
Okay,
not dead.
so it looks
we're down
like-
to play that because I want the homies to chew me out back home and say, "Why'd you do this misplayed?" You know.
So it looks like the players are discussing
yeah,
amongst
and it
themselves. It
probably
looks
will.
like a game loss is going to be
putting that
issued,
out there.
unfortunately. And if I believe it was going into the game
right on.
2/3.
Good to resume play, or do we wait for a minute?
I'm gonna wait for the feature match judge to provide the official ruling, so I can see.
Yeah, looking at the game score now, it looks like a win on Josh's side and no wins on Tage's side.
good to
So
keep going?
reversing that game 1.
Okay, sick.
And,
I'm gonna go cast a lit for 0.
Leaving this as a game 2
3 down, Frosty, 2 in hand.
with 1 win on Josh's side. Yeah, that looks to be the final result. So instead of Tage's win, that was game lost. And now they are in game 2 with
I
Josh
know,
having 1
it's-
win.
Got it. Okay.
I'm going to
Cerulean-
Cerulean
Cerulean for the
Decree
main.
this time for the right one.
Cerulean Decree now targeting an ally, which
Okay,
is in
which
fact
is
a safe target.
non-attack
Yeah.
card. It is a valid target.
To counter draw, yeah.
It's man, it sucks. The situation sucks. It's unfortunate. It is very disheartening to get a
They
game
must
loss.
be like, oh,
But at least on the bright side, the players are having fun themselves. They are kind of making light of the
we're in the same
situation.
situation.
They're good sports. They like it.
Yeah. So I looked up a little bit of data on the decks that were being played here. The Ari mill deck here into Water Nico ends up being very, very slightly favored towards Ari by about 2%, 2-win percentage. So not a lot of difference. I think a lot of it is going to come down to player skill. A lot of it is going to come down to strategic choices. But sounds like they're relatively even with maybe a very, very slight advantage for the Ari deck.
Would you consider it a slight advantage or a margin of error and it's 50-50?
Quite possibly just a margin of error.
Got it.
This data is based off of 79 recorded matches.
Gotcha.
So
Bummer, you're
not a
doing
whole
stuff
lot.
I want
I
to
get to
do.
do the thing.
All right. Looks like
How does
backup
that
charger
get
with the
to-
Frostborn
Yeah.
Paladin, eating the Lost in Thought in
I'm
memory,
upset.
going ahead and getting the
Oh,
buff
draw a
counter
card.
on it, drawing a card. Looks like
Now
Josh
open
is
3 to 6.
similar. I don't know what
3
he
to
used to
6.
ditch.
Okay.
Maybe
I
just a
will
Lost
pass.
in Thought. I'm not sure.
3 cards in hand?
3 cards, yeah.
Just
Alright.
taking a look at his options, I think we're going to see we're in Josh's material phase now, yes? That's what that looks like to me.
Yes, it looks like it's just a swing pass. Tage has 3 cards in hand, enough to interact if he has a Frostbind or anything.
But also that backup charger is just on the board, so
True.
if he doesn't have to interact, more power to
I'm
him,
gonna make
he
a
gets
sad
to
backup
activate his
charger
backup
too.
charger.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad backup charger.
It'd be
And
like
then,
that sometimes.
same, says Josh, brings out another backup charger, a pretty sad backup charger
Yeah,
sometimes.
it's not as cool as the invite one. But depending on what happens here, Josh could just upgrade.
That's true.
know?
It's just a 1-for-1 swap, easy.
He can have his own cool backup charger.
Yeah, it's very rare to see backup chargers just sitting on the board like that, and now they've got dueling backup chargers, which is even better.
3 down polar.
Oh,
So
the
Josh bringing
penguin.
out, yes, the namesake penguin for Penguinari, the Fractal of Polar Depths.
Pass for me.
And then holding up 2 cards and the Fractal for 3 potential. Is that 2 cards? 3 cards?
I think that's 2 cards plus the 1 fractal.
Yeah, 2 cards plus the Fractal, so enough to interact. And Tage spending their 3 cards.
Instantly nullifying.
Yeah,
Lantern.
instantly nullifying Lantern makes a lot of sense.
Activate backup charger?
Yeah.
And Josh allowing the nullifying Lantern to go, not responding by cracking the Penguin, which is probably the correct
Draw
move.
memory.
Yeah.
And then go to reclock control.
Just respecting, it's like the nullifying lantern doesn't really do much for you as an eco player, but it instantly stops a lot of the pressure that the Arasana player has.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's like, yeah, no, it's in the Merlin.
Get her.
And,
For sure.
Yeah, Josh.
Go Fractal Rain.
I'm a
Josh
Merlin
has
too,
the
so my brain
opportunity
just
to
hurt.
sacrifice the
Like, you
the
meant
Fractal
it.
of Polar Depths in response to the Lantern in order to get the mill effect,
Rising from
but I think he values the pseudo influence more right now than a 2-card mill, which
I will
makes a lot of
pass you
sense.
with 5 in hand.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of interaction in Tage's hand. 2 refracting missiles, 1 frostbind, 1 Song of Frost, and I think that's a
End of
Storm
your
of Thorns.
turn, crack backup.
Yeah, could be.
I think so, but that's a lot of interaction. That's a lot of
Yeah,
options.
that's a lot of options. Is it Storm Thorns? Kind of looks like a Seaside Ringleader, but I'm
It-
very bad at identifying cards from not a lot of art.
I'm going to say it is a Storm of Thorns.
Okay, I'll believe you.
I think I saw the I saw the red. I saw
Okay,
it.
all right, all right, you got it.
I saw the red pixel.
I once again claim defeat.
And 1 Fractal.
So much mana.
Josh now
This is
looking at his
that bullying
hand.
we were talking about.
Yeah. Go ahead, try something.
You can resolve spells.
Josh being bullied into potentially activating a card.
Yeah, so I love listening to the player comms and the camaraderie,
Mhm,
even though, honestly, this is kind of a high-stakes game where
Our
I
son
think
of
if someone loses here, you're probably not making it to top 16, and then if you win, depending on who's winning, you actually may not
Big
even make
reveal,
it,
finally.
right, to
Yeah.
top
Yeah.
16. So, the fact that, yes, it is a high-stakes game, but I'm still here to have fun. It is a card game. It is a trading card game, and, that's what I love about
Yeah, I
the-
very
the
much
Granada
appreciate the,
community.
as you said, the camaraderie between players,
Yeah.
the banter that we see at these tables. It's very nice.
Yeah, honestly, Tage, not too unfamiliar with high-pressure situations. He did qualify for Worlds. Now it's last year. It's crazy. It's only been less than a year since the previous Worlds.
It's true.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and Tage taking his loss with aplomb, right?
Yeah.
Like, he understands the mistake that he made, and he is ready to deal with the situation, kind of whatever the judges brought to him. He's like, yes, I made that mistake. Let's, whatever you feel is appropriate, and let's move on.
Yeah, exactly.
And here he is, in fact, moving on with a great position. That Frostborn Paladin, that Nullifying Lantern, Fractal of Rain active. So definitely looking good.
Yeah, I believe it's still Josh's
Pass
turn.
turn.
I think so.
Oh,
yeah,
and
he
he just
brought
left.
out Arasana 1, materialized Arasana 1, activated
And
Polaris out of the
7,
board,
1 reserve
and
upon board.
then now passing the turn.
Yeah.
So moving on to Tage's
How
material.
about Quicksilver Grant?
Ooh,
Okay.
now that he...
On enter is fine.
Blinding Orb?
Always Blinding Orb. He's got that Blinding Orb over the front. Can't imagine he's putting anything
You
else into the
could-
Grail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's most likely a blinding orb there.
Mm-hmm.
But what's interesting is as soon as he brought it out, Josh was like, "Oh, okay, interesting." You know, well, that resolves. You know, he wasn't expecting that play.
Well, he did show a GCR the previous game. So for Tage to suddenly have Quicksilver Grail means he deliberately sided into Quicksilver Grail, which is a thing that you kind of only do for Blinding Orb.
That is true.
So I think Josh knows exactly what's under that Grail.
I mean,
And I think he's ready to deal with it.
Here's the mind game, though, right? It's usually if we're good players, I can kind of assume what's under there. But then me, knowing that you're a good player, can assume that you know that I put something under there, so I will not put something under there.
Put something else, yeah.
Put something else in there. So like, there's like a little bit of a mind games that one can do. That being said, I don't know what else he could put under there, even if he wanted to mind game someone.
Yeah, exactly.
At least that would be relevant.
Let's see.
Just
what would be
surprise
relevant?
Viridian.
Surprise Facade is the only thing I can think of that would be even remotely relevant. I'm not even sure if he's running Facade.
No.
No Facade? No Facade. Okay.
No Facade?
Yeah, so it's got to just be a Blinding Orb.
I mean,
he could play mind games there. And,
surprise Mage Bane, surprise Smoke Bomb, but
Three's good.
Well, I guess we'll see if he plays the Blinding Orb later. Maybe then the jig will be up.
No, I'm pretty certain it's a Blinding Orb.
I think it's a Blinding Orb. I think it's also a Blinding Orb.
I'm trying to stretch, you know, like shoot my shot there. Surely just make it work, make it sound cool, but it's definitely not a mind game thing.
I mean, if you're right, you'll sound like a genius.
Word of the day.
Word of the day.
Word of the day.
Josh now waiting in Tage's end step, I think, making some decisions here.
End of your turn.
Have every card. Just decided to draw pass.
I think draw pass.
Okay.
Freezing Steel.
Oh.
5 in hand.
Josh firing off a Freezing Steel at the end of Tage's turn in order to get some floating memory into his yard.
Go to me.
And then we are materializing, immediately burning that floating memory for
Herbs.
Arasana 2?
Double sixes. Better lucky than
Is
good.
that
To see it.
So that is 2 more Springleaf on top of his already existing Springleaf in Freyja, leaving him with 1 healing herb and 3 cycling herbs.
Let's go.
Oh wait, there's a deacon there. So maybe you did pay 2.
Yeah.
Tuck. Sure. And trigger here.
Yeah.
So we're getting some counters onto the Polaris, and I think this is probably how he's going to deal with the Frostsworn Paladin. But he does need to deal with the Frostsworn Paladin at some point.
Judge, recover 1. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I was.
You're
Oh yeah, you're good.
you got tons going on. I get it.
And maybe the other 2 are waiting for a draw. That seems pretty valuable.
Drop a turn.
Also, as I just got word, the feature match table does have an 8-minute time extension for that judge call.
Okay, great.
Which, depending on what happens here, it may not matter. But
yeah, we'll see.
Sacrifice.
And burning those 2 herbs for the extra draw, getting the 4th counter, 3rd and 4th counter onto Polaris. And we'll probably see this blowing
And
up the
finish
Frostsworn
ending the turn.
Paladin.
Okay. Thinking on that.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of see, right? Because you don't have to pop it right now. You can pop it in response
During your end step.
to something.
Sure.
You can pop it in
That's true.
response to the attack.
Go 1.
Yeah, not popping immediately, but probably popping in response to the attack.
Yeah. Ooh.
Now they're getting scary. Cards in hand.
Seeing a refracting.
Ooh, now it's
missile.
getting scary, Josh says, which is
No
very
removal?
true. There's 4 cards in hand, and
This is only a 2 damage refracting missile. But
true,
it is an extra float.
true, but it's every little tiny chip damage. Arasana is only at 22 right now.
Yeah. No, every
So
piece matters.
So 10 more damage. That's, you know, I think he has another refracting
Response
missile,
here,
right?
you have 4 cards in
So
hand.
if he just Icebound slams, if he Ravishings, like there's
Fracture-ized
quite a bit of stuff.
targets.
Like if you Ravishings the mill, like that's pretty scary.
He's tossing out a Fracture Eyes. What did he target here? The Scepter?
That's fine.
Targeting the Scepter, yep.
Okay.
Letting it turn into a Fractal, which means he's going to get some
Refracting hits for 1 more, but yeah.
extra damage
good.
from the refracting missile. Yep.
That's good because that scepter was representing 8 damage from going to level 1, going to level
to
2.
keep many
So at least, hey, he's going to get the fractal to help pay for stuff, but that's 8 damage that is not going to come my way.
Yes, and it is unfortunately, based on the timing, an extra damage from the refracting missile.
Sure.
But again,
Yeah, that's true.
A small price to pay for not taking 8 and denying the extra 2 draw.
Yeah.
Ravishing Finale.
Ooh.
Sylvie 1, milling a Ravishing Finale from the Fractal of
Flip
Rain.
count is 0 right now, correct?
Yeah, flip count is 0.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, double checking.
Yep.
There is a 0 floating memory in that graveyard.
So not going to see a Ravishing anytime soon. 3 damage coming in, and Polaris getting activated.
Yep.
Cards in hand? 5?
I've got 5.
I'm going to pick 2.
Cage looks like he is responding to
Storm of
Ooh, a Storm of Thorns is so good here. So Storm of Thorns actually affects all of your units. It's not just your champion, which means this will prevent one of the Polaris damage against this Frostsworn Paladin, and that is huge.
So this is a good play. It allows you to not only save it, but get a flowing memory.
Mhm.
You could theoretically Song of Frost it and
Yeah, you
just
Storm
banish
it.
the effect stack.
That's true. That's true.
You just won't get the flowing memory.
Yeah.
Generate 0.
Okay, sure. It's wild that you have to shuffle.
It's really funny.
Yeah. All right.
My brain's going a mile a minute since I learned that, trying to figure out a way to make it be like good and unfair.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Josh being forced to shuffle despite shuffling in 0 Cosmic Bolts
Right.
because of the way Polaris is
Playing
worded.
Merlin and you put ghosts on the bottom.
there you go.
Advanced element decks put the cards on.
Yeah, that's true.
Josh
just-
talking about strategy here.
Just like, how do I make the shuffling mechanic be good? Like,
I think this is actually a key factor in Wind Astra
the damage
Ari.
from Frost.
yeah,
Since
because you
Ari-
just shove everything to the
Yep.
bottom, right?
Yeah, all of your Astra cards get glimpsed to the bottom,
Oh, I'm sorry.
or get moved to the bottom via herbs, and,
And
then
then now it's equal chance.
right, then
Shuffle
you-
it up.
Exactly, shuffle it up, and it's all active again. So 3 damage from that Frostborn Paladin, since it only took 3 from the Polaris activation. And the Storm of Thorns is still active for the rest of the turn, in case
Yeah,
that
go ahead
matters.
and pass the turn to you.
And that's the end of the turn. So the Storm of Thorns is no longer active, in case that matters. And Josh moving into his Materialize.
Yeah, it's kind of now that the Nullifying Lantern is out, it's a little rough.
It is a little
It's
rough.
a little
yeah.
rough.
A lot of Arisana's game plan
yeah.
kind of
6.
reliant on having water cards in the graveyard. So the Nico deck, now on Sylvie, is free to be aggressive, whereas the Arisana deck is not really able to answer that aggression with its own aggression, right? It's not able to use a lot of the high roll potential that it usually has. So instead, Arisana forced to kind of sit back and answer the problems that the Nico deck is presenting, which is not an ideal situation. It's something the deck can do, but
My one Frostborn is
you know, the aggressor kind of has the advantage here.
Speaking of regression, Tage also recognizes that. Yeah, my one Frostborn Paladin doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Looks like Josh is bringing out a Quicksilver Grail of his own, probably a Blinding Orb.
Probably a Blinding Orb.
Let's see. Can he even bring out anything? Let's see here. That would matter. Nope. Don't think anything matters.
Yeah, looking through his hand, trying to find an answer, trying to get out of here without dying to the one Frostborn Paladin, and having a rough go of it.
Yeah, with no Cauldron, it's pretty hard to clear it. Like, I don't think there's really
Freezing Seal?
anything. Maybe like 2 Frostborns,
Mm.
you know, that might potentially kill it, but
And we're probably seeing a Frostborn here from Josh, dumping the Freezing Steel into the yard in order to have some floating memory. Frostborn now can eat that floating memory for the buff counter in the draw. And Frostborn fortunately has Intercept, so he might be able to keep the opposing Frostborn Paladin at bay for a little bit, depending on whether or not Tage has yet another threat. Because it only takes 1, right? Like, a Bovine here would be perfect in order to just get rid of that Frostborn Paladin with the extra damage, and then clear the way once again for future turns. Josh now passing the turn after putting up that Frostborn Paladin, holding, I believe, 3 cards in hand.
oh, and it doesn't matter because Viridian Trinket immediately coming out. Now, no interaction.
Yep. 3 cards, that's not enough cards, sir.
So I'm going to go to Fractal.
Unless he can try to do something cheeky with, I would assume that is a Blinding Orb, and, you know, maybe put 2 cards down, forcing him to put 2 cards down.
Right.
And maybe not enough to play anything. Yeah, it's a little rough, but Tage has a massive hand.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what Tage's plan is at this point, right? He's trying to...
Ooh.
What has he got?
Snow Fairy.
Ah, that is definitely one way to answer an interceptor.
Swing 3 into R.
And that, in fact, seems to be the way he is answering that interceptor. So that's
One
3
versus
damage to
20.
Ari, 1 more damage to Ari from the Snow Fairy.
And then he has a Terrapin. I don't think he has any fast cards.
I don't think he has any
that's
float
just the
left over.
That's just the pass.
Yeah, I imagine he just keeps his interaction in hand and passes the turn here.
I will pass the turn.
There he goes.
Yeah, I was hoping to see like he has a refracting missile or something like that, but it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he had it, he just passes, wait for the interaction. Or actually just play it. And he has Viridian Trinket out, right? So just go ahead and play
Josh
it.
bringing out his own Viridian Trinket. He also does not want to be interacted with.
Yeah. But you could. There's 5 cards in Tage's hand, so he could play 1 card.
Yeah. Not a Cerulean, though, is the key.
Especially if he Icebound Slam.
Especially if he Icebound Slam. So we're seeing a Scepter get... is not materialized, but activated during the main phase. Might end up getting popped for cards here. Josh is in a rough state. 2 damage away from death. And has to find a solution to, at the very least, this Frostworn Paladin.
Yeah, this Frostworn has generated so much value for Tage. He's just been
It's
sitting there forever.
Yeah, it's been the VIP this game.
I just conceded.
Josh has decided that there is no way he is coming out of this one alive. Moving on to game 3.
Okay, cool.
We should have plenty.
Yeah.
All right.
22 minutes left. Oh, with the 8-minute extension, so 30 minutes left for our feature match here.
30 minutes plus 5 of T, so a lot of time to get one game. Yeah, it's a lot of time to get
I
one
think
win.
they'll do fine. Yeah, they've definitely managed to get 2 games in this short amount of time. So.
Especially if Tage or Josh has some ridiculous mill and kill someone in 8 minutes. Like, it is definitely possible. Double Icebound Slam, right?
Either of these decks can high roll. So it might be another 2-turn game.
But what is more exciting? Is the Nico high rolling more exciting, or is the Arasana high rolling more exciting?
I think the Nico high rolling is more exciting because Ari is built to high roll. So Nico's high roll is a little more surprising.
Okay.
Not that they can't do it, but they do it less often, I think.
It's very similar, right?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it's
Icebound
still
Slam.
Icebound Slam into Icebound Slam, right? Ari has Icebound Slam into either another Icebound or into Stratagem or into
Fractals.
Polar. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ari is more built to take advantage of that high roll. Which means when Nico high rolls, it's hyper.
Slightly Space Cadet, like the Freezing Steel. I cast it and I'm like.
So both of the players shuffling up here, and
I wasn't paying attention because it's behind your deck. I'm just like,
setting up to move into game 3.
It really was actually pretty impactful because.
No rush. This is the last round, last game of the regionals here,
Absolutely.
and it is 1-1 tied game.
Yeah.
Whoever wins here is I think if Tage wins, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, if Tage wins, I think he's out. If Josh wins with that extra draw, I think he has the potential to bubble in.
Yeah.
But I think it's close. It might require 1 extra point above what Josh has. I haven't looked at the numbers myself. I believe that 15 points, 5 wins, 5-0, 5 and X basically, is guaranteed a spot in the top 16, and any less than that, 14 points and lower, is going to require some tie breaks, which most likely means that you'll need 14 in order to get in, but I'm not positive.
Start off with Spirit of Water.
Alrighty, Spirit of Water getting played here.
Yep, Spirit of Water, turn 1.
We're looking for the Fractal of Rain. It looks like he does have one.
Once again, Josh allowing Tage to take the first turn, I think in order to get the material advantage, in order to get his materials out sooner. Or in order to high roll for an Icebound Slam. Well, Josh is running Fragmented, so he can't actually high roll his turn 1.
Darn. Okay, no Fractal of Rain, decides to just pass. Pretty safe.
Yeah, no Fractal of Rain this time is a little bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
That's
I see the Ice
a very powerful start.
I saw it.
Yeah, next turn we could be slamming.
4 down?
Ooh, 4 down.
He doesn't like those cards.
Really did not like that hand.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. With Water RA, you really need one of sort of 2 or 3 starting cards. Otherwise, you don't really have a game. So Fragmented Water with Ari kind of lets you dig for that Fractal of Rain, or if you're running Tidestone Bovine, lets you dig for the Bovine, or lets you dig for the Slam, like something in order to get your game plan up and running early on. You really need an early Fractal, and you really need some cards in your yard.
3 down for the less cool Fractal to open with.
And we are seeing one of the Fractals in this deck, the Fractal of Polar Depths.
The less cool Fractal
yeah,
to
per
open
per
with.
Josh, the less cool Fractal in his deck.
But I think he's just instantly respected, right? Just
Absolutely.
nullifying mirror or
Oh yeah,
lantern
100%.
instantly.
Yeah, and this is the material advantage that that Tate
Oh.
is getting here. Ooh,
Well, okay, you don't have to. You do have a little bit of time before
Yeah.
that Fractal does get a little scary.
on the other hand, if Josh backup chargers here, he can slam. He has the cards.
But he doesn't have slam.
Well, that certainly does put a damper on things. Yeah.
Damn.
Also, Tage is likely to have interaction, given that he's a water deck.
Yeah.
So that puts even further a damper on things. So while there is the dream, it seems unlikely that it will be lived.
Yeah, I mean, he did draw a Fractal of Rain, so it's probably the better option to go ahead and imbue that.
Do a chilling touch.
Or Gelling Touch. Okay.
Ooh, that's a little scary. That's actually to prevent the slam, I think. Or maybe it's because Chilling Touch is afloat.
Sure.
Or both.
Or both.
No, I'm not upset
Oh,
about that.
Fracturize.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Fracturize no longer in Josh's memory.
Gonna go ahead and instantly pull out the Scepter of Luna. You choosing to actually lose a card instead of the floating memory.
Get it out of your hand.
Yeah.
And I see.
Oh,
That
okay.
the last card I didn't know
It was a Ravishing.
was a Frostman.
Oh.
He's gonna go ahead and play the Frostborn Paladin there to eat the Chilling Touch, Flowing Memory, to have it intercept with the buff counter.
Yes. Okay. And he gets the controlled banish by playing the Chilling Touch as he did.
Yes,
So he knows
yes.
exactly what one card he is banishing in order to bring out the scepter.
Yeah,
So
excellent.
that's good. I like that. It's good play.
Really, really heads up play.
Swing 3.
And this is the game winner already out on the table. The Frostborn Paladin.
How much value can this one
Charger, crack back up.
Frostborn generate?
All of the value. It will kill his opponent
Power cell,
single-handedly.
recollect.
That's every value. There's not room for any more value than that. Well, we'll see how Josh deals with it. Hopefully this game he'll have a better way of dealing with the Paladin. Because otherwise it's likely to go the same way that Game 1 and Game 2 went. Does he have... Did he draw the slam? I don't think he drew the slam.
I think he didn't draw.
think he did
slam.
draw the slam.
I don't see the.
I do see
the
some
slam in his
refracting
hand.
missiles in his hand.
Do you see a Cerulean Decree refracting missile? I think he has 2 refracting missiles.
Nice.
Oh,
Activate Ice Pencil.
oh, he was hiding
He has
it.
the slam!
He was hiding it.
Is he going to get interacted with? is
Yeah,
the next
definitely,
question.
100%.
Well,
100%.
yeah, no, you shoot your shot,
Turn,
and then
goes back to
your shot gets counter shot.
Yeah, it's you gotta go for it.
Yeah, you gotta go for it. No, that's
I mean,
all,
you don't
that's all
have
it is.
to, but
You have.
but you have to.
You have and Josh, I think, takes this with an appropriate amount of calm. Like, yes, that is a likely outcome of this event.
Yeah, he knows. Hey,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna play Icebound Slam. You're going to frostbind it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, you will lose. Here
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, expected. You have a frostbind.
Yeah, it's sort of like you accept that this is the kind of gameplay that you're walking into by making these plays.
Good, 3 damage is good.
That's another 3 damage against Josh. Getting, I'm not going to say dangerously close yet, but you can see it from here.
Yeah,
Especially with that scepter already out.
yeah, the aggression is on Tage's side. I think his tempo is a lot higher. It's a lot faster. His influence is growing.
We'll go Fractal Rain.
Ooh, imbuing Fractal?
Looks like imbuing Fractal of Rain, yep.
No.
And, man, just getting that first
Oh.
turn, Frostborn Paladin, every time has been such an overwhelming force for Tage. Just completely controlling the board and setting the pace of the match. It's slow, but it is constant pressure.
Hoping one day I'll
And
have
Josh is just sitting there trying to find an answer, sweating bullets, trying to be able to answer
Sorry, it was
this
4 cards
Frostborn
in?
Paladin.
4 cards.
And Josh saying like, "Wow, your Frostborn Paladin has some presence. I wish I had one too."
Yeah, it seems like the kind of thing that Josh should be running in his deck. And, is, but just not drawing, which is
A little unfortunate.
sometimes that's Grand Archive.
Yeah. That's what happens when you go to the casino. Sometimes you make it big, sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you don't. Josh now looking at his cards, setting up for a materialization. No float, So if he wants to summon anything with a memory cost, he's going to have to pay out of his hand. We'll see what he decides to do here.
Level to RE1. Go ahead and pick one.
And he's leveling to Arasana level 1, costing himself one of those
Ooh,
cards.
Torrential Blast is the one that
that's why I
gets
wanted to level.
banished.
On enter effect?
Yeah.
And making the unfortunate realization that that was the reason he wanted to level, the card that is banished. So that's rough for sure.
And move to recollection?
Yeah, using the Torrential Blast to clear the Frostborn Paladin.
I mean, with no cards in his graveyard, it's going to be a little bit hard to get to the 4 health that the Frostborn Paladin has. But between that and the Fractal of Polar Depths, there's probably a way to make it happen. Getting a level up herb, which is nice, to be able to pop that Fractal later on. And a cycling herb, looks like a Blight Root and a Spring Leaf. And then moving into his main. What is the plan, Josh? Do we think... I mean, he has 2 Fractals on the board between the Spirit Fragment, or 2 Phantasias, rather. Oh, yeah. It's a Fantasia, not a Fractal, so it doesn't power up the Refracting Missile.
We have 13 minutes left?
Um,
Oh, 20. Okay, okay.
But it is a Fantasia for the purposes of Wakened Deacon, if a Wakened Deacon ever shows up.
Yeah, we're chilling on time, but...
So it looks like that is a Refracting Missile, Lost in Thought, Frostbind.
whatever
We have 20 minutes.
I don't know what that...
Okay, cool.
I was literally going to say, I don't know what that blue card is.
They're
all blue
card. The players asking about time and realizing, you know, they have that time extension, so they've got enough time to
also
resolve
plus
this match, I think.
8 minutes time extension there. Due to the earlier judge call up in the front.
Make Polaris.
Oh.
So Josh still thinking hard about his turn, bringing out Polaris here, getting ready to potentially sacrifice some herbs. I think we'll see him going to level 2 sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, doesn't seem like he has a lot of action right now. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
A Lost in Thought for 0 in order to bring out the Scepter of Lumina, which he didn't have out yet. So we didn't get any extra damage from the Arasana level up. But maybe planning on leveling up to Arasana 2 next turn, wanting to get that damage. Also just nice to have a card draw. Moving on to Tage's turn.
In hand is 6, 1 reservable.
Okay.
6 cards in hand.
1 Fractal.
And 1 Fractal.
We can grab out Viridian.
Viridian Protective Trinket. Once again, Viridian Protective Trinket.
Absurd Reflection
Once again, Tage does not want to be interacted with. Can't exactly lock Josh out of the game on 7 pseudo influence, but
Recollecting up?
Yeah, Rico's good.
Yeah, but it's more so like, you know, with 6 cards plus 1 Fractal, it's, I'm scared of a double Frostbind.
Right.
So now it's
yeah.
only 1
This can
Frostbind.
definitely cut down just how many options Josh has.
Yeah. It's like, I know you have interaction, so now I'm going to force you to have only 1 instead of potentially a 2.
Right, especially if Josh wants to do something at the end of Tage's turn, like fire off, you know, a freezing
Refracting
steel
missile.
or refracting missile. Yeah, that gets a lot harder.
Yeah.
Play a Tidestone over.
Ooh, there comes the cow.
Aha! Yeah, this is another cornerstone of the Nico deck.
disgusting is this mill going to be?
I'm gonna see. Still not Nico yet, or not Sylvie yet.
Tidestone resolves.
Tidestone resolves, sending it in, and we'll see what the mill is.
1.
Ooh.
Okay.
So
that's still pretty good.
that is a float and a class-specific float.
Yes.
Pretty good mill.
That's still pretty good.
That is, in fact, pretty good. So we're probably going to see some Polaris-related action. And maybe Tage has the Storm of Thorns again, maybe not.
He does have 1 in his hand, plus a Lost in Thought, and it's a Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, that's a really rough place for Josh to be in right now. So Josh thinking hard before moving into his materials.
So do you, as Josh, bring out a Viridian Trinket so that you can't get interacted with, or do you bring out level 2?
I really think he needs to go to level 2 sooner rather than later. He's in a terrible position right now, but he doesn't have the cards to go to level 2. He doesn't have the cards down. So if he wants to go to level 2, he has to play something in Tage's end step in order to either put the cards down or get some floating memory into his yard.
End of your turn? Sure.
That seems to be the direction we're going here. Josh saying, end of your turn, I'm going to do something. Paying 3, probably going to be 5 for a Refracting Missile. The Refracting Missile does do 2 damage, so he can kill the Tidestone Bovine if he wants. Can also send it to the face if he thinks he's going to kill the bovine with the Polaris. So a lot of options for him here. And also the possibility of just not doing anything as he picks his cards back up.
It's
Thinking
it's
very
a
hard
hard
about this play.
decision.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? Actually, you might have quite a few options. You could do the refracting missile. You could try to fracturize your own power cell. You could. Oh,
You could
he's
pop
crack
the scepter.
the scepter. Okay.
That's another way to get cards down into your into your memory. All right.
Yeah,
I respect
you
that.
You trade the 4 damage for drawing 2.
Uh-huh.
But I guess he found it that influence
That
is worth
makes
more.
Everything really weird.
Yeah, I think not only is the influence important, it's the fact that he doesn't seem to have any action, right?
Yeah.
This seems to be a
Go to
constant
me.
struggle for Josh. He's not getting the cards he needs in order to fight. So getting those 2 extra cards, I think, feels real important to him.
Yeah, but it may not have been the 2 cards that he would have liked because he definitely looked at those like, okay, this definitely make things weird.
Uh-huh.
On enter
So banishing 2 looks like a Awakened Deacon and a Frostbind? I think it's a Frostbind.
That is definitely a frostbite, yes.
5.
Getting the extra herbs looks like a
Prereq. Let's crack
5 and a
level
6.
herb,
Yeah.
Polaris trigger.
Ooh.
So he's finally cracking that Spirit Fragment, which
So
is
you have
good.
4 cards in hand.
I've got 4 in hand, yes.
So thinking on the level herb on the stack.
Yeah, thinking on the level herb on the stack.
And Tage
Okay, so
responding
Polaris trigger's
to the
good,
Blightroot
level herb
active.
is not.
Responding to the Blightroot activation.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Polaris has gotten the age counter, and the level up from the Blightroot
And how many
is still on
cards
the
total
stack,
do you have?
while Tage is thinking
4
about
in
ways to
hand,
interact
1
here.
observable.
Yeah, he's very careful about, do I want him to get that
he's
card
Right.
to potentially respond to something that I have right now, or should I just go ahead and do something now?
That's fair, right?
The answer could just be do nothing.
Yep.
But definitely right now is a good time to think about it.
Yeah. And Josh pointing out 6 cards in hand.
And you would have
So he's going to eventually
6.
pop the Spirit Fragment
Turn.
for another card, and then Recollect into another card, and pull up those 2 cards for 10 influence, 10 in his hand.
I'm gonna crack quick
So
silver ground.
this is maybe the
Oh,
soonest time the best time that Tage has to interact,
Trigger.
while Josh has fewer
Okay,
cards in
everything
hand.
else is fine.
So we're seeing the Blinding Orb
You
come out,
Activating it, or are you just
I will activate.
and activating it
put down 2?
is indeed activating it.
Do you not want me to have fun?
Josh asking, I need to put down 2? Do you not want me to have fun?
this is water. You're not allowed to have fun.
I'm pretty sure that's part of the water contract. There's no fun allowed.
Interesting.
Now,
Mother, may I interact with you in any way?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is thinking on the activation or banish, sorry, of Blinding Orb. Do I respond to this now? Do I put 2 cards down?
Mhm.
What do I do? It does put a little bit of a hamper on Josh's plans right now.
Mhm.
Like, it feels like he thought really hard about a game plan, and then boom, you got the Blinding Orb. What do I do?
So this is in his not material, but recollect still.
Okay, I'll put down 2.
And finally deciding no response, I will put down 2
Trying
cards.
to pay 1 or 2 for a spell.
And Tage, ooh,
Seems
getting a
very-
Storm of Thorns out,
Storm results.
trying to prevent Josh from interacting
good
with
to
Storm
proceed.
of Thorns
Level counter goes
in order
up,
to
blow up fragments, draw a card.
Yeah, it's also
make
to-
sure that the Polaris doesn't kill his Frostborn Paladin. That's what this is for.
Yeah, it Frostborn Paladin, maybe a Bovine, and then obviously himself as well.
Now, Polaris at 4, even with the Storm of Thorns, will kill the
Correct.
Bovine.
The Tuck Herb, Polaris
But
trigger.
this is
Correct.
guaranteeing that he can't
Yeah,
kill
I
the
have no response.
yeah.
the Paladin on Josh's
The
turn.
go off king moment.
Go off.
Got it.
Icebound Slam.
I don't have a I don't have responses to the go off king moment.
This would be a great time for Josh to slam. It definitely
That is
would not be
true.
stopped.
That is true.
That said,
That would mean he goes basically shields down though.
which is probably not an ideal state for him,
Works
no.
Forever.
We'll see. Josh is still in his recollection here. So some cards in
All
hand,
recollecting.
and moving out of recollection and drawing a card. So now in his main phase, Josh has a full grip, I believe 10 cards.
10. Can I get a flute count, please?
Yeah, I have
Ooh, counting the
2
float.
class bonus floats and then 1 float.
Okay.
So just 1.
We have 1 actual float and 2 class bonus float for Tage.
14.
Josh
Slam me for the
making
next
numbers
phase
out loud and claiming that Tage can slam him for exactly lethal, which that
Yes,
checks
I'm
out.
gonna be a responsible individual here.
Gonna be
I
a
do love
responsible.
Josh figuring out just how much interaction he needs to hold up in
So
order
we
to not
go
die on his
straight
turn,
to
on
Chilling
Tage's
Touch
turn rather.
Fracturize for a Fractal of Rain imbued. Sure.
Okay.
So we're getting an imbued Fractal of Rain here. Chilling Touch and Fracturize being shown to Tage.
Dang it, Josh. That means you're not slamming this turn.
Think it means he's not slamming. Slamming is very rarely the responsible play. It is fun.
That
it
is
is
true.
exciting.
That is true. Dang it.
Responsible.
Darn it.
They're having so much
Oh
fun.
yeah.
over there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, someone be yelling.
Truly.
Yeah, you do.
No one's allowed to have fun.
A lot of noise happening right now. I think almost every other table is done now, so it's actually pretty surprising speed for the rest of the room.
Yeah. All right. We'll go 1, 2, 3. Play another polar.
Oh,
Wow.
playing another Polar Depths.
So leaving a Polar Depths up
Move to end. Trigger Arsana
and
effect.
7 cards in hand.
Go to 4, draw a card. He could pop the Polaris now.
Storm
But-
of Thorns is still active.
And
Yeah.
I'm not going to be a dummy like I was in the last game. I'll crack Polaris now for 4.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So this is done.
For 4?
I still have Storm of Thorns.
Who's that this turn?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Josh.
this is really
didn't.
unfortunate. Josh claiming out loud, I
Forgot.
will not be a dummy, and I will crack the Polaris now.
But he
Forgetting that the Storm
forgot
of
the
Thorns is still
storm.
active.
No.
That's so painful.
And then is forced to use a refracting missile.
Here you go.
That's unfortunate.
That is a 4 damage refracting missile that he needed to throw down on top of the Polaris damage.
Oh yeah, you're good. Are you good if I just keep going?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What
we'll
a
go
pain.
into
Poor
Sylvie.
Josh.
I'll get her on enter and deal the 4 from the scepter.
Yeah.
So now we're moving
14.
into Tage's
I'll mill myself 1 with Fractal.
materialize phase.
Swirling Decree.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll go
Not
to
sure
Buffalo.
exactly what his options are here. He is kind of low influence, especially
I mean,
compared to
8
where
more
Josh is
damage
at.
and it's over, right?
That's true. He just needs to find that 8 more damage. And
That's one
Josh,
slam.
Josh does have options available, right?
I
Josh has
think
cards.
Josh has
Thank you, sir.
1 card
No, that's got to be like 6 cards.
in his hand.
You don't think so? He doesn't
Well,
have like
he-
9 cards down. He had a 10
No,
card
he
hand,
did.
didn't he?
He did Polar.
Oh, he had to
played,
refracting. He had to
he
refracting.
played Fractal of Rain. He
Yeah, yeah.
played refracting. So I think he's 1 card
Yeah,
down.
he's got okay. Yeah, fair. He's got to be down to
1 or 2.
One or two.
Yeah,
I
something
think
like
so.
that. Fortunately,
Not enough.
Tage
Definitely
does
not enough to
have
get through
Icebound
a
Slam.
not enough to get through a Viridian Protector Trinket.
Yeah,
Icebound Slam. Icebound Slam wouldn't. No, Icebound Slam would kill here.
yeah.
Would still kill.
But fortunately,
Fortunately,
does not
yeah,
have
yeah,
it.
Wow, what a rough position. Josh forced to play out his hand in order to make sure that the Frostborn Paladin is dead. And now not able to interact with whatever Tage wants to present here. Very dangerous position. Tage on Sylvie now, so all of the Tamer bonuses are active. So it looks like we're seeing a Terrapin.
That is a loss in thought.
We're gonna tear it.
Oh, what the? I got gypped.
Putting 3 cards down and using one of his fractals for the Terrapin.
On enter trigger.
Yeah.
Using his 1 fractal for the Terrapin.
Okay.
Draw a card.
Yeah.
Swing for 3.
And we have Tamer's Frostsworn Paladin.
Cards in hand.
3 cards.
A 3/6 here, Rippleback Terrapin.
Float
No
counters.
intercept, but that is a
2
lot
non-generic,
of health.
And then 5 just total. So like, I'd have to go and make out.
You'd have to be Guardian. Okay. So 0 float, but theoretically 2 someday.
Yep.
Getting a float count, 0 float right now, but 2 available once he becomes a
Someday.
Guardian. Someday,
According to Josh.
2 float
I'm gonna sit here and do
someday.
math in my head.
It's always float tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
never float today.
Now, we just hit OT
It is a
technically on
single
here,
refractor
but just as a
missile.
reminder to the viewers, they do have an additional
We
8
are
minutes
gaming
as a
over
game
on this side of the
extension
table,
for
my
a
friend.
judge call
Okay.
earlier during around game 1 or after game 1.
So while they do need to make their plays in a timely manner, they are not pressed for time at the moment. And given the pace of their previous games, this is on track to
Yeah.
end within that 8 minutes. I think we'll be
Yeah,
fine.
and if we're looking at Tage, like, he's really safe. Like, it's not like he's gonna instantly die. There's not too many floating memory in Josh's graveyard. There's not even that many water cards in Josh's graveyard.
No,
So
there's only the
nothing-
one water card right now. So
Yeah.
even with both of those Fractals of Polar Depths, he can't get that many cards.
Yes.
Can't get that much floating memory
Yeah,
out of
so
it.
there's not too many things that I would assume Tage sees and goes, I'm in danger.
Right.
But on the flip side, Josh should see his own board and go, oh no, I am in danger, because there's really not much that he could do. I think Tage being still healthy at 15 HP, there's not much. I mean, theoretically, you only need 5 to try to kill it, but
So
there's
that
2 in there.
mill, what did you just mill?
Waterberry.
Ah, Waterberry.
Yeah.
He just needs 3 and a stratagem, but I don't think he's going to be able to get 3 floating memories in there.
Yeah, he has 2 floating memories. So
Oh,
3.
he's
No,
also
he's,
Sylvie. Never mind.
He's Sylvie. Yeah. So he needs to get to 21.
Lost
Yeah.
and thought for 0.
So that's 3 out of the 7, and that's also 3 cards. So he might be setting up to double sacrifice the Polar Depths.
He's definitely
Ooh.
trying to.
Yeah, it looks
go
like he's
for it.
building up for
I
it.
know we both know where it's going, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, we'll go that way.
Yeah.
Chilling Touch puts 4 in the yard.
6,
Hold
7.
opportunity.
Yep.
Trigger.
Yep. Playing stratagem, retaining
Okay.
opportunities, sacrificing both of the Polar
And he's
Depths.
going for it.
Milling himself for 6 and then 12.
1, 2. That's only 2.
He needs another 2 more
Those
off
LA
of
boys
12
are
more
wild.
mil.
Those LA boys are wild.
Yeah, a lot of hooting and hollering coming from the peanut gallery.
So 6, 12. Yeah, second penguin for 12.
1, 2, 3.
You got it.
Yeah, he's got
Oh,
it. He's got it.
Finish going through
So
the
that-
casino, Ari.
Yeah.
The casino. He won the slots. He did it.
5,
Pulling out 5 from those extras. 6, 7. That's it. That's all
That's
he
21.
needs.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
So,
That's
So
overkill.
33
Not many
damage.
came to Sylvie. Yeah,
Yep,
33.
33. Good game.
That seems like a fair
Man.
amount of damage to deal to
Like, I
Sylvie.
didn't need to do the Star Thorns there. I was just like, oh, you don't have counters. And you did it, and then like,
The casino.
I'm
He
gonna be
hit the
honest with you,
slots.
My brain is sludge right now. I'm just like,
Yeah,
I'm just playing cards.
yeah,
Like,
I would.
Yeah, worked out pretty well
I
for him.
know.
They're now complaining about the decisions made leading up to this point. I'm just
hopefully we
playing
see kind of, like,
cards,
early
says
in the
Josh.
day.
Yeah.
Next
But
event,
he
yeah.
did end up pulling it out. So
Thank you very
a
much.
lucky
Appreciate
victory
it.
at the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quality stratagem. Stratagem a very good card in this match.
Stratagem.
Stratagem a very good card in every match.
But the penguin though.
Yeah, the penguin did the
Penguin.
thing.
That's the
It's,
casino.
no lantern.
I feel like my
for Tage.
breakers-wise, I'm
I
so
feel
low
like
that
I don't know.
think
Like
it's real.
we thought he was gonna instantly bring it out, and Josh would have been in a kind of a pickle. Josh did have
Oh,
0 cards in there, so maybe Tage felt like, okay, it's safe to not bring it out right now, which I do agree with. But he then proceeded to never bring it out,
Right.
which is like,
Yeah,
you
I
know?
think the second penguin should have been a moment where it's like, okay, now he can double up, right? And if he has 2 cards in his graveyard, sacrifice a penguin, that's 3 mil. And then he has 6. Sacrifice another penguin, that's a 7 more mil. That's a lot of cards. And in this case, it was 6 and then 12 because he was able to get those cards out of his hand. So at that point, like, you have to be afraid. You have to be worried. And Tage wasn't worried. And I think that ended up being his downfall.
okay. To be fair though, if Tage high rolled and actually pulled and drew a Icebound Slam,
That's true. It
it
would have been
also
over the
would have
other
been instantly
direction.
over
Yeah,
too, right?
absolutely.
So it goes both ways. It goes both
I mean,
ways.
Tage lost at roulette, and then Josh won at slots.
Yeah.
I know. I'm like, yeah, sure.
That's how it goes.
No one wins in the casino. No one.
Only the house.
No one wins. The house wins.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
But
Alright.
congratulations to Josh. That was hard
Really,
fought
really
for
love
sure,
Talk GA, by the way.
and
It was
a nice
Yeah.
victory for him.
Alrighty, so it looks like,
Like I say, like,
oh,
having
most.
done content before, like I know how much work it is, and I just appreciate.
Yeah, I think we're
that
moving
you
to
guys
the
are, like,
closing
on that
ceremony
grind for the
fairly
community.
soon. But we do have some final results if we want to go over those
yeah,
first.
they didn't finalize the round yet.
Okay.
But basically, all the matches are over. And then, like you mentioned earlier, we're going to go ahead and do the award ceremony, which, Savan's just going to go ahead and read the 1 through 16 and give out the pricing. Pricing is actually pretty cool, I think. First place gets a box and a half, I think, of AMB, amongst other things, Sapphire packs and stuff. So I think it's pretty cool.
A lot of really good pricing. As we were saying before, the backup chargers, the qualifier card, going all the way down to 16 out of our, 81 players in this event today? Something like that? 80 something? Yeah, I don't know where that number is.
Yeah.
But definitely a packed room and quite a few, really solid players taking that backup charger home.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there was a lot of water. There was a few wins, but definitely a lot of waters.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of very high-level, high-skill-intensive games. Now, of course, there was a little bit of fumbles here and there with some of the game losses on not sideboarding, whatever. But
yeah, I just an unfortunate day for judge calls. And, like we've said every time, this can happen to everybody. This can happen to you. This can happen to me. This happens to the best players. It can happen to anybody.
Yeah, and then we look at the meta breakdown right now. Again, Arasana, 24% representation, followed by Sylvie.
So much Ari.
But even though Sylvie makes up the second majority of the representation, we only really, I have to check the final score here, but we only had two slimes. Yeah, 2 slimes in the top 16, round 7, beginning of round 7. I don't know what happened afterwards. And then Nico at 11%, which is the third representation, but had a lot of Nikos in the top 16.
Yep.
Obviously, once we finalize, I'll check again to see how many people from top 16 made
and
it.
a decent chunk of that Sylvie representation is Sylvie 1 in Nico decks.
Oh, true.
So
Actually true.
That's more like if you look at that 11% Nico and you think that also matches up with an 11% Sylvie, that is 7% of the field is slimes,
True.
which is
So Nico
the
would
lowest number
technically
I
be
have
the
ever
second.
seen in my life.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. I forgot about that. So Nico should be number 2, and then theoretically, and then Sylvie is basically number 3. Yeah. Okay. And then on the other side, the element side, we have 48% water.
48% so
That is
wild.
massive.
It really is Water's heyday. Water is doing well.
I cannot remember a time where a percentage of representation was that high.
I think there were times
Other
when
than like
Fire
maybe
was
Slime,
that high.
But like, the only time that I can think about that is like DOA, where like water was non-existent. And then you had wind allies and then fire. And
I first started playing this game right around the release of Alchemical 1. Or Alchemical First Edition.
Yeah.
And at that point, it was a lot of like fire was 40%, wind was 35%, water was 15%, right? Like,
but still, even at 40%, like that's a lot. Don't get me wrong, but 48%.
Almost half the field.
Yeah.
Very, very close to half the field today was water.
Yeah, and I mean, we look at the top 16 list. That's a lot of water lists on there.
Really a lot of water.
Sprinkles of wind here and there, but definitely a lot of water. Water's strong, man.
Yeah, honestly, Water's doing well. Like, it's understandable, especially given the boost that Water just got out of ALC Alter.
If Water does well, I can't play Diana. Like, like, come on, man. No, and I refuse to play Water Allies Diana. I refuse.
Well, I hope that you get your dreams someday. I think today is not that day.
I'll wait. I'll wait forever. It's okay. Alrighty, so that's it, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a very long stream. We had some technical issues in the beginning, but we stuck through it. You guys stuck through it. This has been Shinja and Jim on the casting table. We're gonna go ahead and go to the award ceremony, but the casters we're signing off.
Yep. Thank you all for being here and watch the award ceremony. I think we're going to be coming back afterwards.
I don't think so.
Maybe not. Nope. Not coming back afterwards at all. Go enjoy the
I want to go home, Jim. I want to go home. I'm tired. I want my food, okay? I just my Korean barbecue.
I just want to keep talking about GA. You can't stop me. Be in my car casting games off of podcasts.
You can do it on the way home. I'll be on Discord call with you. I got you.
Great. Yeah, enjoy the award ceremony. This is us signing off.
And then
Bye-bye.
those score, we'll just hand it to them with it and be like, hey, we don't want you to pitch in. I was like, if I find out that he never got this card, he lied to me to get like money from me from that.
That'd be funny.
Can you imagine the like? You're like, I was like, what a great scam! You ever pitch in for like, just give whatever you can, and everyone donates, and like just take all that money. Be like, guys, we're going to
That's funny, yeah. One of our locals kind of did that with us. He convinced Bowman to give him a higher rate on what is it called, on cash prize, because he was using the money to go to nationals, and then he didn't go to nationals. Hi. Nothing.
It's only international ones.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait.
Well, we all got backup charges, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's only 4, and I get 1. Let's get it. Yeah, just a sec. It's gonna take me. I need to like spread everything out and give all the staff everything. Yeah, just get all kinds of stuff. Have a good one, Toby. Thanks for coming.
How's that gonna work?
Wow, such a well-run event.
I'm trying to find the sarcasm. Hold on. As smooth as we can, right?
Honestly, most of the rounds were like pretty quiet.
Yeah.